Hello, 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 lads, ladies, gentlemen, people of all ages. Shit seems low. I don't know why. How we doing though? Hi, 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 hi. Give me a second here. My audio seems a bit fucked. I think that's better now. How we doing anyway though, boys? Jamie? Cheese? What's going on, lads? Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Let me just check something here. Yo, have we got transcoding options? Yes, sir. How we sounding? How we looking? We all good? Are we all good, boys? How you feeling as well, Jamie? Are you feeling a bit better? Where are we? Where are we? YouTube being weird again, bro. Why did you do that? Alright, guys, if you are watching on the YouTubes, be sure to drop a like on the stream. It's very much appreciated. Helps out as well. And if you're watching on Twitch, hello, you ain't really got to do nothing. Streaming audio's fine. Nice. How's the weekend been going for you, lads, anyway? All good? How's things, cheese? All good on your end? Stomach still fucked, need to wait for blood test results. Well, that is all good, dude. Pardon me. Pardon me. Okay. Yeah, hopefully they'll come back soon. It's just a bug. Yeah, was gonna stream actually yesterday, but ended up deciding just to chill. Me and Rose went for food, and then we decided we popped out for a walk, and then we was like, you know what? Should we have a little walk down the pub? We went down the pub, decided to have a couple of beers down there, and then came back and just chilled. Really chilled in the garden. Weather was nice. Had a couple of beers outside. Some nachos or Doritos and some dip. It was nice. It was nice, man. Nice. I'm back at it today, though. Yo, shout out to everybody who's been watching the videos again. I know I've been saying that the last few days, but you guys have been absolutely killing it on the video side of things, so I really do appreciate that. It's been a nice few days, really. You know, quite a few videos pressing up to the 2K area, which is awesome to see. So shout out to everybody who has, you know, been hopping over and watching, you know, dropping a cheeky like, commenting, all that good stuff. You working today? Okay, okay. What, you in now or you in a bit later? Okay. Alright. I'm gonna watch a couple of videos again today. You know the deal. We're creatively devoid, so we're farming content. Check out a couple of videos, see what people have got to say. React to those. Got a few lined up. Have any of you played Flintlock yet? I haven't checked it out yet, but I've been seeing a lot of negative stuff going around about it. Some people saying the game's actually okay, but I've been hearing a lot of links with Sweet Baby Ink and all that sort of stuff, which is never a good look because, you know, they typically seem to ruin games, don't they? I do still want to check that out. We are going to check out Throne and Liberty today. I was planning to stream it yesterday, and I couldn't get in the game again, and then I finally did get in the game, and I was like, you know what, actually, let's just go chill. Me and Rose decided to went out and then down the pub, like I said. But yeah, hopefully we can get in today and have no issues, and we're gonna check it out, and then I think we'll jump onto Wuthering and Zenless, carry on playing Zenless because we've got lots to do. Do our dailies on WuWa. We gotta wait for the weekly reset now, like roll on Monday for that, because I've got to start farming Geochilone bells now. Obviously we got a limit to that every week, so that's where it grinds to a halt now with your characters in leveling up all the traces and stuff. So we got a bit of a wait on that now, but I think we're probably going to concentrate on getting Jian's traces, all his abilities all maxed out, and then we'll probably move on to Verena and Yinlin and Jinxie. That'll be the next characters, and then we'll like slowly work through all our stuff. And And Chang-Li will be coming soon as well, so we'll have plenty to do on that. Still got a bunch of side quests to do actually on Wuthering Waves, so we'll be doing those as well. Probably do those today actually. Alright, nobody's cheese, nobody's squire. Alright, you know what? Shall we jump into checking out some videos, shall we, boys? Shall we have a look-see? Shall we have a look-see? Alright then, let's have a little look. Let's have a little look. Let's have a look at this actually. Speaking of,
yo, what's going on, guys? AJ here.
Speaking of oh dude, YouTube's gone back to the normal YouTube now. So I'm used to everything being at the side, and it's gone back to everything being at the bottom again now. So it's kind of annoying. But speaking of Chang-Li, let's check out this video from Gamba AJ. Been making some great videos actually. Small content creator, should go show some love. Top 5 characters you need. Wuthering Waves. Let's check it out, see what he's got to say. What are the top 5 characters we need?
Yo, what's going on, guys? AJ here, back with another video. And in today's video, we're going to be going over the top 5 must-pull.
Hold up a second. Hold up a second. Is that in the video, that? Yeah. What's going on with the video there? 2 secs. Yeah, it is in the video. It is in the video. Alright, it's reset. It's reset. Let's get back at it. I can't even speak. I can't speak. Give me a second here, actually, before we get into this. Let's move that over there so I can see what you guys are saying. Right then. As I was saying, speaking of Chang-Li, let's check out this video from Gamba AJ, small content creator, banging out some great videos. The top 5 characters you need in Wuthering Waves. See what they are.
Yo, what's going on, guys? AJ here, back with another video. And in today's video, we're going to be going over the top 5 must-pull characters in Wuthering Waves. Keep this in mind, guys. There's going to be certain ways to access these characters really.
For me, obviously, I know he's probably talking about upcoming characters. Just want to say, Verena, goated, Jinxie, Jian, absolutely love them. But for me, so far, Verena's absolutely been the best character in the game, really. Like, works in all teams, works in all comps, and she's just fucking sick.
Quickly, and some of these characters you're just going to have to either wait for if you missed out on them, or you're just going to have to get lucky with the standard banner. Keep in mind, guys, certain...
You just got to get good, man. Like, if you ain't pulling the right characters, like... Just get good at the game, you know? If you ain't getting the right substats on your echoes, you know, stop being trash. Just get good, really.
Characters will have reruns in the future, and I will be just talking about the general archetypes of characters that you need to look out for and pull for to boost your overall account and your experience in the Wuthering Waves game. Without further ado, let's...
Yinlin, another really good character, actually. She's been really good sub-DPS support buff character. Like, really good, actually.
Get into our top 5 list. So, who do we start off with at number 5? At number 5 is Jian Xin. Now, this one could have been a little bit more higher for me, as I'm kind of debating on between 5, 4, and 3.
She is actually really good. I need to learn a kit a little bit better. I haven't used her that much. I've actually leveled her up a decent amount. I think I've got it to like level 70, actually. I haven't really built a kit out in terms of leveling up her abilities and her echoes and really giving her a great weapon. And I don't really know how to use her that well, if I'm honest, because I just haven't used her that much. So she's a character, though, that I'm considering really trying to build out now to add in for the Tower of Adversity and more endgame stuff. But what I've used of her, she does seem like she's a really good character, and she's quite fun to use as well, actually. Good like support buff kind of character as well, isn't she? She's quite good at what's the word I'm looking for? Like, well, not defensive. Well, she is kind of defensive. Anyway, right, let's go and see what he's got to say.
But I kept her at number 5 because...
I don't really know much about her, so I can't really say too much. Like I say, I haven't used her that much.
I thought this was a solid spot for Jian Xin. Jian Xin has so much versatility to her kit, and that's one thing to really consider with her. She can be a hybrid / main DPS if you want to put more Teffy and Verena on a team with her, but she's mostly going to be used for a supportive sub DPS role. So she thrives at being a sub DPS. She has a counter. She buffs your ultimate damage, which is amazing because that's very good.
Like I say, I don't know much about the kit really. I haven't really spent time, but I do know that those basics, like so. And versatility is something that's incredibly important. Sometimes, I was talking about this with signature weapons that are coming out. Sometimes the best stuff is the stuff that can be used account-wide rather than being super specific to specific situations. That was a great sentence. You know, something that's highly focused and can be really good at one thing is great sometimes, but something that's maybe a jack of all trades and a master of none, so to speak, is sometimes even better. You know, if you could do something okay in a lot of situations rather than being something great in only a couple of situations.
Good for a lot of characters, a lot of DPSs essentially, even going forward in the future. She has amazing CC and AoE abilities, and
she is really good in crowd control though, to be fair. She is. Her and Jian, like, are my favorites in that regards.
she has a good ultimate that still groups the enemies even more. She's also,
yeah, that's one thing. Her ult is great. Hit her ult and then switch it to somebody else, like a high DPS, like, is nice. You can do a lot of damage in grouped enemies as well then.
a shielder, and she kind of heals a little bit, but the main thing is the shield, her CC, and the amount of sub DPS
a heal though is really kind of
having a free parry, guys. If you guys
really kind of like meh, really, to be fair.
are struggling,
I don't really ever consider it. As I said, I need to learn more about a kit, but I just really don't consider a heal as a massive part of a build actually at all.
with a parry, swapping her in quickly, doing the parry, knocking off a boss's bar, I think is very underrated and underappreciated. However, if you notice, if there are dedicated Jianshin mains or people who are just currently using her, then you guys thoroughly know how amazing it is. One of the biggest YouTubers who did use her, but he doesn't make as much Wuthering Waves content as of right now, is Gotcha Smack. He's been maining the girl. He loves her so much. So Jianshin is a solid top 5 character, and I believe she's here to stay at number 5. At number
Pretty much think all the Wuthering Wave content creators at the moment are just making Zenless Zone Zero content, if I'm honest. It's the new hot spices and it makes sense. And we're obviously in a content lull at the moment as well.
4, we have my favorite character that's coming out right now in about 2 days is Miss Chang Li. Now, number 4 was an interesting spot for Chang Li, as I was debating between putting her at number 4 at number 3.
I am straight up just pulling out because of how she looks. I haven't really looked too much into her kit. I've kind of got like the basis that she seems like she can be a DPS, sub DPS. Haven't looked into anything other than that. But I'm just straight going for the waifu meta on this. And sometimes, you know, you got to do what you got to do, and it really doesn't matter how good the character is. It's all about that waifu meta, baby.
There's reasons why
I've got a fucking fly flying around in my office as well.
Fuck off. Once we get to the 3 spot. But yeah, Chang Li coming in at number 4 is the same big pro. We're
going to check this out in a bit, actually. I haven't watched the new Resonator trailer, so we'll check that out as well today.
Jianshin, except that this is a main DPS. So what Chang Li thrives in is her burst damage. She's really quickly going to be able to nuke enemies with big damage. It's not as much damage as Jin C, but it's the fact that how quickly you can get off the damage. The main pro about Chang Li is after the recent buffs to her energy, the amount of energy regen you do need on the character, it made her not only easier to build, but it makes her even much more powerful than she already was going in. The crazy thing about Chang Li is, and the reason why she is number 4 and higher than Jianshin obviously, is the same factor of she's going to give a 20% fusion damage bonus on top of.
That's really good. I wonder if Jian's going to be on this list, because I think that's the main reason why Jian is good in that sense, is because he's incredibly easy to get your DPS out of him. Like, Jin C can do more than Jian, but you have to work that little bit harder, you know what I mean, in terms of just how her abilities work. Yeah, she's a little bit less safe to squeeze out that extra juice, but Jian is like the super crayon into character where it's like, you might get a little bit less, but it's super easy to get there. As well, talking of Chang Li, a signature weapon does seem decent as well. I'm definitely going to be pulling her, just like say, for that waifu meta. I wonder if Verena's going to be on this list. Verena has to be on this list, surely, at the moment anyway. Obviously, that's one thing. That's what I was going to say as well. We need more characters coming that are not specifically DPS or sub DPS in that sort of space. We need more support roles. We definitely need more healers. We need somebody who's going to counter the Verena meta, that's for sure. And I want to see some more like tanky kind of support roles that just require different builds altogether. So we're farming different echoes and farming different substats, because at the moment it's all about crit damage, sometimes energy regen, but that's like the main things to go for at the moment. I really hope we do get some good 4 stars as well, but definitely some serious support contenders.
That Chang Li is going to unlock a certain team comp that we have not been able to utilize yet properly, the dual DPS team comps. That's right. If you have Chang Li with a Chixia or a Encore right now, this team comp is probably going to be the best team comp in the game. What I mean by
interesting, we have obviously both of them. Well, Chixia of course, but I just got Encore not long ago. I haven't done anything with her. She's still level 1. I haven't even used her in my team. The only time I used her when you actually fight was at the Mech Abomination in the story. And she seems actually kind of good. And some people swear by Encore. So it'll be another character to build around Changli then if we get her. Watch me just lose my 50-50 now. I know it's going to happen.
By that is if you have Changli in one of those two characters, it's probably going to be the highest damaging team comp. We're going to have to wait for official numbers when she officially releases with the max builds and stuff like that. But those two characters together just is going to open up so many doors. That and add a Verena into the team and with your sustain, and you're good to go, and you're just going to be maximizing the damage really quickly. It's going to be really fun to play. And also because of the 20% fusion bonus damage, guys, you have to keep in mind what it looks like is when Kuro's going to release these sub DPSs like a Yin Lin and like a ZZZ in the future, guys, it's also to be expected we're going to get a fusion sub DPS in the future for Changli. It's probably going to be somebody who you swap in quick, do their abilities really quick, and they're going to do some off-field damage just like all the other sub DPSs in the game.
That makes sense though, really.
Currently are doing, and you're going to be able to utilize Changli even more, making this team comp of dual DPS plus a sub DPS.
I think that's why, really, it's smart when these sort of banners come up to potentially leak or give little info drops on upcoming characters or characters kits in just a small way in how they're going to work. That, you know, if you know there's going to be future banners coming that are really going to make the character that's about to drop even better, it's going to make more people want to hop in, isn't it? But it's how you do that without kind of like spoiling, you know, spoiling the upcoming plans for the game. But I do, just from a business side, I think that's a smart thing to do because it makes the new character have a little bit more FOMO, doesn't it?
That's insane, and it could potentially be the best team comp in the future. But
obviously, as we get more of a roster as well, that's going to be a thing because you're going to have more characters in the current roster that are going to be improved massively by new characters and vice versa. And you know, that's one thing that Genshin and Star Rail really has on a game like Wuthering Waves at the moment, because it's got such a small resonator club, haven't we?
the biggest pro about Changli is that she's going to be a very versatile unit for a while, and even though right now she's your
Nah, dude, the biggest pro is just look at her.
main DPS, you never know where she could be utilized in the future depending on how Kuro wants to change
Like, come on. I can see two main pros right there.
game and the meta of characters. Now let's move on to number 3. The number 3, if you kind of already guessed it as to who I'm going to put above Changli, that's going to be Yinlin / ZZZ. Now you may be wondering, why did I say two names? Well, what I'm talking about is the character archetype of sub DPS. In this case, we'll go with Yinlin and ZZZ, for example. I'm going to put them both in the same boat. You can pick either or. Now the reason why they're
I really like Yinlin. Yinlin is like just so much fun to use. She looks amazing, and she's actually really good sub DPS buffer as well.
above Jianshin and Changli is for the simple fact that not only are sub DPSs amazingly broken characters in the game right now, guys, if you've noticed something, one thing about the core sub DPSs that we do have with Yinlin and ZZZ, well, let's talk about Yinlin before, because ZZZ is not releasing till 1.2. Yinlin does amazing off-field damage.
Yeah.
When you proc
Insane.
her heavy attack, when you build up the bar, you proc the heavy attack, and there's this little symbol attached to the unit, and basically every time you attack the unit, it's Yinlin doing damage off the field while you're just going all in on your main DP.
Especially like she works great obviously with Calcharo, not so good in comparison to the closed beta test from that video we watched before, but great with Jian as well, because of his ult, the CC capability of that. You know, you hit them all with a heavy, they're all afflicted, then basically you get your buff, your damage buff, and then you just CC everybody with Jian's ult. It's a good time, man. You can clear especially small mobs incredibly fast.
Yes, one of the things is that not only is the damage high, it's very easy to utilize Yinlin and be effective with her. On top of that, sub DPSs that are not only buffing your main DPS, the huge bonus with Yinlin, I would say, or just a sub DPS in general, is the fact that not only are they already giving those buffs, right, in general, to a plethora of units, you have them boosting their same element. That's right, Yinlin boosting Electro, even given an extra 20%. So this is already amazing with Calcharo,
Yep.
but now with 1.2 having Zhang Liao coming out, it's going to boost Zhang Liao even further. And that's the thing, it doesn't stop there. Currently, guys, you have to understand, when dealing with the lightning element, while we have 2 DPSs, the next thing, if we were to ever see a lightning unit, is probably going to be a sustain. Yin Lin is not going anywhere, guys. Like, after all of 1 point whatever patch we go to and we move to 2.0, we're still probably not going to get someone who takes...
Dude, Yin Lin's combat animations are just fucking goat as well, man. They're just like, they're so good. They look so good. She's just such a, like, obviously beyond the way she looks, she's just like, just a flashy looking character. I really like Yin Lin. Like, pretty much everything about her. The only thing I don't like, which, well, it's not really a massive negative, is just when a heavy animation kicks in. Sometimes you can get caught out, but obviously that's more on you for timing it and using it in a more safe environment, I guess.
Takes Yin Lin's job even till a 3.0, because these characters, it's very hard to like replicate them and make like already like another sub DPS that comes out doing the same thing Yin Lin does. Supportive characters and gacha games, especially like this, with, I know this is like Kuro Games, but they are copying the Genshin model and just improving it in their way, right? And supportive units never tend to go away, guys. They're some of the most OP units, and they stay.
I think that's the same in any game that requires different character archetypes in terms of, like, you know, support roles, DPS roles, tanks, healers, whatever. Healers and sub DPS characters that, you know, their main role is buffing other characters are always incredibly powerful, because they just make, they're like that link between the entirety of the team, and they just allow you to be so much more versatile and obviously put out way more damage than you would. So they're always incredibly important roles having a team. Especially, you know, like in endgame content as well. They make a major difference. And yeah, support roles, I was saying this the other day, support roles are going to be the major factor in this game. Of course, it's always good having a great DPS, but it's a lot better to have a really good sub DPS support role that can have a little bit more variability to them as well, that can help out multiple characters, then, because that character's always going to be in the meta then.
A long term for account value. So the best thing to invest in as a character is, what I would say, is you can always grab one of these units. Just because you missed out on Yin Lin, congratulations. JG's coming out, and she's gonna boost Jin Shi to a whole nother level. And then if you miss out on JG, or you don't want to pull her, guys, there'll be different elements of this sub DPS role or character. Now, without further ado, let's move on to number 2. Okay, with number 2, and this one was very tricky, guys, because number 2, there was a little bit of debate in my mind.
I wonder if, so I'm thinking, personally, if this was my list now, I'd probably go Gian or Verena as either 1 or 2, or either the other way around for him. I think I'd have to put Verena at number 1 at the moment. I just am a big Gian enjoyer. As I said, I'm a Crayon Eater gamer. I like a Crayon Eater character. I want to be able to unga bunga my way through stuff, and it's always good to have a character that's there to do that. Yeah, I'm curious.
Between number 2 and number 1. This was a very hard choice. I'm going to explain why number 1 is where that character's at. But first, let's talk about number 2. Number 2 is going to be Jin Si, the best DPS in the game. Most broken DPS in the game by...
Not even mad about that. She's incredibly powerful. Some of the numbers that you can put out with Jin Si is insane. I've seen some people putting out some footage and some images of just absolutely ridiculous amounts of damage. It's just absolutely crazy. And one thing that's really cool about Jin Si as well, if you go in co-op and people hit her abilities, go through a loop of combos, and then hit her ult, you can see from like halfway across the freaking map. It looks insane, actually, like the glow coming from it. It's pretty dope.
By far. And yes, and some people may be confused by, wait, why is Jin Si not number 1? And I'll explain. So Jin Si right now is the most busted DPS without...
Has to be Verena at number 1 then, yeah. Has to be.
Question. She's easy to play. When you figure out how her rotation, it feels very smooth, and she just nukes everything. Even
takes a little bit more than Gian does in terms of, like I say, Gian's just a Crayon Eater character. But she's, once you get into the flow of her, she's super smooth. The rotations are just brilliant, and she just hits so freaking hard, dude.
All the end game content, right, that you may find challenging or that you're currently struggling on, she's going to be your best help into clearing a lot of the end game content, or just harder annoying mobs. Just anything that you're struggling with, you build up this character, you slap her best teammates on with.
She's a lot of fun to use as well. I don't know if it's the way her combos work, or how she goes like aerial. She's just like super satisfying to use, actually.
With her, and you just go all in. Best bonuses and even just perks of having her is sometimes because of the way she can float in the air at certain angles. There are certain enemies or even certain bosses in the game that have certain attacks that can hit every other character, but she can get away with just levitating a certain amount. You can do her full combo. On top of that, WuWa being an echo, the fact that he can grant you a little bit of airtime, you can go up for a couple seconds and even pull off.
Still need to get a good substat WuWa at the moment for Jinsei. I'm still using the morning eggs on her. I've actually got WuWa on who have I got WuWa on at the moment? I'm using WuWa. I forgot who I've got it on. I think it might be on is it on Spectral Rover potentially, or is on, I'm not too sure actually. But yeah, I need to get a good, because I did start to roll it. The roll just went down the pan. So yeah, I need to start farming WuWa actually.
The combo there is crazy. She all around is just a tactical nuke, and she's only going to get better now. She's only going to get better, guys, with ZZZ coming out in the future, because if you guys haven't seen the kit breakdown I did, please go check out that video.
There's part of me thinks that Jinsei might catch a post-banner nerf in the future. I hope not. I hope we don't see those. So obviously, if certain characters are broke, it needs to be fixed. But I hope we don't get a situation where characters in the banner are like, obviously, and I get it, while the banners going, they're not going to nerf a character or fix a character if they're broken, because of course that's going to reduce the amount of people that are going to buy it. But it always sucks in these sort of games that post-banner that we get a massive nerf, and it's like, okay, feel like you got kind of rug pulled a little bit.
As ZZZ is going to be boosting skill damage, and right now that Kuro has a placeholder number for like 1 second, I'm sure it's not going to be 1 second, guys. It's going to be maybe like 10 or 8 seconds. But even, let's just say if they do 10 or 8 seconds, that's plenty of time to, when you swap her in, do the double skill, 4 attacks, skill again to get the dragon that does a lot of damage, that big nuke, that final enhanced skill, and you'll be good to go, and she's going to be doing more damage. Now, why is Jinsei not at the number one spot?
Is it because Verina's there? Really? It's got to be, right? It's got to be at the moment. I just feel for the meta, in just, maybe not in terms of that she's the best character, but she's just the most valuable character that just works across multiple teams. Like, pretty much every team, Verina can be in it and do the job she needs to do and do it well. Where, like, you know, other teams, other characters might need other particular roles to work with, or other character resonators to work with, really to get the most out of them. But Verina can just be there and just, like, you know, just do a job really well across pretty much every team.
There is one con to DPSs, guys, and that is going to be the ultimate con for DPSs and gacha games, guys. Unfortunately, Jinsei cannot be the top DPS forever, because Kuro games, and not only Kuro games, every gacha game has to make money, and there will be a future DPS that comes along that power creeps her. Whether they make Camilla, who people...
Of course, there's definitely going to be power creep. This is what we were speaking about in the other video. It's just how they deal with that. As long as they make characters that come out in the future that might not necessarily be DPSs or supports that buff other characters in a way, so because they'll become incredibly valuable supports then, won't they? Or sustains that really help out older banner characters that will make them incredibly valuable and add a lot of FOMO. But there's definitely, it's a gacha game at the end of the day. There is going to be power creep. It's just how well it's dealt with, and it doesn't become ridiculous to the point where it just like kind of like ruins old meta, and it's okay to have an ever evolving meta. That's the best thing to have. You want multiple metas. You want, like, you know, to have a variety of different builds to be valuable in the game and actually be useful. But I think it's just, if they're smart about it, you know, you can have power creep in a game like this, but it doesn't necessarily affect the game because everything else gets lifted up with different characters that drop. They don't necessarily create power creep in themselves, but they allow older ones to kind of keep up with the power creep, if you know what I mean.
People are excited about if that character does release or it becomes a character and that's a DPS, then cool. Geshu Lin's another character that people want as a playable character. Probably going to be a DPS. He could be powerful. Don't forget Scar, guys. Like, there's a lot of characters that are...
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Scar, actually.
...are very anticipated that after they release are probably going to power creep Jinsei. But the reason why this character is not number one right now, and we're talking about as of right now, is because number one, and now we're going to transition into that, is the only character, and I'm not going to say the only character because there is another character besides her, but she just does her job so significantly well over the others, and there's no competition. And guys,
it has to be Verena. It's got to be Verena, even the way he's laying it out, because this is exactly why Verena, in my opinion, is just the best character in the game at the moment, because nobody does a job as well as her, and she does the job across the board for every single team she's in, and she does it just as well for every single team she's in, and not having her is just like a major blow on your account, in my opinion, at the moment. That's why the game definitely needs another sustain support healer that works obviously in a different way, but he's capable of working across all the teams to actually, like, you know, change the meta up a little minute, because the Verena meta is super strong at the moment in the game.
unfortunately, to break the news to you, just like how Zhang Liao and ZZZ, it's a Zhang Liao being a main DPS, ZZZ being a sub DPS on 1.2, means there's going to be over a month and a half basically where there's no other sustain. And just by saying that, you guys have probably guessed it. The number one spot right now for who you should pull, especially if you have the selected standard banner where you can choose one character to go after, is Verena, guys. There's no
Knew it. You know, it's like, it's not even like, it's like, oh, hot take, you guessed that. It's like, come on, I think really, if you look at it more from an objective standpoint, rather than just like, you know, your subjective, who you like the most. Because obviously, you know, if I had to say who I like the most, really, it'd probably be between like Jian and Jinsei, because like they are like two really good characters, but I really like them. But Verena is just, she is kind of like head and shoulders above everybody else at the minute in terms of just how well she can be used across the board, man. It's absolutely insane, actually.
no competition for her right now. Every other spot you can justify saying, I don't want that character. Like, you could literally justify not going for Jinsei if you really didn't want to, if you have Jian right now.
Yep.
Like, if you have Jian and you feel comfortable and you're like, I really don't want to play with Jinsei.
You know, there's capable support roles, there's capable sub DPSs. Obviously, there's ones who are better, but the gap between them is a lot smaller. Same with the DPSs. But yeah, man, she's just like, nobody can even do the job that she does. Like, she can't do the job that she does. And even when they try and do the kind of role that she does, they just do it nowhere near as well. Just like, it's insane. Like, we really need another. This is what I was saying. I hope we don't get too many DPS characters and sub DPS characters coming out, because it's going to be quite a while now until we get another character like Verena, and I think that's affecting the meta in a negative way, in my opinion. Big time.
I'm comfortable with Jian. I want to go for Changli, or I want to go for Zhang Liao, or a future DPS. You are in your right to do that, and that's perfectly fine. That's why we get into a situation where when you check every other role, there's sub DPSs. You have your main DPSs. You have Calcharo. You have Encore. You have all these characters. You have your sub DPSs in Yinlin, a future character coming out in JG. But besides from that, you have Jianshin, Yan Wu you can utilize.
Yeah, the other roles are just packed out, aren't they? That's why it's kind of crazy that we're getting another sub DPS next. Like, I'm not mad, because I'm telling you, I'm pulling for Changli. And then the next couple of roles that we're getting, it's kind of weird that we're not getting another sustained character just yet. It's like, unless they're, I don't know, you know, they're trying to create a meta that's heavy on that side of things at the moment, but it just seems a little bit off balance. It feels like if you don't have Arena in your squad, man, you'd like, you know, it's a big negative.
A little bit more. Tefi is there, you know what I mean? Sanhua is going to be there for certain team comps. You have all these other roles, but do you guys understand what you don't have is the premier sustainer? Yes, you have a Baiji, but let's be real, guys. Baiji is not on Verena's level.
Nowhere near Verena's level. Nowhere near. Now, I've just started building Baiji. I didn't really know how she worked, if I'm honest, until I started building her. And she's good. She does her job, but she just can't hold a candle to Verena at all. And it's not even just she can't do it as well. Verena just does it so much easier as well. Like, she's kind of like I was talking about with Jian, how he's super easy to get what you want out of him. Verena's the same as well. She's just so good, and she does it so effortlessly as well. Efficient as hell.
Love Baiji's design. The unfortunate reality is, I wish Baiji was the 5-star and Verena was the 4-star and their kits were swapped. Unfortunately, that's not how it went.
Well, yeah, I know why he thinks that, because, you know, Baiji has, like, I wanted her to be, as soon as we met Baiji, I was like, man, she needs to be good, because we want her in the rotation. Obviously, I guess you know why. But yeah, it does suck. But at the same time, though, you know, I suppose they built her really powerful because they knew that she probably wouldn't be used because of the way she looks. So, kind of makes sense, I guess, as well.
Farina right now just does way too much ridiculous healing. She's
Yeah,
also a character
insane.
that a lot of people don't understand this. You don't have to invest that much in her to get
Yep.
her up and running. The crazy thing about Farina is her ultimate, if you were to farm the, I think it's the Bell Gargoyle, the big turtle, and get the healing bonus main stat, and just to invest a little bit into her traits, you don't even have to level up her weapon that much. And this is just an example, right? Guys,
Yeah, investment is really low on her. It really is, but she's really useful as well to actually heavily invest in because she's so useful. You may as well, you know. But he's right. You don't really have to invest in her heavily, but it's definitely worth it. It's definitely worthwhile.
you could literally just max that echo for the healing bonus, level up a little bit of traces. You don't even have to do anything else with the echo or anything like that. And watch you just pop the echo ability, okay, skill one time, ult, right guys, and then swap to your main DPS, and you basically heal back to damn max health while
Yep.
attacking an
Pretty
enemy.
much.
On top of that, she gives your main DPS buffs too. She's the only sustain that can take you from 0 to 100 when it comes to healing, and
Dude, she's
give you
ridiculous.
buffs. And plus,
So I mean, same for time. She is the most underrated character in the game because everybody, you know, talks about because of the flashy characters, the DPS, the sub DPS. You know, your Yinlins, your Changli come in. You know, your Jian, your Calcharo, your Jinse, and she's just by far the most important character in the game.
the Bell Echo, the big turtle, giving you an extra shield on top of that, even though it's like a small kind of, it's kind of like not even a shield, it's like a protective barrier in a way. It's just very overpowered, guys. The only reason, like,
It's almost like a sort of kind of like a parry, isn't it?
Flip flopped right now is because number one, Verena is the only character that's a 5-star that does what she does. The unfortunate reality is, guys, even after 1.2, there's still no confirmation that we're going to get another healer in 1.3.
See, it's just so wild to me, that is. Like, I think Kuro are dropping the ball massively there. We need another character that does what Verena does. Obviously not exactly, but, you know, it fills that role and fills it in a way that allows you to use them across the board. Because I think the type of character that Verena is, that we need another one like that. It's important to have a sustain, a healer, a buffer in that sense that works across all teams, because I think it's an incredibly important role, especially in some of the harder content. Obviously, it depends on how you play, but I really do think another character like that is incredibly important. And then, as time goes by, we can get more specific type of sustain healer roles that work better with certain teams, but do it really, really well. But I definitely think we need to get another character like Verena out there that like works across the board and does that job really well. And the idea that we're going to be probably quite deep into 1.2 before we even hear anything, if that's going to happen, it's kind of crazy. Like, I definitely do feel that Kuro are going heavy on the DPS, sub DPS route. And I think the reason why is because you can make the characters look super flashy. People see big damage numbers and are sold. So, but at the same time, in terms of the overall meta, it's going to affect the game in a negative way.
That means Verena could be the top sustain for over 2 more months. Think about that. Since Wuthering Waves release, Verena was the best sustain. A month from now, she's going to be the best sustain. Another month from now, she's going to be the best sustain. So we may go to 1.4 without seeing another healer.
Dude, that'd be
guys.
wild if we do.
But yeah, that's going to be my top 5. Let me know in the comment section down below. Do you guys agree with the top 5 list? And if not, who would you change? Would you flip anybody around in certain orders? Yeah, that's it for this video, guys. Please leave a like.
I don't think I'd necessarily change anything about that top 5, actually. The only thing, I think there could be an argument to change, was maybe Jinse for Jian. Jinse is better, but Jian's just like, as I said, he's so good at CC, so good at overworld stuff. He's so easy to use as well, like just unbelievably easy to use. Like I say, he's the Crayoneater character. You can get so much out of him for so little effort. But Jinse is better. She's just, she takes a little bit more work, should I say. But yeah, there's no doubt that Verena's number 1. There might be some people who argue that case, you know, in specific roles. But I think overall, if you're looking at it from a more, obviously these are all subjective opinions, but more of an objective standpoint in how the game works and the meta and the mechanics and the kits, she's just like, she's insanely super S tier, Verena is. And nobody competes with her in that role. There's only other one character really that attempts to and just is a mile off them. And every other role's kind of stacked out at the moment. Well, for an early part of the game, considering how many characters we've got. So yeah, massive agree on that. Yeah, it's a good list actually, good video as well. But yeah, Verena is insanely just the best for a role at the moment by far. I've been saying this for ages. So underrated. Never really hear people talking about it because obviously people talk about all the flashy characters, but she's by far the best character in the game at the moment. And it is crazy to think that we could be 3 or 4 months down the line and there's nothing to compete with her in that role. It's I think if that's the case, Kuro are going to slipped up big time, and it's going to affect the meta in a really bad way, in my opinion. But yeah, great video from Gamba AJ. Making really good content, dude. He's small channel, but absolutely smashing it. Great content. Should definitely go show some love and check out his content as well. Yes! It was a good list, that was, actually. I don't think I could disagree with anything on that list, man. I'm honest. He's going to do gammon and rice bowls for tea. Yeah, that sounds all right to me, babe. I like that. I don't mind. Good for me. It's good for me. Dude, I've got a freaking fly flying around in my room and it's doing my head in. As soon as you get some warm weather, man, it's like fucking things just come out to annoy you, don't they? Do my Sweden. Absolutely do my Sweden. It's like they're watching that video and it's just there. Fuck off, dude. It's like as well, once they come into a room, it's like they get in the house and they always seem to find the room you're in. And then it's like, oh, that's it then. They're super dumb. They can't get out the fucking thing. You know what I mean? But they'll make sure they're beeline for your head constantly. Fuck off, man. Lots of foliage, lots of water. Yeah. Let's check out. Let's check out. Let's check out. Let's have a look at this video here, actually.
I think there.
All right, let's have a look at this. So I have heard about some issues with English VAs in Snowbreak. We did watch some videos about the degeneracy of Snowbreak the other day, actually, and we tested out the new update, and the game definitely is leaning into that, and I'm not mad about it. Let's check out this video from Heiru, I believe it is. Check him out. More VA drama in Snowbreak Containment Zone. Maybe this is extra drama on what I heard of. Yeah, let's see what he's got to say.
In your dreams.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to another.
Dude, this freaking banner is just insane. What they've done to life, I swear to God, life's jugs have just grown exponentially, right, from when I first started playing the game. Like, don't get me wrong, the characters are curvy as hell in this game, but I don't know what she's been taking, bro, but she's exploded.
Video, and today I'm going to be covering some Snowbreak news. I really thought that this was important because I think there's like some type of agenda going on. By the way, if you happen to like the content, feel free to love.
Again, though, I've said this multiple times, but I do respect what Snowbreak have been trying to do. Obviously, this is just total fan service, but they have genuinely been trying to add varied content to the game. A lot of it super degenerate, but like how they've added the game island, you know, where it's an open world area, which the game has just been very small instance areas prior to that, kind of like how Zenless Zone Zeros are, and it seems like some of the new maps in the main part of the story have got a little bit more varied and colourful, which is great to see, because that was one of the biggest complaints I had about the game when I first started playing it, that all the zones were just very plain and bland, and it's nice to see they're injecting a bit of colour, and they're really trying to do some different things beyond the degeneracy to bring people into the game. So I've got to give them props to that. And I will say as well, can like, I don't know who's gonna do it, but I want a third person shooter gacha game that's just as polished as the Kuro and the Hoyo games. Because Snowbreak's a fine game, but it's nowhere near. It's got nowhere near the polish that those games have got. So yeah, I'd like to see another third person looter shooter kind of gacha game as well.
Love it, like and subscribe. So there is some more VA drama in Snowbreak. This time it's with the CN community. If you're wondering,
okay, so not the English VA community then. Okay.
About the first VA drama, let me briefly explain it because I never got a chance to really
keep me up because I really don't know what the crack is.
Cover that in a video, but basically Snowbreak was losing a lot of money, so they had to let go of the English VAs. But
okay, I didn't know that, and that's why they've gone full on into the degenerate side of it, which, like, as I said, fan service, it can only get them so far, though. This is why it's good to see them adding in this extra content, because, you know, it's only going to get you so far, isn't it? Like, leaning into that fan service. It's got a short life shelf on it if you're not adding more fun content to, you know, allow this degeneracy to exist in.
Since Snowbreak has been more successful and has made even more money, the developers actually wanted to try to bring the English VAs back. However, the English VAs did not want to come back because the game has been even more fan servicey. Now, as for the part 2 of the VA drama, the CN side.
So the VAs, what, do they not want to come back because of the things you can do with the character? Hey, you know, I guess if that's, you know, they're lying. You know, at the end of the day, let's not pretend that most gacha games are not fan servicey right from the start. But, you know, if they don't want to jump back on a game that they're seeing going down a particular route, that's totally fine.
Was basically pressured into letting go a lot of the voice actresses for Snowbreak Containment Zone. In fact, only 3 of them only managed to stay. The voice actresses for Cherno, Katya, and Yao are the only ones that are staying. The other CN voice actresses were let go, and now they're currently in the process of replacing them, and they're also going to have their names being anonymous.
Dude, this stuff is super wild. Super wild. That's kind of crazy. Well, I suppose maybe with a different culture in China, that people don't want to have their voice, the name attached to this content. It must be really, like, don't get me wrong, it is super fan servicey, but it's quite odd to me. I didn't think so many voice actors would really have that much of a problem with being linked to this sort of work. You know, I suppose maybe there's some weirdos that can't differentiate between real life and art or acting or work. So I suppose that is a thing. But that's quite surprising to me that they wouldn't want their name attached to things, because if you do a good job on something, I think even if it's super fan servicey, most other employers are going to see that and be like, you know what, they did a great job. We want them on our thing.
For the past few months, I've been hearing rumors that there's like a gacha cartel in CN that hates video games that appeal to the male audience. And after,
okay, or is it more just the? Because there is a bit more of a conservative, even though I know a lot of these games come out of China, but I know that they're, you know, they're a little bit more conservative in that regard. So I want to say it's necessarily to games that appeal to males, but maybe games that are hypersexualizing characters potentially.
Hearing about this news yesterday, it really feels like that actually might be true. There seems to be a group of people in the CN side that really does not want to see the success of Snowbreak, all because it appeals to the male audience.
Dude, some of this stuff is crazy though, man. Like, this is like full-on fan service, isn't it?
There is a Reddit post that was been posted by a CN bro by the title of, "As a CN player, let me elaborate the sickening CV incident." The English here is very off, so I'm just gonna briefly go over each paragraph. "Let me tell you something that happened recently that was very disgusting. The Chinese VAs and the Chinese voice director has good cooperation with Le Homao, which is basically like a VA studio. We know about this well cooperation because the voice actors for Cherno basically announced this. However, creators from several mixed gender gacha game making companies in Shanghai were shocked and jealous of the recent success of Snowbreak Containment Zone, which purely..."
Obviously, this could be true, but the recent, like, I don't think Snowbreak's breaking any records, is it? I know it's had an increase in its revenue, but I don't think it's anything crazy. So I'm not too sure why they would specifically be jealous of Snowbreak's success. Again, I think it's probably more them taking up umbrance with the fan service side of things. I could be wrong, you know. There's a lot of interpolitical things that probably go on, especially in places like China where, you know, inter-dev beef and such. That's happens everywhere, so could be. But as far as I'm aware, I don't think it's breaking records. It's doing better, but it's nowhere near the sort of levels of some of the other gacha games are doing.
Serves straight male players. Being afraid that Snowbreak will lead the trend of ML gacha games, ML stands for Master Love, which aim for straight male players. These creatures decided to
Okay, that's a new term I've learned. Master Love, okay.
threaten anybody that is dubbing Snowbreak Containment Zone, basically stating that anybody that dubs Snowbreak Containment Zone will no longer get any future gigs. Since most gacha,
wouldn't it just be a smart idea then to get Chinese speaking people outside of China to voice act the game? You know, people who live in the US and Europe or places like Australia or something that don't necessarily have to worry about that political or company cultural issues over there. And the game's aiming towards straight males. Chinese companies would have an issue with that. Seems kind of odd from a country like China that they would have an issue. That seems something more that you get in America or in Western Europe, really having those sort of socio-political viewpoints in regarding to the male gaze, shall we say.
games in Shanghai are gender mixed. The CN voice actresses and directors basically were pressured to leave. Meanwhile, only 3 Chinese voice actresses decided to stay. The voice actresses for Cherno, Kadia, and Yao. The rest of the Reddit post basically states that since China is full of talented VAs, it should be no issue to replace the roles, and the Japanese voice actresses will probably not be affected by this whole
I was gonna say, I don't think it, as the one place in the world that wouldn't really be affected. I would definitely think it's Japan, because, like, you know, we know how the Japanese get down in regards to this sort of stuff. This is you know, the land of hentai, so I don't think voice actors are necessarily going to be worried about how they're going to be viewed in doing something like this, when you've got, like, obviously the sort of stuff that can come out of Japan sometimes. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I really wouldn't expect that so much, personally. I would think it'd be more of a less about this master love issue and the straight male part of it, the game being aimed at that, but more of the you know, it not being very conservative in that sense, because China is still a very traditional country, and I guess this isn't exactly traditional norms for women in terms of, you know, what you're doing, basically.
CN incident.
It's degenerate, let's face it, and, you know, China and the Chinese government is kind of not really for that, so maybe this is like sort of soft pressure coming down the ladder onto other corporations, and it's kind of making it a difficult space for the VAs to work in, maybe.
And bro even decided to leave some proof of what is going on. One of them is a screenshot of Cherno's voice actress basically stating that she does not want to leave, as this was the very first.
What's this? Queen Now was the first character I dubbed and published as a work. I still remember the dense background setting with many words I saw at the time. After reading it, made people feel distressed and wanted to protect her. And being directed, it was too when I was nervous. Amori said to me, "You have to trust me." Maybe that was the first time I understood that acting can only be based on trust in the director. When the matter was decided, I was reluctant to leave Quinao alone, but I was also afraid that if I continued to decide to go with Quinao, Amori would have a grudge against our friendship. I told Amori my thoughts, and Amori said if I want to stay, I can stay boldly without worrying about him. It turns out that I can continue to protect Quinao, I don't know if I'm saying that right, in my own way. It turns out that I can continue to be friends with Amori with peace of mind, and then, of course, I'm going to stay.
Role that she has gotten. She's also very scared that if she stays, she will probably not get any future gigs, but she's deciding to stay anyway because she really loves the character Cherno. Second post, I believe, is a screenshot of the voice director basically saying that he
I'm really sorry. We have had many discussions and consultations with the production team. Although we have been working together for a long time, we still cannot reach an unified concept and time. After communicating with the production team, we reluctantly decided to complete the anniversary dubbing. After the directing work, the contract with Chenbai Zone was terminated. Is that the name for Snowbreak in China then? During this year, we have been fortunate enough to meet so many charming characters. Every time I see feedback from players that they like their Chinese dubbing and feel healed and warmed, I, as a director, feel honored to do so. I also know how valuable the relaxation and comfort that two-dimensional works can bring in this era when everyone is living under a lot of pressure. So I'm really honored that Chenbai Forbidden Zone has been able to give me this kind of experience in the past year. An opportunity allowed me to participate in the production of the work as a dubbing director, but there were indeed conflicts and difficulties that neither I nor Party A had thought about. Leaving here may be the best way for the work. I'm really sorry that I can't continue to be the choreographer of Chenbai Forbidden Zone. I would like to say I'm sorry to everyone again. I hope everyone can continue to support Chenbai Forbidden Zone. So it does seem like there's a little bit of a culture that's making people feel like they can't necessarily work on the game. Is it around all of this, or is it something else? You can't really say for sure. Obviously not speaking Mandarin or any form of Chinese language, I wouldn't know. And I haven't really looked into this either as well. This is my first hearing about it, really. So
he is sad that he basically has to stop working with the voice actresses. Now, whether you use the CN dub or not, I think this is a pretty important. I think this whole thing is very important. Whether you use,
I definitely think Master Love is the perfect description for this game, though, because that's what it is. I've never heard that term. You learn something new every day, I guess.
The CN dub or not. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but whenever there is media that has any hot 2D waifus that panders to the male audience, there seems to be an outcry over it. It seems that even in CN, they're not very safe from these outcries either. As the CN,
which actually surprises me. Like I say, I know they are quite a traditional country, but I didn't think, especially it going international. I know that the Chinese government don't mind more degenerate stuff being published in other countries. They just kind of want that to be not for young kids, I guess. And I suppose maybe they don't necessarily want adult men fantasizing over this sort of stuff rather than actually going out and getting a girlfriend and getting married and procreating and all that sort of stuff. Because, you know, this is one thing that's been a major problem in Japan for the last few years, isn't it? Is the declining birth rate and a lot of adult males not really being interested in the dating scene for many other reasons as well. But obviously, these sort of things definitely do provide an escape for a lot of men who necessarily could do with it doing it in the real world. But it does seem to be the case. I've been saying this for a while. The East will save us, and I hope we don't see this creeping into that sort of cultural, artistic development over there as well. Because I am all for games being whatever, as long as the game's good at the end of the day. I don't care if a character's super attractive or is designed in any whatever way. As long as the game's good, the story's good, the character's good, I'm happy. But it's always nice to have games that are like this, that are fun to play, and have super attractive characters as well. And I hope that doesn't become a thing that goes away. And I don't think it will either in China. We might just see less skin exposed, which at the end of the day, for me personally, I don't necessarily mind that at all, really. It's always nice to see, you know, for the degenerate side of me. But there's plenty of characters in Wuthering Waves and in Genshin that look amazing. That look, you know, that can be cute and have that, like, sex appeal to them without them, like, being how this is really in Snowbreak. Because Snowbreak have kind of gone down that route of they know that the game's not appealing people for the gameplay and for the characters and the story. So let's just, like, hyper-sexualize the characters. Obviously, fan service, which I haven't got a problem with. But it definitely does allude to the fact that it's kind of like a last resort thing anyway. And I think a lot of what's been happening with Snowbreak has been happening because the game's just not bringing in the money. And I don't think that's got anything to do with any pressure or pullback or pushback from any other places within the industry. I think it's just that the game isn't really pulling players in, if I'm honest, and people don't want to spend money on the game. Because I've never had a desire to spend any money on Snowbreak. I think the game's a fun little game, but I've never spent any money on it, and I never will. And even now, it's even compounded even more because the game's been struggling you know it's likely that it probably won't continue for long. So that just makes you think, well, you know what? I'm not going to spend any money now because it'll be a waste of time in total. Not saying that putting money into any gacha game isn't a waste of money, but you know what I'm saying, because what's the point in buying into a game that could be gone in the next few months?
And voice actresses for Snowbreak were basically pressured into leaving Snowbreak by other CNVAs and other CN fan bases. I remember I read a 4chan post that said that it was...
Okay, so it's coming more from other VAs and fan bases rather than actually other people within the industry regarding directors, publishers, developers, all that sort of stuff. That's kind of fucked, really, if that's the case.
Zhongli's CNVA that basically helped pressure the Snowbreak voice actresses into leaving. Even on the global side of things, people seem to be complaining about Snowbreak's fan service. The English VAs didn't even want to be back.
Yeah, dude, life has definitely exploded in that area, for sure. Like, she was nowhere near that size before. Like, that's crazy.
On Snowbreak because of the fan service. So when it comes to fan service that appeals to men, it seems to get a lot of hate. But when...
See, like, in my opinion, I am definitely fine with voice, because it's one thing if you've signed on to something after the fact and you knew what it was, and you're like, okay, I know that this is fan servicey, and I know it's about all this erotica sort of stuff, and, you know, this, what is he, master life stuff. It's fine, you know what you're signing up to, but I don't have an issue with English VAs or VAs from anywhere who've been let go because of the money situation and then have been brought back in because they're doing better, but they're like, whoa, I don't like where this has gone and I don't want to put my voice and my name to this kind of thing. That's totally fair for women to be like, well, I don't really want to be in something that's like hypersexualized and my voice is being used in it. I don't even, like, you know, some women will be like, I don't even want to say these things. I don't want to be like reading this stuff out and my voice is attached to this. That's totally fair, that is.
When there's fan service that appeals to women, like games like Tears of Themis, what's that one CN gacha game? Love and Deep Space. Nobody has ever complained about those two.
I've never heard of those two games, so I can't even comment on those two games. But I agree with what he's saying in a general sense. You know, the male gaze is kind of looked at nowadays as some terrible thing. But I genuinely think if women didn't sign up to a game that was super fan servicey and they were just signing up to a game that was, you know, semi-sexualized in the way the characters look without it being full on this kind of digital soft erotica kind of stuff, they, you know, they signed up to be voice acting an action game with waifus in. They didn't necessarily sign up to be in a game that's like providing this fan service for, you know, dudes to probably be stroking it to some degree, or at least fantasizing over. And if they were let go before it became that, I don't see that that's a problem at all. Like, they have got the right to be like, of course they've got the right to be like, I don't want to come back full stop because maybe I was treated badly, that I was dropped at the drop of a hat kind of thing, which I understand why they did it, because if they were struggling. But at the same time, though, you know, their voice and their name's going to be attached to it. So I can totally understand them being like, I don't really want to do this. This is not for me. This is not what I got into voice acting for.
Games that pander to women, but when it comes to video games that pander to men,
you know, I'm sure there's plenty of female VAs out there for games that are pandered to women, and even some male dudes, voice actors will be like, yeah, that's not for me. That's not where I want to take my talent. I don't want to get into that sort of fan service side of things. And I'm sure there's plenty of voice actors that are like that. You know, there's plenty of voice actors that probably just don't want to get involved in particular genres altogether because it just goes against their sensibilities, and that's fine.
And it seems to be a big deal. I don't know why it's a big deal. I don't know how all of this has even started to begin with, but the fact of the matter is there seems to be forces at work that don't like games that appeal to the male audience. I think from here on out I might just start spending...
See, like, for me, I feel like it seems like it's the voice actors who've got an issue more than anything. I don't know, there could be other things going on here, but if it's about, obviously it's one thing other voice actors trying to pressure other people who are willing to do that work into not doing it. They should just stay in their own lane. You know, if it was true that there was voice actors in the Huyo games that were trying to push other women to say, look, you shouldn't really work in that game because it's fan servicey, it's sexualized, then they should just shut the fuck up. But if a woman's like, I don't want to voice act in this game because it is fan servicey and hypersexualized. She's well within her right to do that. If she doesn't want to work in that genre, then that's fair. And if she signed up to something that was different to what it's now become after they've tried to bring her back in, and she's like, nah, I'm all right, dude. Thanks, but no thanks. I don't see an issue with that at all.
Spending more on Snowbreak just so it can be successful, because it seems to me that there are
And this is coming from somebody who really appreciates his fan service. I'm here for it, you know? It's not going to get me to buy into Snowbreak, but I'm here for it.
people that want the game to fail. Maybe other players feel the same as well, especially the CN players. Let me know what you guys think about this whole thing. Let me know in the comments, and I'll see you guys later.
Bye now.
Yeah, I can't really say too much because I don't know the intricacies of what's actually been going on in China, whether the pressure from these voice actors has come from, you know, a trickle-down effect from the government, if it's come from other developers and publishers, because if that's the case, as somebody who is all about being able to make your own choices, I don't like that. I don't like other voice actors who don't necessarily work in games that are a little bit more sexualized, trying to tell people not to work in it, or even developers and publishers saying you won't have work here if you do that, and fans as well being super pissy about it. But at the same time, I think it's totally fine for men and women who've been voice actors in a game, and then the game's really gone left in terms of what it's providing to the fans, and it's become, you know, this sexualized thing. I think it's totally fine for them to go, you know what? I had fun with this. Don't really want to get involved in this. I'm going to bounce. That's fine. You know, there's plenty of voice actors out there who don't want to have their name and their likeness, so to speak, in terms of the voice attached to that kind of stuff. And probably there's a lot of them is like, I ain't fucking reading that. I ain't saying that. And that's fair. So yeah, I didn't really know about these. Like I said, I heard about the drama, but I thought it was more just around people being let go and they were being treated badly, and that was some issues. But obviously, it's a little bit more around, I think, the fact that the game's kind of gone down the fan service route. And I think it's totally fine if VAs don't want to be involved in that. But if it's not, and there's other VAs pressuring actors not to get involved in something like that, they need to shut the fuck up and stay in the lane, really. But yeah, good video. Should check out Haru. I'm going to drop subs. Check out some of their other content as well. But yeah, interesting actually. I know that China is a bit more traditional in that sense, so I guess I can imagine it to a degree. But at the same time, I hope the East continues to save us in regards to all of this stuff in video games, because a bit of fan service now and again is totally fine. But you know, if you don't want to be involved in it, that's fine as well. It's fine. It's fine. What's going on, Neil? Welcome to the stream. Union level 27, preparing for Ascension 4. Hey, let's go. That's not a battlefield uniform. That's a sexy maid. No, dude. No. That there. Like, that's next generation warfare material, bro. You know? It keeps you dry. It keeps you cool. It keeps you warm. It's got a protective layer to it. You know what I mean? It makes sure, you know, you're aerodynamical. Is that a word? You're more aerodynamic. You know what I'm saying? Allows you to let the sweat breathe and look super sexy at the same time. The original Resident Evil 1 Jill did that, took part as a VA for the game, then didn't want anything to do with the... Yeah. Like I say, I think, you know, if you signed up to a game, let's say like you got a job as a voice actor and you've got your sensibilities, your moral sensibilities, your political, whatever it might be, and you sign up to a game or you sign up to a film, whatever it might be, and you're working on it, and you're like, I'm enjoying this is cool, I'm playing this super, you know, beautiful action hero, or this super handsome action dude, and you're like, I'm really enjoying this, and then a couple of months into your contract, they come around to you and say, oh, you know, we're going to let you go, we're not really making the money in, we need to make some cutbacks, but thank you, and we'll see you later, we might get in touch in the future if things turn around and bring you back in. You're like, cool, awesome, great working with you, on to other things, and then you do get that call back, and it's like, right, they bring you back in. We want you to come back in, and this is what we're doing now. And it's gone down this route that goes against a lot of things you just don't want to do. You know, maybe imagine you're a male VA. Oh, we've turned your character into a twink now, and we're going to be allowing people to, you know, manipulate your body and do all this sort of stuff to you. And you've got these lines you've got to say now, and you're like, yeah, I don't really want to do that. That's totally fair, isn't it? And I don't think we should be even bringing that up because it's up to them. But if you're like, yeah, I want to do that, but then there's a load of other people from the outside within the industry saying, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be doing that. It's like, well, you need to shut the fuck up as well. So I can understand some of the VAs maybe not wanting to come back, if I'm honest. because the game has changed a lot. I'm not got an issue with the game, you know. I think it's funny. you know me. Like the characters have become ridiculously hyper sexualized, and I'm cool with that. As a straight man, it's good to look at. But I can totally understand some actors being like, "Oh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do it." You know. Well, that's what I was saying, Neil. If you came into the game initially as a contractor and they were like, right, this is what we're doing, and you're like, yeah, that's fine by me, then I get it. But they weren't really like, obviously I don't know what the contract said, but they came in when the game was one thing, they were then let go and then asked to come back when the game had totally become something different, because Snowbreak has totally become something different now. It has become a bit more fan servicey. It has become this like master love thing, what they're calling it, which is a perfect word to describe it. So I can understand them being like, yeah, it's not something I want to come back to. But yeah, I think if you sign up for that, you know what you're getting into, don't you? But that's the thing. I don't think they did, because that wasn't what the game was initially, and it has changed since they were let go and then asked to come back. But we, you know, for all we know, a lot of them voice actors might have just decided not to come back because they've got work elsewhere now, and they understand that how Snowbreak's been going, that maybe potentially that's not going to be work that's going to be sustainable for them. You know, at the end of the day, VA work is probably quite a stressful thing, because it's like being an actor in general, isn't it? You know, you're going to be working, it's your own, you know, you're working self-employed. You're probably going to have a lot of downtime in between jobs. So you need to make sure you're picking the right things and be like, okay, this is going to give me a couple of years of work versus this might potentially give me a couple of months of work. And it's different to what I initially signed up to. So, you know. I beat the Dream Lease on the first goal, burned all through all my revives, but I did it. Hey, let's go. Some assholes only want femboys and twinks. Wait, I think I diverted my bad. That's all good, dude. It's all good. Let me just check something here a second.
Yo, today again we're
Oh, we checked that out, didn't we?
you wanna be ready.
All right, let's check this out. Let's check this out from Steorg as well, shall we? You need to do this before getting Changli. What do we need to do, Steorg? Do we need to like know everything before she comes out, and then we get everything done in an hour or two, and then we're like bored with the game again? Because I'm not going to be doing that, but maybe something else.
Yo, I know that you wanna be ready for Shangli, and today, as always, I'm not gonna waste your time. This is
Dude,
going
I'm
to
ready.
be a
Look at that, I'm ready. You know, that's all I need to see. I'm ready.
preparation guide for Shangli, like things that you need to get from the game, characters that you need to build, and important things to be ready for when the character drops. By the way, this is not an in-depth.
See, as I said, you know, not taking anything away from people that do that, but I don't like to do that too much for me personally. I'm not going to nothing against people prepping and pre-prepping for characters and building all the characters ready and trying to figure out everything about the kit so they can be like day one, they can be like, right, let's just build them and be as efficient as possible. And I get, you know, if you don't have all the time in the world, not saying that I do, but you know, if you want to be a bit more efficient with your time, totally understand that. But I definitely prefer to be a little bit more like, you know what? I'm going to wait for the character to drop. I'm going to learn the character's kit. I'm going to learn how best to use them for me, not the best min-max way to use them. And I'm going to then go and farm materials. I think because I enjoy Wuthering Waves enough that I don't mind spending a bit of time to do that farming side of things as the character drops and take a little bit more time to learn everything and then build it. Because I think you just enjoy the game a little bit more there, in my opinion. You know, it's instead of being like, right, I know how the character works. I know exactly what I've got everything ready for her. I've got all the mats farmed, and within a couple of hours of her being out, I'm going to be maxed out. Everything's going to be, you know, I'm going to be done. And then you clear a bit of content and you're like, right, off onto the next game. And then you're back 2 days later saying, man, they've got no content on the game. Which is totally fine way to play. I'm not against that. It's just for me, it just, you know, I like to take my time a little bit more.
Guide about her. I will drop the Shangli guide tomorrow, but today let's talk about something that you need to prepare for. First, for the teams,
Okay.
we know that Shangli can work in a lot of ways. You can use her as a main DPS, and you can literally use a lot of characters with her as a sub DPS. You can use Sanhua, you can use Yinlin, even hybrid Genshin can work, and also you can use Shangli as a character, secondary character, and you can use her with another fusion character like Encore or Shisa, because she has like,
Yeah, I was going to say, just the fact of the fusion situation, she's going to be good with Shisha and Encore. Probably Encore's going to be a really good setup with her, isn't he? Just like, as an assumption, as I say, don't really know her kit that well, but I just think that's how it's going to work. What is he said? Incoming resonator has fusion damage amplified by 20% and resonance liberation damage. Yeah, so she's gonna be great with a fusion character then. So
a buff for these characters. The best support
should be
for
really
her
good.
will
Should be really good for Shia then, won't she?
always be Verena, and Genshin also can work. But also,
Well, Verena's good for everybody, as we were talking about in the previous video, until we get somebody who can do what Verena does. Verena's good for every freaking team. You know, she just does her job perfectly across all teams. And we need another character that's going to, like, compete with Verena. One that's going to compete across the board with every team like Verena does. But I also want to see more sustained support roles coming in that really make particular team builds way better. They're a little bit more specified, but really good at what they do. And I want to see something like Verena. And, you know, shit needs to happen kind of quick as well, actually.
any other support can help. Shangli is going to be a sword user, and if you have the 5-star sword, which you should since we had the selector, it's very good on her. And if you don't want to get her weapon, it's okay because this sword is going to be good. If you don't have this sword, her weapon is going to be the best for her. Now let's talk about the Ascension materials and the things that you need to get for her to be ready to max her from day one. First, we're going to talk about the levels, then we're going to talk about the talents. Now the first thing is
See, again, like I say, I suppose it's just how you play the game differently. I suppose if you just want to hit into combat. But I'm not necessarily too bothered about getting a max out day one. I probably will do it pretty quickly just because I've been farming plenty in the game. But I'm not too worried about doing that, if I'm honest. I really don't mind, because to me, that's all in the fun of the game. But then again, everybody plays things differently.
you need the rings, which you can get from the exiles. You will need 4 green ones, 12 of the blue ones, 12 of the purple ones, and
Okay, so this video is pretty much just farm prepping, isn't it?
if you can get her 290, you will need 4 of the yellow ones. Now, of course, you want to defeat a boss so you can level up Shangli, and the boss is obviously going to be Inferno Rider. And you will need 46 Rage Tacet cores. Now, any character will need a type of flower, so it's going to be called a Pavoplum or something like that. And it's also around the Inferno Rider. This is the location. We have like 15 on the map.
That is the one material that probably I think is, for, you know, will pre-prep. Well, I'll say I will. I haven't. But you know, I understand that totally, because like, you know, that can take a while to get there, and you've got your daily limits, and then you're gonna have to go into your solvents and stuff. So you know, that's fair.
And they're close to each other. You can go to another person's world and you can get more flowers, or you can buy them from the pharmacy and you basically get 30 from the start. With all of that, you will need 170,000 credits to get her to level 90. Of course, if you can't get her to level 90, you can farm a little less than that. Now let's talk about the Forte and what do you need to max
This is where shit gets expensive. This is where shit gets real expensive.
her out here. Again, we will need the rings. You will need 25 of the green ones, 28 of the blue ones, 40 of the purple ones, and 57 of the gold ones. That will need some farming. And now since
What is it? I think it works out to like 430k or something for the top 5 abilities.
Shangli is a sword user, you will need to farm this forgery challenge. As you see, a lot of things are in the Sea of Flames, and you will need those materials. Not only that, you can get more rings here. You will need 25 of the green ones, 28 of the blue ones, 55 of the purple ones, and 67 of the yellow ones. Now for the weekly boss, Shangli's weekly boss will be the new boss Jouet, and if you want to max her out, you will need 26 daggers. With all of that, you will need
That's where the time comes in for your characters, is when you're needing to farm the weeklies, because it can take take a hot minute.
2,300,000 credits for that. Of course, this is not counting if you get her signature weapon, because that's gonna cost more. Anyway, if you don't subscribe now, you're gonna lose your 50-50. Bye bye.
Well, I'm glad I'm subscribed because I you know, I think it's going to happen, man. I'm going to lose my 50-50. All right, yeah, that's a video that doesn't necessarily interest me that much. You know, at the end of the day, it is what it is. You'll know what you got to farm once you get the character. You know, I suppose pre-farming the boss materials for ascendancy and all that sort of stuff, you know, is a little bit more important to do, but yeah. You know what 50-50 is? It's just basically when you lose the banner. So say when Chang-Li comes out, say you get to, you do all your pulls, and you pull fucking, I don't know, let's say Danjin, you pull her who's on screen, you lost your 50-50. So you get there's a 50% chance that you get the character on the banner, and there's a 50% chance that you get one of the other 5 stars in the banner, which will usually be about 5 or 6 of them. And I pretty much lost all my 50-50s as well. Alright, I want to check out this video as well. Because the title got me. The title piqued my interest. It piqued my interest. Are Wuthering Waves designs bland? Honest thoughts and opinions. Interested to see what they got to say. Because personally, I don't think so. I think they're actually quite intriguing and interesting designs, if I'm honest. They might not be the most bright and popping designs, but I think that's just down to the way the visual and artistic style of Wuthering Waves is. But obviously, that's a subjective thing. You might not necessarily see that artistic style as something that's not bland, I guess. So, yeah, let's see what he's got to say.
Now, I want to make this video because I've seen many complaints on Wuthering Waves' character designs. Well, no
I haven't, actually. I don't think I have really seen much complaint. The only sort of, then again, I don't necessarily delve deep into the community in that regard. With the 2 new characters that are coming out, I've seen a lot of people saying they look bland. I forgot the girl's name, but I don't think she looks bland at all. I think she looks fucking awesome, personally. I do think the guy looks pretty bland now, and it's not in his design, it's just in the colour palette. But like I said, I know this game's a little bit more subdued in that, but he is just pretty much like white with a little bit of blue. He does look very bland in that regard. I will agree with that. But I don't think the characters overall look bland. There's a couple of characters I guess kind of look a little bit more simple design, so I suppose you could argue they look a little bit bland. But when I look at characters like Jinsei, Yinlin, Jian, Calcharo, even characters like Xia, I guess Xia's quite generic, but I don't think she's bland. You know, Baiji, I guess maybe you could argue that Baiji's a little bit plain looking, but I wouldn't say bland because I think she looks hot. Obviously this is a total subjective take, and these are just opinions and thoughts, as the title says. But yeah, just bouncing off that. But yeah,
not exactly the designs, but the color palette of the designs, right?
Okay, that's definitely, in my opinion, that's a fair opinion to have. You know, it's a wrong opinion. No, I agree with that because I think the designs of the characters, obviously subjective opinion, I think they're amazing. But I can see some people maybe actually saying that, you know, thinking copium, thinking that actually is a thing in terms of design, I suppose, because the game is a little bit less comic book style than something like Star Rail or Genshin. So I think they're a little bit more muted. Is probably a good way to describe him, isn't he?
Hoyo shills, okay, that comes off as too toxic. Hoyo stands and
it's toxic, but he's not wrong.
Hoyo enjoyers love to say that WuWa designs are mid and aren't any.
I don't think that's like a stan way to describe that opinion from Hoyo. I'm not saying there isn't Hoyo Andes and Genshin Andes, But I think that's just an artistic preference that Genshin does have that more of cutesy, cartoony look, and they are a lot more bright and colourful. So of course your preference is going to be for that, and Kuro, well, Wuthering Waves doesn't necessarily have that. You know,
anywhere near as, what should I say, like alive. And I don't think these people understand that we're in the middle of like an apocalyptic world. So like nobody has like these shining, super bright, saturated colors. But I wanted to bring this this topic up because I think I've realized exactly why they think this way. So I actually realized this literally the first day I played this game.
well, I'd say, you know, might be a hot take here, but maybe it's a preference. There's probably a small part they've just got a stupid bias because of like their Andes, and that's going to be like, you know, a decent amount because of a massive Genshinese and massive Hoyoese. But I'd imagine it's probably, you know, hot take. It's just a preference, really. That's
I
probably
noticed it
why.
because people were complaining on Twitter. I'm like, what exactly is making people dislike WuWa's character outfits design so much compared to Hoyo's? Because I really couldn't understand it, and I also thought there's something about these outfit designs that is a bit off, not in a bad way, but in a way that I wasn't used to because I came from Hoyo's games. And I realized that after looking through character after character after,
You know, like, to me, when you go back to, just flick back to Yinlin, to me, she looks great. She's colourful. Like, I don't think you can describe Yinlin as bland at all, in my opinion. Obviously, preference, you might look at her and go, fuck no, dude, that's totally bland. Of course, that's your opinion. But I just don't think she is. She's got, like, nice contrasting colours. Her hair's bright. Her eyes are great. You know, the whole design, I think, is incredible, in my opinion. You know, like characters like Jian, maybe a little bit more muted, but still incredibly popping. The colour of his hair, the contrasting, the darks and the brights. But I think it's safe to say that most Hoyo characters are a little bit more colourful. But as again, I don't think that necessarily means bland. Again, that's a preference. But I think if you try and look at it maybe more from a less your own opinion standpoint, I think it's just a different artistic style, isn't it, really? Which, of course, art is preference altogether. You know, we all like different things visually. But I do think the characters are bright, are colourful, are, like, you know, well designed. It's just a different artistic style altogether, which could be argued, I guess, is a little bit more on the I don't want to say the mature side of things, but, you know, more on that darker, more maybe edgier kind of design, which I guess, you know, the word you're probably looking for there is maybe less colourful, so maybe bland. I don't know, you know?
character after character after character, I looked at Verena and I was like, wait, this kind of reminds me of a Hoyo design. Why is that? Why does it?
Yeah, definitely. I think Verena is very much a Hoyo design. I still think if she was a Hoyo character, though, she'd have some element to her outfit there that would really, really pop. Because she is quite, you know, she's a tone of greens, and she's all like kind of a tone of green. But she definitely is a more Hoyo type of a design character for sure.
This reminds me of a Hoyo design. And it's a very simple answer. You'll notice that almost every character...
See, like, Danjin to me, as well, pops. Just look at Calcharo. Dude might be, I guess you could argue, bland in comparison to some of the male characters in the Hoyo games. But let's face it, well, at least in Genshin, he's not a twink, no. Look at him. Dude's a straight Giga Chad. Looks like Dollar Store Sephiroth. It's Sephiroth at home. I think he looks badass as fuck. And I don't think characters need to be colourful to not be bland. Obviously, subjective again. But, bro, dude looks fucking sick, man, if you ask me.
Character in this game has a lot of...
Again, Morphe, I think he looks pretty cool. He looks like your typical anime 30-plus-year-old kind of character. You know, that's, again, not super popping in colour. But again, this is the artistic design of the game. The characters are a little bit more... I don't like to use the word mature, but I guess that's the only word I can really think of in that sense, that it's not a dark game, but it's darker, isn't it?
black. like a good significant portion.
You know, you can't tell me that Encore isn't like colourful and Hoyo-esque as well, and Yang Yang as well. To me, she's bright and colourful. I know it's blue against black, but it's a contrasting colour palette, isn't it? It pops, in my opinion.
Of their outfit is just straight up.
No, beigey, a little bit more. I guess maybe bland in terms of the colour palette, but she doesn't look bland to me.
Black. And I think this is what
I'll agree there. There is a lot of black used in the designs. That's a fair take, an objective take. There's a lot of black used in the designs. I can see that.
Throws people off so much.
And come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. That ain't bland.
Is if you look at Genshin
That ain't bland.
designs, they have way less black, right? And when they do have black, they're usually like saturated blacks. Like you can
Well, let's face it, man. Genshin is designed for 15-year-old mentally ill girls, isn't it? You know? So,
tell it's a different color still. So it still comes off as very saturated and bright, and you can tell the color. But in this game, the colors are a lot less
joking, by the way, Genshin fans, joking.
saturated. And there's a lot more black in the outfit design. And I realized, like, oh, so this is likely why people are complaining, right? I'm not completely sure. Maybe some other people have more nitpicky things about the design, but
I think this is something that'll change as well. I think some of this might be down to the fact of the country that we're in as well at the moment. We haven't had the time as well within Wuthering Waves to go to the different places in the world. So I think we're going to have different areas in Wuthering Waves that are going to be a little bit more bright, you know, different cultures. They're going to wear different clothes, and I think the characters that we're going to pull for in banners are going to represent that a little bit more as well. I do agree what he says, though. You know, there is a lot more blacks in the game at the moment, and probably less contrast in terms of that. Or should I say less colours in the palette, because there is definitely contrast, because black contrasts pretty much with every colour, doesn't it, unless it's another dark colour. But yeah, maybe it's just down to the fact of we've only had Jin Zhao really as the area as well yet. Like, we're going to probably get a lot more variety as we branch out into other nations within the world.
I genuinely think the general reason why people don't favor WuWa's designs coming from Hoyo games is that they are less colorful, right? They're less colorful, they're less bright.
That's fair, but at the same time, though, do we want them all to look like Hoyo games? I don't think we do. Like, you know, there's an argument to be made, I'd like a bit of colour, and I think there are some characters that have it, and we'll, as I said, again, we'll probably get more variety in that and less blacks and more popping colour palettes and stuff. But I think it's fair as well that they're trying to take a slightly different direction, which is totally fine. We don't want the game to just look like Genshin, but with better combat. I know there's arguments that the game kind of looks like Genshin, but from an artistic standpoint, it really doesn't.
They're less, well, I already said less colorful. It's the same as less saturated. And they have a lot more black implemented into them, right? It's just something I noticed, and I think it's such a stupid complaint, though, because, like, you need to understand that these are different worlds, right? Like,
I wouldn't say necessarily it's a stupid complaint, because I think at the end of the day, it's a preference. You know, people can have a preference and be like, I don't like more darker themes, and I want there to be more colour in there. I think that's totally a fair. It depends on how you make the complaint and whether you start just bitching around forums and stuff. That's different. But I think to say, like, look, I want more colour in my game, I think that's fair. But I think if everything has colour, this is what I was talking about before regarding sexy characters coming out and 5 stars. At the end of the day, if they're all sexy 5-star characters, then are the sexy 5-star characters that special anymore? Where if we get like some 4 stars in between and we get some characters that are a little bit more, I don't know what the word is I'm looking for, but, you know, less sex appeal to them, it's going to make the next banner that comes out where we've got this super sexy character that's maybe a bit more bright out. They're going to look a little bit more special, aren't they? It's finding that balance, though, where I think that's where they need to get more 4-star characters coming out in the game that go into other banners potentially, or just some 4-star banners that, you know, they're going to make a little bit less money on, but makes the next banner look a lot better.
Hoyo is like this amazing fantasy world where you go on adventures and get your superpowers, and while WuWa's story is similar, the actual like world surrounding
I like his little voice he put on there for describing Genshin. Did Genshin hurt you, dude?
it isn't, right? Like, from what we know, the rover has been here before, and he like lost his memories from who knows what, right? But he's like this really...
I think I'm gonna guess his memories was taken for some specific reason that we're gonna find out later on. But there's no denying that the story within Wuthering Waves is tropey, as you know, as it is in Genshin. You know, we're kind of we're less of the chosen one in that regards because we've already been there, but we kind of are the chosen one and that sort of stuff. There's no denying it. It's a trope. And I don't have an issue with tropes. I like tropes. I love fantasy. I love sci-fi. And I love myself a good trope, I do. That's one thing I do quite like about Xenolis. It feels a little bit less tropey in that sense of that your two characters that you play as are not necessarily anything special. They just happen to come across an AI that's made them better at what they do in terms of the criminal underworld within that universe, which I quite like about that. But yeah, I don't think Wuthering Waves has a special, unique way of storytelling that brings it to the forefront better than what Genshin does. In fact, I'd probably say so far, at least for the middle of 1.0, the story wasn't brilliant. But it's got nothing special to it or unique.
Really strong dude, but it seems like an apocalypse happened in this game.
It was a lament, wasn't he?
And so these outer regions, which is what we're in right now, I believe the main city is called like Huanglong right now. This is only like one city outside of the main actual like meat and potatoes of the story, like the main region. And this city has just been ravaged by the apocalypse, right? So there's only like a little bit left, right? Like these are the outskirts. There's only a few people, like a few groups of people. The city isn't that huge or bustling with life, right? And I think the characters actually greatly reflect that. And
that's a fair point. You know, the characters do reflect the world that they're in. And at the end of the day, if you're going to create a consistently artistic design within a world, from an artistic point of view, that makes sense. But from a gaming point of view as well, you shouldn't get too tied to consistency regarding, let's say, canon of the world when you're creating a gacha game. Because in my opinion, you're going to lose a little bit there. I think that shouldn't get too tied to that design aesthetic because overall, it will then make the roster look blander. You can make, like I said, we can make things look really good and colourful and still be tied to a reflection of the world, but just not get too tied to it.
At first, I will admit it, when I first started WuWa, I thought the designs were worse because I simply wasn't used to it, right? I was so used to Hoyo games and the extremely saturated.
I didn't get that at all. I didn't.
And colored palettes that I was like, you know, they're good, but I wouldn't put them over Hoyos. But with the recent releases of Changli and Jinshi, my mind's completely changed, right? Now, sure, I guess my mind didn't completely change because I still think...
Dude saw them titties on Changli and was just like, whoa, I'm sold.
Some of the outfit designs aren't as cool as Hoyo's, right? But I still think for Changli and Jinshi in specific, there's not a single person's design in Genshin that I'd take over Jinshi or Changli.
Maybe over Jinshi, but I really like Jinshi. I like the way, I love the way she looks. In fact, I do. But I just really like Jinshi as a character. Like I like her a lot. I think she's a really good addition to the roster in her attitude, the way she's this dignified ruler that's willing to sacrifice herself for a people. And I know that's nothing unique. It's been done a million times over in fantasy and sci-fi and whatever. But I just think she's a really cool character. Now, Changli, I think personally, is one of the best looking waifus in any gacha game that we've ever had. And I know people all have subjective different opinions on that, of course, and be like, you know, oh, look at this character that's ultra sexy. But I just think she's like the evolution in the design, because just her face, just everything about her, man. I just think she's fucking, obviously this is preference and a subjective opinion, right? I think she's like almost like the new version, the 2.0 waifu, and she looks fire.
I think the only one is Sino, and it's because I'm a lot of you don't know this, right? when I was a kid, the main mythology that I used to delve into and like read books about was Egyptian mythology.
Okay, I like it. I like it. I respect that. You gotta love a bit of Egyptian canon. I am an Egyptian enjoyer myself.
And Sino has like this Anubis outfit design that I just find badass, right? I've always found the Egyptian mythological gods really, really badass. Same with...
Dude, they are, aren't they? Like, it sucks that we don't like have that sort of belief in the pantheons anymore. You know, like the Egyptian pantheons and the Roman and the Greek. Like, that shit was... Man, no, that's when gods were badass, weren't they? You know? Like, legit badass.
The Greek ones. And it's like... So, I just don't care that much about Genshin designs anymore, other than Sino. As for Honkai Star Rail, I think... I can't say the same for Honkai Star Rail, right? Because I think, especially when it comes to men, Aventurine clears anyone in this game, like, easy.
I don't agree with that, personally. I think Cal Charo, in my opinion, obviously this is opinion, he's not wrong. My opinion, Cal Charo and Jian, two of the best looking male characters in pretty much any gacha game. There's ones I haven't played, so I can't comment on, but I think they just look fucking epic. They are like true RPG, anime, like Giga Chad characters that look badass, especially Cal Charo. Cal Charo is just, I think he's such a cool design. Obviously, dude looks like Sephiroth, so you're going to get points there. And for me, pretty much every character in Genshin, not in Star Rail, because the male characters are a lot better in that. All the male characters in Genshin just look like twinks, man. You know, they just look like teenage, early 20-year-old, like, effeminate dudes, which I don't care about that, but they don't look badass, where, like, the dudes in this game look like actual, like, badass dudes, and they do in Star Rail as well. I think the male characters in this game are really good, actually, specifically Cal Charo and Jian. Morphe's a cool-looking character as well, and Alto's cool-looking also. But yeah, I think Jian and Cal Charo are cool-looking characters.
Easily for me, right? Jing Yuan as well. I think HSR has some of the best designs ever in gacha.
I agree with that. Star Rail characters, but Star Rail has just got like its artistic design is just top tier. Like, every time I jump into Star Rail, even though its fidelity is not like, you know, we talked about this before, there's games that are like top tier graphics, your Spider-Mans, your God of Wars, but in terms of artistic design, like Star Rail, every time I jump into it, I'm just like, dude, this game is gorgeous. And I'll get that same thing with Wuthering Waves as well. Genshin's a beautiful game also. But yeah, Star Rail just has an incredible art design team working on it.
It's ruined by the fucking power creep in that game.
Yeah,
but anyways,
I think it's harder to get away from the power creep in Star Rail just because it's a turn-based game. That there's you really don't have much control in other than doing things in the right order and putting your teams together. Power creep is a massive thing in Star Rail, and it's kind of one of the big things that makes me play it less, because I feel like FOMO is a real thing in that game, and if there's a real world of haves and have-nots, and I know that's going to be a thing in this. It's a gacha game at the end of the day, but I definitely feel like, obviously, mechanical skill is a major part of this game. And I just hope that Kuro was smart with the power creep. There's going to be power creep, but if they do it right, you know, a rising tide lifts all ships kind of thing. I've spoke about this before. If they do it right, it won't be a major problem. Let's hope it's not. It probably will, but let's hope it's not.
I would say Aventurine and Jing Yuan for the men. And then for the woman, I'd say Acheron. Yeah, Acheron's the only one.
Yeah, she's a cool looking
in Genshin, there's one character I like better than Wuthering Waves, and in Honkai Star Rail, there's 3. And, you know, that's not a good sign for them, because you need to understand, HSR is going into 2.4 now, and Genshin is...
I wouldn't necessarily say that's not a good sign for them. I think that's totally, obviously, it's his preference, it's subjective. There's a lot of people that would absolutely say the majority of the characters in those 2 games look better than the characters within this game. One, they've got a larger roster, so there's probably going to be more characters that are going to appeal to more people. And there's that fan bias that's been there a while. I do think we're going to have amazing looking characters in this game. We've already got them, but I don't think you can say that, oh, it's bad for them because you think characters look better, because that's just your point of view, isn't it, really?
It's in like 4 point something. WuWa is still in 1.1, right? Like the only limited 5-star dude we've had so far.
Then we got a fellow Wuthering Waves Andy here. Respect my guy.
Was Jian, and Zhang Liao is gonna be free. So I know a lot of people call Zhang Liao a 4-star. I still don't believe that. I
think he's probably going to be a weaker 5-star. If they're giving away free and he was specifically designed to be a free character, I think that's why he looks quite bland, because there's no desire to want to push for him. So that probably makes sense of the way he's designed, because you're getting him for free. They're not going to give away a Chang-Li for free at the end of the day, are they? It's, you know, it ain't going to happen. Or a Jinxie, you know, because that's why he's been given away for free. So it might represent in the way he performs as well. But there's nothing wrong with that. The game needs more 4-stars. I'm totally fine with it. And I'd rather them just be 4-stars in name if they're going to perform like a 4-star. Not saying he's going to, but, you know, if that was the case.
If his outfit design is the best in terms of portraying his abilities and like his personality as a whole. But
I don't necessarily know if that's true. I don't know how his personality is going to be portrayed, or even his abilities. His arm works with his abilities, but I think he still could look a little bit better personally. I don't think he's the best design, honestly. And obviously this is all personal preference and subjective opinions, but I genuinely don't think out of the characters, he's kind of a weak design, if you ask me.
But I have confidence in Kuro that the further down we get in the game, the more and more sick the designs are going to be for the dudes.
I agree with that as well. I agree with
the
that.
girls, right?
Yeah.
Like if you look at PGR, please look at PGR designs, right?
Yeah.
You don't
I was going to say, after Graham Fields come in my chat a bunch of times, like, check this character, check that character. PGR have some insane looking characters. They really do.
even have to play the game. Just look at the designs for some of the villains and the characters. Like, it's fucking crazy, man. If they even implemented like a fraction of that level into WuWa, I know it would go crazy, man.
And I think we will as well. Again, once we start getting to the different nations and the different themes and cultures, I think we're going to see that. What you got to take at the moment, we're getting majority of these characters, apart from, I think, Calcharo at the minute, and some of the other characters, they're all based within this part of the story of Wuthering Waves. So they're all going to, again, we were talking about the post-apocalyptic thing earlier, they're going to kind of reflect where they are set and where they're coming into the game. Of course, if you go to other areas that are going to be brighter and going to have different aesthetics, the characters are probably going to reflect those as well. So they are going to have a variation to them.
Man, like Alpha, oh my god. I hope they add her for the anniversary of this game, because it'd just be so fucking badass, right?
This dude's Kumin.
So, yeah, I mean, just a quick video on my opinion on why people think the designs of WuWa are bland, when I think there's a charm to it. I don't think they're bland. They're just not as colorful and as bro, why is my game lagging? As colorful or as saturated as Hoyo's, right? I make this argument often, but people need to understand, just because you've had this one experience with one thing doesn't mean the other thing is it's to the extreme, right? I mentioned this with Jinchi and WuWa, where while it is different, the concept is the same, right? Where Gion has the easiest kit in the entire game.
Agreed.
And so people were like, well, yeah, Jinchi's the strongest DPS, but Gion is the easiest DPS. And it's like, just because Gion is the easiest doesn't mean that Jinchi is difficult, right?
Agreed. Exactly what I said. I hated saying the word, saying that she's complex, because she's not, but in comparison, she's more complex. And that's a perfect analogy in the sense that Wuthering Waves isn't bland, but if you compare it to maybe Genshin, you'd probably look at it and go, well, the only word I can use to describe it is it's more bland than this one, because it's less of that. That doesn't mean it's bland. It just means in comparison, look at heats, this thing might be red hot and this thing's only fucking gonna burn you. They're both fucking hot, Terrible analogy, but kind of makes sense.
And then for this, I mean to say, to translate it, right? Just because Genshin's designs are the most colorful and bright doesn't mean that WuWas are bad, right? Or that they're desaturated or bland. Like that's not how it works, right? I think we just weren't used to it because Hoyo had like this monopoly on gacha games for so long, and so we were so used to all of their designs and the way they did designs. So
I think as well, like, obviously a lot of it's just preferences from people's opinions and such, but I think some people who are maybe, let's say, Andy's, it's one part of Wuthering Waves that you can genuinely make a coherent argument, and that, you know, you could actually look at and go, well, that's not crazy, because you can see the difference visually right away. So I think there is a factor that there as well, but I think it's totally a fair argument to make for people to make. You know, it's at the end of the day, it's just a personal preference, isn't it? It's going back to that video we're talking about with Wuthering Waves and Zenless on Zero, and that dude said why he quit Wuthering for Zenless. They were all just personal preferences, really. There was nothing that was reflected the game's design, if I'm honest.
when we were met with a different standard for design, we were a bit taken aback, I'd like to say. But overall, I think after playing WuWa longer, I definitely do prefer WuWa's designs a lot more. I also think because of the fact that it's on Unreal Engine 4 and this game has significantly better graphics and character models, everything pops more and looks significantly more beautiful, especially when you're in the light. Like
the game definitely has more graphical fidelity and better lighting effects for sure. But once again, I've said this multiple times, fidelity and graphical prowess age a lot faster than good art styles do. And I'm not saying this game doesn't have a good art style, it does. But that's why that there's certain games from 20 years ago that look amazing today, because art style was the main priority over graphics. You know, the God of Wars and the Spider-Man 2s, in 10 years time, you'll look back and be like, man, that's aged a little bit now, because obviously it's only going to be as good as the current technology. And as we advance on technology, you know, it's like when films came out in the early 2000s with a lot of CGI, they looked amazing. Like, holy cow, bro, this is insane. You look back at them now, it looks quite dated. But art style's everlasting. A good art style's everlasting.
this, right? Like, I think, like, just look how beautiful this game is, man. Look at the outfit design, the character animations. I find it so much more. Oh,
Jinxie's gorgeous as well. Like, she's like, I love the whole design of Jinxie. Like, she's almost like this ethereal, like, angelic look to her, and I think that's a really good character design because it kind of represents the way she is as a character as well, and her personality also.
I find it so much more satisfying and just beautiful in general than games like Genshin or Honkai Star Rail, right? And that's not technically Genshin or Honkai Star Rail's fault, right? But I still hold
That's just your
the same
personal
opinion
preference,
for
dude.
the ZZZ characters. In fact, I think the ZZZ characters have some of the least detailed and interesting characters slash models.
I think potentially it could have a good point there, personally, from me. But I think it's because of the small roster at the moment. But I absolutely love the art style of Zenless Zone Zero, and I think when we get more characters that have amazing designs, they're gonna look amazing in that game, because I absolutely love the visual aesthetic and art style of Zenless Zone Zero.
Of any of Hoyo's games. Like, I hate to say it, but for me, that's the truth, right? For others, it may be different, but I just found the
Dude, it's 2024, man. Did you know you're not allowed to have a preference and a freaking opinion? Come on, bro.
ZZZ characters bland for some reason. I really don't know why. I just did, right? Yes, I know it's 1.0, but guess what? WuWa was also on 1.1 and 1.0, so, you know, it's the same shit, really, right? So it's actually pretty nice to compare them. And yes, I'm aware both of them are an open world, but I'm talking about in combat, right? Like, just in general, when you're...
You can compare the art style. Yeah, you can definitely compare the art style and the way they look. That's fair. I see a lot of people comparing Zenless to Wuthering Waves in all the other regards, though, which for me is kind of it's almost in bad faith, because obviously they've come out close together, so people are going to compare them. But the games that you should compare Zenless Zone Zero to, in my opinion, are like Punishing Grey Raven, Solo Leveling Arise, and like Snowbreak Containment Zone, because I feel like that they're a lot more like Zenless, really, where you've got hubs, you go off into instant combat, similar sort of action style combat. They're kind of set up the same way, and that's the best comparisons to make for that game, in my opinion. But yeah, you can definitely compare the visual style. The game doesn't have to be even in the same genre.
actually able to see your characters. I just didn't like ZZZ that much, right? Probably because I was so stressed out about the fucking TVs, but you know.
Dude, the TV system got so many people twisted, didn't he? I understand he, but it just didn't get me like that.
Yeah, that's a thing in itself, right? There's nothing I can really do about that, right? So yeah, quick video on my thoughts on why people blindly hate WuWa's outfit design. Why I used to actually think the same as them when I first started the game, and why it simply isn't true. And it honestly, I truly believe that.
I wouldn't say it isn't true. You know, because again, we're talking about a totally subjective perspective and a preference of a visual art style that's being conveyed to you. That's the thing with art, isn't it? Art can be absolute crap to somebody, you know, a piece of art, and then to somebody else it's thought-provoking, it means something, visually it's appealing, all of the above. It's interesting to see that he felt the same way when the game came out, but he's changed his mind now. So, you know, he should be able to see why other people felt the same. So, yeah, and I think it's total fair take for people to have as well. Totally fair take.
It's just because of Hoyo bias, and we were all.
I definitely think there probably is some of that as well, because I have seen a lot of comments that do show a massive Hoyo bias. But at the same time, though, I think it's fair. It's definitely fair.
Too used to Hoyo's designs. Hope you all have a good day. Hope you all have a great night. Peace.
All right, bro.
I think two people I know, both.
Okay, straight onto a Sticks video there. Yeah, good video that was. Good video from Gambi Maru, small channel. And again, I've seen a lot of people talking about it. For me personally, I think the designs are great. But I can see where people are coming from in regards to the aesthetic and their preference. At the end of the day, it's all based on preference, and just enjoy what you enjoy. And don't try and talk yourself into, you know, don't try and get you, because you can like Wuthering Waves more than you like Genshin, but you can just like the way Genshin looks more. You know, there's plenty of games that I play where I'm like, dude, this game, I prefer this game, but I kind of wish it looked like this game. That's just how it is, and you shouldn't try and talk yourself into, well, no, I like Wuthering Waves, and I've kind of got to tell myself that this looks better, so it justifies me pulling for a banner or something, or putting my time and effort into it. How a game looks is only a small part of what makes a game great. And at the end of the day, it's all about gameplay. If it looks good as well while you're enjoying it, that's a good thing, isn't it? But yeah, I think it's something not to get too wrapped up on, but it's a good video and a good talking point, actually. Wuthering Waves designs bland from Gambi Maru. Do you know what? Let's go drop him a sub, and we'll check out some of his other content in the future. Good video. Good video. Get into some games as well in a bit, boys. It's only been 2 hours we've been live, and we haven't played any video games yet. So, you know, it's not that long, really, considering just lately. Oh, do you know what I do want to check out, though? I do want to check out this. I haven't seen this yet. And I want to see what it's saying. We saw a little bit of it in the background of that other video we were watching, but it's the Changli Resonator Showcase, which I am incredibly excited to watch, actually, because as somebody who is pulling Changli for the way she looks, I'm down to check it out. So let's check it out then. Let's make sure we're in a maximum. Oh, is that it? We ain't got a 1440 or a 4K or a 2K. Come on, Kuro. All right, then, Wuthering Waves Resonator Showcase. Changli seize the initiative. Let's see what our mummy has got to say.
Like Weiqi, everything in the universe follows its own rules.
Dude, again, I'm loving so far the VA for Changli as well. We're definitely going to try out all the other languages in the game as well, which sounds great.
Win with elegance, govern with care. Both demand one's utmost grace and tact. Do you still remember what I taught you?
Yes. To break a stalemate.
First envision the larger play, then adapt accordingly.
Dude, how cool does she look, man? She just looks so cool.
Sometimes, information can be bait to lure your enemies. Second,
Oh, is that when? That's when we were fighting Scar, yeah.
always act to seize the initiative. Turn their schemes against them, and you can drive them into a corner.
Dude, they got like this sort of Jedi, you know, master and apprenticeship vibe going on here, especially with this cloak as she's walking in. She's really giving like the Jedi master vibe to Jinsey, man, and I'm so here for it.
The City Hall has discovered our interference, just
These are not the droids you were looking for.
as the Lord Overseer foresaw. But to send a mere bureaucrat to the capital, it seems the little magistrate's luck has run out.
I don't
It's
even
only a
know.
matter of time before
I don't
the
even
final
know.
wave descends. Any struggle is futile.
Is that so?
Oh, that's cool. This is like the Phoenix kind of theme that she's got, hasn't she? Because I think that's the old oh shit, what is it? The yin yang, the Phoenix and the dragon within Chinese culture, mythology, whatever you want to call it. I could be totally wrong there, but I think.
Third, crush your enemies all at once. Show no mercy. Perish in flames. Throat. Sever.
I wonder if there's some link between Calcharo and Chang-Li then? Just from what she said there when she said sever. Interesting. Dude, her animations look so freaking dope. Nice bit of aerial. Like to see it.
Who is the cage bird now? Be reduced to cinders. From defense to offense.
Bro, she's so epic. She's so epic, man.
Drink. Then, victory will be yours.
I will keep it in mind.
Dude, I love Jinsey as well. Like, she's such a great character.
Jinzhou finds itself in a complex web. What would you do, teacher?
You already know the answer, don't you? And as for the most critical move,
Get your boobs out.
it's already been made. Isn't that right, Rover?
Ooh. Okay. All right. Okay, dude. Absolutely looking fire, man. I love that the scene where she like brings the ring of fire around them and then like just burns off her cloak, almost like the phoenix rising from the ashes, almost, isn't it? Like I definitely think that was meant to allude to that. Dude, she looks so cool. She's so well designed. Like, you know, like going back to what we just watched regarding character designs in the game. She's just got such a good design. Like, she's colorful. She's got intricate, and she just looks great as well. Like, and a move set and all the actual particle effects from her abilities look absolutely great. I can't wait till she drops, man. I'm looking forward to it. Seize the initiative, man. Seize that booba, boys. Seize that booba. Let's go. Watch me lose my 50-50 though, boys. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. We're not gonna get to see those baps, are we? We're just gonna have to see it from the sidelines, lads. I know it's gonna happen, man. Maybe it'll be open your wallet time. You know? Open your wallet time picks. It's time to open it up. Alright, let's check out this video from Sticks, then we're gonna jump into some Throne and Liberty. Another video from Sticks. Always like to check out his content in the gacha space. Got a lot of good stuff. Tragic news, shutdowns, Wuthering Waves, Azure Premilia, Arknights, Enfield, Nevernis to Evanis. It's gonna be another news update video. Let's update me, Sticks.
Sticks, and welcome back to your weekly gacha recap, a video series where I go over the latest news, pre-registrations, test phases, new releases, juicy drama, everything that happened in the gacha genre over the course of the last week.
Give me the juice.
One easy to digest format. If this is your first time here, consider subscribing
as well. You definitely agree. Go check out Sticks. Show him some love. Subscribe. He's got his main channel as well, MMO Bites. Well, really, at the minute, Sticks has become his main channel because he's pumping out a ton of content. There's just more content in the gacha space than there is in the MMO space at the moment, and I think there always will be, because let's face it, the MMO space, in terms of giving us anything real interesting to look at, it's not been great, although we got thrown a liberty at the minute. But yeah, definitely check him out, drop a sub.
Into the channel, hitting that little bell notification, that way you remain up to date with every single thing that I post, and I post every day. Do not miss out. Now, we have a lot to talk about, so let's just go ahead and jump right in.
All right, let's do it. A fellow Kuma as well, fellow Kuma.
Let's start this off with the games that are shutting down first. Artery Gear Fusion.
Okay, never heard of it, so maybe that makes sense that it's shutting down. I'm assuming this is just full on mobile, yet never even heard of this game.
Is entering maintenance mode the same day as JP. Since the global launch of Artery Gear Fusion, we have gone through many updates and improvements together. We sincerely thank you all for your enduring support.
Dude, I don't know why, because I saw however the Friday's Battleship must dock eventually. That's just making me think of that Normian game. I can't wait to check that out, man. Just the idea of playing as space mecha waifu transforming girls into like giant mecha machines. I'm so here for it.
And love for Artery Gear Fusion, memories of the exhilarating trials, the battles against puppet invasions, and the interactions with the Artery Gears are still fresh in our minds. These moments will be forever cherished in the vast universe. However, the game will receive its final update on July 18th. There will be no further content updates made.
See, like when they're doing that, is there going to be actually any banners? I don't know what this game's about at all. Like, I'm assuming it's a gacha game, but I don't. If you're going to release a banner in a gacha game that's like, hey, do you want to buy this stuff? Oh, by the way, this is the last update. You're probably not going to get many people buying it, though, are you? I don't know, though. It might not even be a gacha game.
The game will remain online.
Never heard of it.
For the foreseeable future until they inevitably shut it down permanently. Joining Artery Gear Fusion is Dragonair Silent Gods. This is actually a game I did 3 sponsored videos on because it was actually kind of fun. Apparently, the game is shutting down on September 16, 2024. Okay,
I'm going to assume this is another gacha game. Never heard of it. I think the gacha space, oh man, it's an incredibly, it's a hard space to really break into. It's incredibly competitive. The gaming spaces in general, making live service games is hard, especially in the gacha space. You know, there's only so much money to get spread out. And yeah, there's only so much time, let alone only so much money. So I think it's an incredibly hard space to do well in, isn't it?
I feel like this game was actually kind of popular. My video got like 150,000 views. There were tons of people playing it. I knew content creators that to this day were still covering it. So this is kind of out of left field. Honkai Star Rail confirmed that they are holding one of the biggest collaborative events in gacha history. They are collabing in the 3rd quarter of 2025, mind you. That's an entire year away. That is crazy.
Interesting. Didn't hear about this at all. That is a long time away. Why would they even announce that now? That's like, people will forget about that by the time that comes around. That's crazy. That's like coming Q3 2025. That's like a year, more than a year away. Well, a year away.
It is so far away. They're collabing with none other than Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works, which means in Honkai Star Rail, we might get Saber, we might get Ren, we might get any of the incredible looking characters.
Is that going to be, I should imagine it's simulator universe and event stuff, yeah? Or is it they're going to link it into the story somehow?
From the game, maybe Archer or Lancer. I can't wait. If this isn't reason enough to get into the game, I don't know what is. Path to Nowhere released their 2nd anniversary event trailer. I honestly didn't even know it was at that 2-year anniversary point, but holy crap, it's actually been out for 2 years. And
another game, dude. I think I have only got like into the surface level of the gacha space, if I'm honest. Again, I'm assuming this is a gacha game. Never heard of it. A lot of these games are mobile games, aren't they? And unless a game's really on PC as well, I'm not interested, if I'm honest. So I suppose if it is straight mobile, it's not going to come up on my radar at all.
Still manages to make hundreds of thousands of dollars every single month, which is crazy. Kudos to them. I'm glad to see your game is still doing well. Arknights is holding their 4.5 year anniversary live stream. This is beginning July 27th. Oh my God. Okay, 4.5 years. I've only been playing Arknights for 2 years, but that's less than half of its life. Wow. Make sure you participate in both of these anniversary events if you want all those juicy polls.
Looking forward to Enfield though.
The juicy characters, the juicy rewards. Additionally, this is not concerning Arknights, rather Arknights Enfield. I'm gonna have a dedicated video on this in the next couple days, but it turns out someone close to Hypergriff told the author for an article over on weishin.qq.com that Arknights Enfield is scheduled to launch globally around mid-2025, or maybe not even globally, just that it plans to launch around mid-2025. Wow. Okay. Neverness to Everness is a brand new gacha game that was announced from the developers of Tower Fantasy. I know there are a lot of people that are there are plenty of people that are excited for it, and then there are people that are definitely on the fence about it because
I think it's fair if you played a lot of Tower Fantasy and you don't like the game, still haven't yet to play. I think that's totally fair to be not very optimistic about the game and expecting it to, you know. Or I think looking at what they showed us in that game, oh man, I don't see why, if you're into this space, that you wouldn't have some excitement for that game, other than maybe looking at the combat thinking it doesn't look the best combat. I thought it looked pretty good, actually, if you ask me. But everything else about the game, in my opinion, looked great. Like the waifus look great, the environment looks great, the design. You can freaking do up freaking Porsches and drive around a city. I thought the combat looked quite good. I love the premise of like this supernatural, the way that it like went into that supernatural, otherworldly dimension state kind of thing. Looked really cool. Like the game looks really good, actually. An amazing gameplay reveal, in my opinion.
Because of the damage that they did with Tower Fantasy. I think the game looks good. I think it looks promising. If the devs listen to the feedback from players, I think it is going to be imperative to the game's overall success, because they do not want to fall into the pitfall that they fell into when they did Tower of Fantasy. They ignored all of us global players.
Well, it looks like they've actually replied to him. Yeah, if that is actually the devs, NTE official. I'd appreciate the insightful feedback. We look forward to working with you, Sticks, and other content creators to build an ongoing dialogue and make the game better. See you on the Discord. That's it. I think that's one thing we, as well, us in the West, in global, we want a little bit more reaction from devs in regards to things that we're wanting in the games, because obviously a lot of the devs do tend to just listen to China because that's where they make all the money, and I don't judge them for that. But obviously if you're not in China, it kind of sucks that things aren't actually acted upon because we're not seen as that important. That's one thing that I'm really happy to see with Kuro. It seems like they're listening to the global audience a lot more as well, which Hoyo don't really tend to do. So hopefully that's the thing that they do, that they take on board all criticisms and feedback from around the world.
There's all those global content creators that were telling them, no, don't do that, don't, please, God. And then they did it, and they, I mean, you know, Tower Fantasy and success speaks for itself. Before we discuss anything else, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible patrons over on Patreon and my YouTube channel members who allow for me to continue to do dedicated videos like this every single day. You guys are phenomenal. I can't thank you all enough for the support, and let's keep talking. Horizon Walker is a brand new South Korean gacha that is probably the most degenerate gacha I've seen outside of Nornium. I post my reaction to this over on my Sticks Clips channel. I urge you to go ahead and take a look at
we might have to check this out.
that if you haven't already. I really need this game globally because it's just the most degenerate game you've ever seen. The things you can do with your waifus, seriously. Girls Frontline 2 has
That's got to be saying something, because I think freaking Snowbreak is insane in that regard.
officially opened their global website. They've pushed out a global video. The game is finally launching globally. It's unconfirmed when yet, but I mean, hey, it's coming. Speaking of anniversary events, Punishing Grey Raven is celebrating.
We need to get back on PGR, actually. We started playing a little bit of it. We've only played a little bit, but I do want to check out more.
Their 3rd year anniversary. My God, that's actually very impressive. I love Punishing Grey Raven. I love Arknights, and I'm thoroughly enjoying Path to Nowhere. So, I mean, these games are all doing incredibly well, and we're gonna get to reap the rewards of all of these anniversary events at the same time. How are we supposed to find time for all of them, though? GOGA Journey to the Qifeng is starting its closed beta test now, or as of the last 48 hours. I've done a dedicated video on this in the past. It looks kind of interesting. If you're at all curious what the game is like and you want to test it out ahead of its potential global release, now is the opportunity to do so. Zenless Zone Zero, which is Hoyo's newest gacha game, has managed to accumulate over $52 million over the course of an 11-day period, which is
Insane.
Phenomenal.
Insane. Again, we were speaking about this the other day, weren't we, in a video that we reacted to where they were talking about whether Zenless is a failure or not. You know, off the bat, definitely not. And I don't think he's going to keep up these massive amounts of revenue, but I definitely think it's going to be in the top 10 for the foreseeable future. And I think it'll probably stay in the top 5 as well, if I'm honest. Like, the game is going to be a massive hit. It's already a massive hit, and I think it's going to continue. Latest launch gets a big start, but revenue is declining. That's not surprising. But I think it'll do fine. I think it'll do fine, man. This game's going to be here and around the space for a while to come. It's a smaller bite-sized experience, but it's still going to make a crap ton of money.
Success for them. It made quite a bit less than Honkai Star Rail did. It made quite a bit less than Genshin Impact did, but still quite a bit more than Wuthering Waves did. So, I mean, kudos to them. They've done incredibly well.
It's got the Hoyo buff, man.
With this, there's a thread opened over on the Azure Premilia subreddit that speculates the game will be launching in 2025. I have a dedicated video on this coming pretty much tomorrow. If you're interested at all, I urge you to wait for that. Premilia is one of my most anticipated upcoming gacha games.
I'm looking forward to Azure Premilia, actually. The game. I think at the minute, though, now, I think Neverness to Everness might have peaked in terms of the most anticipated game in this space that I'm looking forward to, because I just think that gameplay reveal was great. But Azure Premilia does look really good, actually.
Nikke has opened Story 2 hard mode for their Beauty Shot summer event story. If you're playing Nikke, you already know this, but if you were waiting, then now's the time to get in and complete it. Wuthering Waves is confirmed to be present at PlayStation China Joy's event from July 26th to July 29th.
I need to get that game out on console soon, because I think that's going to be a massive, massive boost to Wuthering Waves. One, just because I think the problems that a lot of people are having running the game on mobile is just because the game, I think it's just, that's I don't understand how Neverness to Everness is going to run on freaking mobiles. Like, to me, I just don't see how that's going to be a good experience, but especially not just the way that Wuthering Waves looks, but the way the combat works. And again, Neverness to Everness combat kind of looks like that sort of style, you know, quite mechanically, not complex, but you know, it takes a little bit of a, input, shall we say, rather than some of the other games. So I just think getting Wuthering Waves onto PlayStation is going to be a massive, massive boost to Kuro.
What this means is that we're probably going to have,
I think PlayStation gamers are going to enjoy it a lot as well,
a confirmed release date for Wuthering Waves on the PS4 or at the very least PS5 platforms. I'm hoping it's sooner rather than later. Additionally,
that's what they need to do as well. Get it on both. They need to get it on both. Whether or not it will come to PS4, there's part of me thinks it probably won't, but I think if they're smart, they'll get it onto both games. Obviously bigger platform, but I suppose it's going to take a little bit more from them. But I suppose it depends all the stuff with Sony as well, all that shit that goes on with it. But yeah, I think that they get it on both.
Wuthering Waves released the Resonator Showcase for Chongli, and it blew my mind. This is by far one of the coolest character showcase trailers for any gacha game ever. Dude, they are killing it. Also, worth noting, Wuthering Waves managed to surpass $100 million in revenue.
That's insane. Again, comparing that to Zenless Zone Zero, though, 50 million in 11 days is insane. And a lot of people will look at that 100 million and be like, 2 months? ZZZ did half of that in 11 days. Like, bro, come on, game's dead. But not everything is going to be on the Hoyo level, is it? 100 million in 2 months is really good.
In under 2 months on mobile alone. That is a crazy number.
Okay, so that's mobile alone. What? Add another what? I think safe to say maybe 40 million and a low end on PC. This is why this game needs to get on console as well, because that number could almost be doubled if you did that. It might even be more on PC. I don't know. I'd be interested to see, because there's a lot of people playing this game on PC. But I think at the same time as well, there's a lot more culture of spending on mobile, isn't there?
And if you factor in PC revenue, that is probably well over $200 million. People that said...
Okay, Styx is thinking that the PC revenue might be more, which wouldn't surprise me, actually. But I just think the culture of mobile is to spend more, isn't it? But as I said, the game doesn't run great for a lot of people on mobile, and just the way it plays as well makes it hard. So Personally, I don't know how people do it, but you know.
The game would fail. People that said no one would spend or play. Yeah. There you go. Anyone that has been looking to get into Blue Archive, now is the perfect opportunity to. They are giving up to 100 free recruitments as part of their event over the course of the 23rd through the 30th. Seriously, log in, claim these while you can. And that is everything that happened over the course of the last week in the gacha genre that mattered to me, that I thought you guys needed to be kept apprised of. If none of this is of any interest to you, though, absolutely no problem.
All right, cool. Little tidbits there. Check 6 out, man. Show him some love. Show him some love.
So recently we've seen the release of many new gacha.
Have we seen this video? Don't know if we have. Oh, we have, haven't we? Let's check out this video. Another video from Kazahana. The gacha gaming community is getting too toxic. When I see these sort of titles, I just think of that meme first time, because as somebody who's been around like since the Halo, Call of Duty days, you know, play Valorant. It's like, is it really though? Not saying it's not toxic, but is it really getting too toxic? Let's see.
So recently we've seen the release of many new gacha games, including Xenozone Zero, which literally came out on the day that I'm recording, and also Wuthering Waves, which came out just over a month ago. Not to mention all the other gacha games which have been announced and had trailers, and people are really looking forward to those ones too, including Project Mugen and also Asia Familia. But there has been a big theme, especially...
Let's add Neverness to Everness in there as well, because that's looking fire.
Whenever it comes to gacha content creation, which I just wanted to talk about today in this video.
Wuthering made 110 million USD globally as of the 6th of July. So yeah, it's a lot of freaking money, that is.
We're pretty much going to be answering the question, is the gacha gaming community getting too toxic? Now, before I begin this video...
Dude, Huyo knew exactly what they were doing with that trailer there, didn't they? You know, with the showing off the feet. This is what I was talking about in that other video when we were talking about the VAs and people making out that VAs, trying to push VAs out of working in the Snowbreak Containment Zone game because of it being a little bit too degenerate. And then Hoyo were like, hey, here's some feet, you know, for all you fetishizers out there. It's like they pretend they're not doing the same thing. They're doing the same thing, but just not so blatantly obvious about it.
If you enjoy it, then don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. And also go over to Gamer Subs and use my code KAZA, where you can get 10% off cups, tubs, and even more.
I ain't got a code, by the way.
Well, they've got a ton of nice stuff, so I definitely recommend going down to the link below. And yeah, getting yourself 10% off. But
yeah, check it out if you want, guys. Definitely check out Kazahana as well.
Let's get back into the video. So over the past month or so, I've been making a lot of content on Wuthering Waves. As you've seen, I've got tons of videos out talking about many things to do with Wuthering Waves, whether that's news or just stuff in the game that I found interesting. And a few of my...
Nice thumbnail. I like that thumbnail. Very clickable.
My more recent videos have also been about Xenozone Zero 2, because it's a very, very popular game. I mean, it's another gacha game made by Hoyoverse. I know Hoyoverse games quite well. I've played Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail. I played a little bit of Honkai Impact Third too. Pretty much my...
Still yet to play that game. We're going to play that game. I want to play Impact Third. I haven't played it, and I know that it's like the secondary sort of tertiary game now that Hoyo, and it's not as big as Star Rail and Genshin. I know that. Still curious to try it out though.
Overall plan with the channel is to cover pretty much all of the gacha games, see what's popular, see what's going on, because obviously there could be dry patches in one game, so I could just move over to Xenozone Zero, do a couple videos on that, see if it goes into a little bit of a dry patch, then I go over to Wuthering Waves, do a few videos on that, or just mix and match depending on what's going on. And overall, I just think it'll be
nice. I like the farming ideas. Let's go.
Good for me, and also a lot of other content creators that are planning to do that, because there is a massive issue that is going on, especially between Xenozone Zero and Wuthering Waves, and we could see it get even worse with new games coming out. And what I mean by this is the community having very negative feedback to a particular game, whether that's Xenozone Zero or Wuthering Waves, and it almost feels like you can't win as a content.
It's quite wild to me that seems to be the way it is at the moment. I felt like when Wuthering Waves came out, there was kind of a bit of vitriol between Genshin and Wuthering Waves, and, you know, back and forth, because those games are very similar. Other than them coming out at the same time, I really don't get why there's so much beef between those two communities. Obviously, I do, because, let's face it, we like these sort of games. We've got mental issues at the end of the day. But in my opinion, you can't compare, apart from the launch window, you can't compare Zenless Zone Zero to Wuthering Waves. They're just totally different games. You know what I mean? It's like comparing like an open world action game to Call of Duty. They're just different games. They're both gacha games, but they totally fit a different space within the genre, really. And it's kind of wild. Like I say, to me, Zenless is more comparable to PGR, to Snowbreak Containment Zone, to Solo Leveling Arise. It's just wild that people are getting so uppity about those two games in particular, and because there's so much difference to them, it's kind of wild. But then again, logic is never really at the forefront of these people's minds, is it?
Creator. Now, obviously, this isn't the entire community. This is like, you know, a few people or a small group of people in the community that, you know, either dislike Zenless Zone Zero or dislike Wuthering Waves. But I do get a lot of comments on my videos, and a lot of other content creators have said that they also get a lot of comments and also other stuff being fed back to them saying, why are you playing Zenless Zone Zero? You should be playing Wuthering Waves, or why are you playing...
This is a tale as old as time, man. Nothing's changed. Like, dude, I remember back in the day with Call of Duty and Battlefield, this used to get this shit all the time, and people were super toxic about it then. So it's just gamers being gamers.
Wuthering Waves, you should be playing Zenless Zone Zero. And obviously, it can get very confusing as a content creator because you're being told, oh, not to play this game, or not to play that game, or to play this game, or to play this other game. It kind of gets confusing at what your audience actually wants. Now, thankfully, I don't really care about, you know...
Yeah, one, you shouldn't care. Two, if you're really doing it for the content, look at the retention and what that's bringing. If that's important to you, go off that. Or the amount of times in the past I've seen it with other content creators and myself, people will be incredibly vocal about something they want, and then you try and cater to it, and guess what? They don't really want it, and it doesn't really do you any good. Do what you enjoy and play what you want. And at the end of the day, if you make good content, people are going to come to it, I guess, aren't they?
You know, what people think I cover games on, and if I'm a Hoyo shill, whatever, because that is also another thing that the comments have been pointing out. They've been saying, oh, you're a Hoyo shill, or you're a Kuro shill, or whatever. They're saying that we're shilling each of the games if we cover more content on one of them, which obviously...
Again, a tale as old as time on the YouTube scene.
Isn't the case. We're just covering the content that is popular at the time, and also just whatever interests us at the time. Now, one big example of this was the Steorg tweet, which I actually made a full video on, so if you want to go watch that and find out, you know, even more about what happened, then if you go back on my channel, I'm sure you'll be able to find...
It just baffles me as well when people make content, people view people making content and get mad that they're making content on the thing that's popular at the time. It's like that's how people succeed in making content. Of course, you want to make content that people enjoy, but you're not going to be talking about something that nobody gives a damn about at the end of the day. So it's kind of weird that when people say that you're a shill of this, obviously, if you're glazing non-stop, I kind of get that. And if you're doing that for sponsorships, but at the end of the day, get that bag, I guess. Or, you know, content creators are going to make content on stuff that people want to watch, whether they want to hate watch it or they want to watch it because they agree or they want to find out information. It's just how it is.
And pretty much Steorg had an email which had death threats in it from some guy because he played Zenless Zone Zero. It says, you stupid clown, why did you cover Mihoyo's game instead of sticking to WuWa? I won't repeat that last bit at the end of...
Bro, that is so freaking wild. That's got to be somebody who's just... I ain't even going to say that's got to be somebody who's just trolling, because, like, it's probably not.
The email, again, it's just kind of messed up, and, like, no one should be doing this over a gacha game, because that's all it is at the end of the day. It's a gacha.
Dude, there shouldn't be anything that makes you email people death threats. Like, what in the entertainment space or on YouTube is ever going to get you that twisted that you feel like you're going to need to send death threats to somebody? Like, if you're doing that, you need to check yourself in somewhere.
Gacha game. It really doesn't matter whether I play Zenless Zone Zero or Wuthering Waves. If you don't like me playing Zenless Zone Zero or you don't like me playing Wuthering Waves, then maybe just stop watching, or stop watching the videos that cover that game. Instead of going into my comments and typing, why are you playing this game? Because I'm still going to play it. I don't care. I don't care what you think. I don't care whether you think Zenless Zone Zero is a bad game or Wuthering Waves is a bad game. I'm going to play what's enjoyable to me and also what's just popular at the time. But obviously, for some other content creators, it can get very confusing. They're not very used to this kind of hate. I mean, even some of the most like neutral content creators who just play what they enjoy and do like maybe some reaction stuff, don't even cover any kind of drama, are catching this kind of hate because they're playing a game. It literally doesn't make any sense at all. And I hope that they can kind of learn that they can play whatever game they want and cover whatever content they want.
Yeah, big facts. Like, if you're going to make content, you've got to learn to just like let that sort of stuff just roll off your back, not pay too much mind to it. You know, it's always important to listen to criticism in regards to maybe the content you're creating and things that people might want to see, but you should never let that override what you want to do and what you think's working. And at the end of the day, if you're trying to make content to get out as much as possible, your analytics are king, and you should follow them, really.
Despite the comments that are, appearing in their comment section. And obviously, that is a big factor whenever it comes to gadget game toxicity. That is the cesspit that is r/gadget gaming. Obviously, this is a horrible place, and this has kind of fueled a
I must admit, I do delve in there from time to time myself.
lot of the anger towards Xenozone Zero or even Wuthering Waves. I'm pretty sure r/gadget.
I mustn't go in there enough, though, because I honestly haven't really seen any of this. But to be fair, unless it's really showing like off some information on a game or a trailer, I don't really get into any of these threads, if I'm honest, because again, this is one thing that I never really delve too deep into, community side things of a game, you know? It just doesn't bother me. I've got no interest in what a bunch of mega fans think about another game, because at the end of the day, they're a mega fan of this particular game. So who cares what they think about another game? That really matter the least in any regards to anybody's opinion. Not that you should be following anybody's opinion anyway. You should come to your own conclusion. But why would you listen to somebody who is blatantly, let's say, a Wuthering Waves fanboy, what they think about Genshin Impact, or a Genshin Impact fanboy's view on Wuthering Waves? It's just, you're not going to get anything that really, relates to the actual content itself, that you can actually be like, oh, do you know what? That's a fair point right there. Maybe they might have some fair points. It's very unlikely, though.
Gadget gaming, they are more positive towards Xenozone Zero because it's a horrorverse game, and that they're very negative towards Wuthering Waves, which obviously doesn't help with a lot of the people coming over and commenting, because I'm sure a lot of these people that are interacting with our posts are the ones that are interacting in r/gadget gaming. Now, do I have any proof of that? Obviously not, but it is quite easy to get influenced by these people, even if they're just having a
Agreed, it is, but well, it's not. If you've got any brains and any, like, sense of character, you should never let anybody's opinion on the internet push you towards creating that opinion yourself. This is why I always say I like to hear what people have got to say about video games, sometimes even before I try the video game. It'll never change the way I feel about playing the video game when I start playing it. I might notice things a little bit more that bother me anyway. I'll be like, oh, actually, I noticed that earlier than what I would have. But it will never change my opinion on the game overall, or a film overall, or that's why you shouldn't really, reviews are good to listen to, but you should always do it after you've watched something. Like, never use reviews as a barometer for whether you should play or watch or read or whatever something. Do it first and then watch a review, and then you could be like, oh, actually, yeah, I thought that, but that's brought it, I didn't necessarily think of it in this way. Yeah.
A quick read of it, and it's just getting to the point where it's kind of annoying now, because no matter what video you upload, it's going to catch hate either way. Whether you upload a Xenozone Zero one, you can have people hate.
I must admit, my videos are a lot smaller, but recently I've been finding quite a lot of balanced opinions in the comment sections on my videos. A lot of people have been coming up with very logical points, making points on what they enjoy about this game and what they enjoy about that game, and understanding that this game isn't for them, but they get it. But I suppose at the minute my videos don't get massive amount of views, so of course, maybe the crazies are not seeing the content as much as what they would be. So yeah,
hating on Wuthering Waves. If you upload a Wuthering Waves one, you have people hating on Xenozone Zero, and overall it's just getting a little bit toxic. And we have seen this in the past with Genshin Impact. Obviously the Genshin Impact community has been known for being very, very toxic, and it seems like they are coming over to the other gacha games, including Xenozone Zero and Wuthering Waves. You see that a bit. I mean, even Stuorg said he reckons that this person that sent him the email had actually come over from Genshin Impact and started playing Wuthering Waves, and now become like a devout fan of Wuthering Waves. So it's kind of funny to see them switch sides and be a little bit hypocritical, because they've been.
One can assume, I guess, unless he's had some of interactions with that person in the past, has made him believe that, which I don't know. Again, this goes back to what we were talking about when we were watching a bit of that IO video on stream the other day. Just caring too much about this stuff will just degrade your mental health. As a creator, as somebody who enjoys the internet anyway, this is why Twitter can be a cesspit for people, because they'll allow people's constant, crying and hate posts to get to them and to change the way they view things. Just ignore those people. Like I say, somebody who's come from the days of playing Call of Duty back in the day. Toxicity is only as toxic as you allow it. If I'm honest, of course you can objectively say, yo, these people are super toxic, and that's a fact. Allowing it to affect you, especially as a creator, you just gotta. This is why content creators need to learn to get thick skins, because the internet is the Wild West in that sense. You're gonna get some wild shit said to you on a regular basis, and a lot of crazy people as well, and it's best just to ignore them.
Been defending games like Genshin for all these years, and then as soon as they think it's kind of fallen off, then they go over to another game and start defending it and hating on the one that they were defending in the past. It's a little bit weird, and obviously it just needs to stop overall. Now, how could it...
It's never going to stop. It's never going to stop, though. You know, it's only going to get worse as more and more people get on the internet, and people become more and more unhinged over the years as well, because the internet's becoming more and more of people's daily lives. You know, kids now that are what, in the teens, the mid-teens, even late teens, have grown up on the internet. So as more and more generations that just grow up on the internet and around, you know, in the West at least, and more countries around the world, they're brought up on the internet because more and more countries, you know, the internet's becoming a massive part of their culture. It's just going to get worse because the internet allows people to say and do things that would just never say in real life. It's never going to stop. And putting too much energy into worrying about how to curtail it or how to change it, I think is just a waste of your time, if I'm honest.
This stop, obviously, you know, we can't do anything about it. The best thing you can do as a content creator is to just block out the comments. You hide people from the channel, or just not look at the comments at all, because obviously a lot of these people are just like brain dead idiots who don't really know what they're talking about and just want to hate on a game just because they got nothing better to do with
Bro, it's the hobby. The hobby, man.
Their life. But as a community, I would just say, if you're one of these people that is leaving a lot of these comments hating on another game, especially whenever the video isn't even about the game that you're talking about, then I would just say to stop, because it does get very annoying, and it may not seem like it whenever you're just commenting.
And they're not going to. And I think sometimes doing that's a big mistake. Trying to actually reach out to some of these people to say, you know, maybe you shouldn't. It's just going to make them do it even more.
Commenting, because, you know, sometimes it can feel like you're commenting into some big void that no one's going to see. Well, a lot of us do see these comments, and a lot of us do take it into account of what kind of content you're liking to see. But obviously you can get confused between like people actually generally not liking the content and people blindly hating on a game. And obviously for me, I enjoy Wuthering Waves and Zenless Zone Zero, so I'm going to keep making content on both of them because, again, they're just both enjoyable games and I really like them. And I'll also continue to make content on other Hoyoverse games like Honkai Star Rail and maybe a little bit of Genshin Impact. It'll mainly be news about Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail because, again, the gameplay's gotten a little bit boring, but obviously a lot of people are still enjoying those games as well. Yeah, that just leaves the question that we asked at the beginning of the video. Is the gacha game community getting too toxic? Well,
I suppose the simple answer is probably yes, but no more toxic than any other genre of gaming, in my opinion. I think it's just when you become part of a community because you're enjoying those games at the time, I think you just see it as a more toxic space anyway. You know, I've played plenty of Valorant and CSGO. Trust me, those games are insanely toxic, probably the most toxic. You've got your league communities, insanely toxic. Call of Duty, insanely toxic. You know, the gacha space can be insanely toxic. I don't think it matters where you go. There's just going to be an element to that community. So I don't think it's any more toxic than any other genre, if I'm honest.
Oh, yes, it is. It is getting a little bit too toxic at this point with the growth of r/gacha gaming and also the hateful comments that we've been seeing in the comment section. And obviously this will go down whenever the games have been out for longer, because Wuthering Waves and Zenless Zone Zero haven't been out for that long. As I said, Zenless Zone Zero has only been out for like less than 24 hours for me. So once the games start...
Okay, this is an older video. Yeah, when did this video come out? Oh, this video is 2 weeks old.
Finally, like, solidify their place in the gacha gaming community, then I'm sure the overall toxicity from each of the communities will die down. But for now, we've just got to try and keep this to a minimum because, you know, as I said, there's a lot of content creators that do get very affected by this. I mean, I'm not...
Which you shouldn't. Of course, obviously, we're all human at the end of the day, but you just don't, you know? And if you are, take a break, you know? And I get it, it's harder when you're younger because a lot of content creators are, you know, teens, early 20s. It's really hard not to let that stuff get to you. But it's the thing I think is you learn as you get older. You just gotta. I know it's some people say, "Oh, it shouldn't be like that," and it shouldn't. But that's the world we live in. You just got to get a thicker skin, man, and learn to deal with it.
I'm not saying it's me, but there are many other people who don't want this kind of interaction and don't want this kind of hate that have been catching.
That's why blocking, hiding users is the best thing you can do. If you don't do that, that's why for people who can't do that, there are tools there. It's like in voice chat in games, the tools for people who can't deal with people being toxic in the voice chat. There's, you know, perfect opportunity to stop it. It's just mute them. And if you want to, report them. Or the mute button's brilliant in game chats. I know people are arguing, but I need to understand, I need to hear call outs and stuff, but if it's bothering you, just mute them. Same way as you don't need to see stuff in chats and in comment sections and replies to whatever social media you're using. Just use the block button, man. It's a really good tool.
Just because they're playing a game. So again, if you're typing these comments, then definitely have a think about what you're doing with your life and, you know,
ain't gonna happen.
Maybe stop commenting that kind of stuff.
Ain't gonna happen.
And yeah, that's about all I wanted to talk about. But yeah, let me know down in the comments if you think this is a problem, or have you not really seen any of this in the comment section, because I know from my videos I have seen a lot of this kind of stuff. So whenever I see other people complaining about it, you know, I can kind of understand where they're coming from, and I know they're not just like kind of making this up. But yeah, if you enjoyed this video, then don't forget to leave a like and subscribe.
I personally haven't seen that much of it, even in other content creators' comment sections, if I'm honest. But then I don't necessarily go looking too deep below the surface. I don't get many views on the videos that I create, and for the most part, most people seem to be pretty sensible in their regards and their opinions on the games, and understand, you know, they've got personal preferences and differences and stuff. But I know that there are people like that. I've been around the gaming space long enough to know that there's plenty of fucking psychos who just say crazy shit on the internet, and that's how you should just treat them, as psychos who say crazy shit on the internet, and shouldn't let it affect your energy at all.
Subscribe, and as I said, go over to Gamer Subs and use my code Kaza, which will be down in the link below. And yeah, that's about all I got.
Kazahana, great video again. Is the gacha gaming community getting too toxic? Personally, no. But it's toxic, but no more than any other community, if I'm honest. It's just gaming, isn't it? It's just the internet, you know what I mean? I think if you've only got to play a little bit of Valorant and CSGO or Call of Duty back in the day to really know what toxicity is. You know, and I know people hate that way, you know, when people go, dude, you wouldn't have survived in Call of Duty lobbies. And they're like, oh, that's cringe, bro. And it's like, but it's true. You know, it's like, go back to those days. Shit was wild, especially on PlayStation, when there was no party chat. So everybody who was mic'd up was all in the same party together. Shit was wild. And Valorant as well, and CSGO, insane toxicity. Like next levels, and in my opinion, you know, gacha games don't even scratch the surface of that level of degeneracy. I just think it's when you're in a particular community, you just see the negatives and the positives more because you're in that community and you're spending more time in it, aren't you? And especially if you're a content creator, you see more of those comments directed towards yourself, so you know you become hyper focused on them as well. Oh, do you know, I want to watch this video here as well, actually.
The
problem. And we're going to get into the game. We're going to watch. We're going to do a reaction to a reaction. All right, boys. Asman reacting to the problem with one human. Give me a second. I just want to go and get a drink, and we'll be back, and we'll do this, and then we'll get into the game. All right. You got a dry but him lurking? No worries, bro. No worries, dude. Who's that? Just check something, actually. Pardon me. Pardon me. Pardon me. That burp echo, though, boys. That burp. Let me just check something out. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Yarp. Yarp.
Neverness.
All right, let's check this out actually first. I want to see what this is. This is about. Let's move our cam up out the way. All right. More news around Neverness to Everness then. Massive announcement already. Check out this video from Styx as well. Again, if you haven't checked Styx out, you should check him out. Lots of good gacha content. Let's see what the news is then.
Neverness to Everness have made a tweet stating after the release of the announcement trailer and gameplay trailer, we received a lot of feedback.
In my opinion, an absolutely brilliant gameplay trailer as well. Sorry to pause it right off the bat. I just think it was such a good trailer. It was done so well. And to me, it just took the hype right up, right up. I remember when we heard about the game was actually potentially coming, there was a spiritual successor to Tower of Fantasy, and it was just like, okay, yeah, whatever. But they did a real good job with the gameplay trailer, in my opinion.
Back from players worldwide. We saw comments like, the design is exactly what I want, and this gameplay will definitely be fun, as well as longer suggestions saying this part of the design needs more refinement. That was something I said. I said the character models needed a.
That's quite interesting to see that, as I said, we were watching another Styx video and it seemed like they actually replied to Styx in his comment section saying, you know, we're going to be taking feedback seriously. So to actually put a tweet out, taking that suggestion on and talking about the, you know, a part of the game needs more refinement is good to see, because that was, from what I've heard, one of the biggest problems with Tower of Fantasy. Still yet to play it. They just didn't listen to feedback globally, and that was a big problem with the game. They handled it so badly, and it could have been a lot better if they'd handled it better. So it's interesting to see whether or not this is the same developers working on the game or the same people. It's the same company, and it's interesting to see that that seems to be a real thing for them. So, you know, the potential, hopefully, is there for them to actually, you know, do something really good this time. Whether or not they act upon what they say is a different thing altogether. This might be just to get people initially sold and into it off the bat, but we'll see. We'll see.
A lot of improvement. I thought the character models didn't really look very good, and I thought the combat.
I think I've got to disagree with that personally. I thought the character models were great, in my opinion. I thought they were really well designed, not just in the terms of, you know, like that sex appeal type of thing, even though that girl with the carriers with the massive jugs was insanely freaking cute, in my opinion. I just think the characters look well designed. I know some people were saying that the faces could have done with a little bit more detail. But that's something that I think can easily be improved on closer to launch. But I think the actual character design looked great. I think the combat looked decent as well. Some of the animations looked like they were lacking a little bit. And I've seen a few people comment on that. But I still think the combat looked pretty cool in my opinion. The particle effects and the visual style where it's got that sort of comic book element to the combat look really good in my opinion.
Combat animations, running animations need a lot of improvement, but outside that, I thought the game actually looked very good. The design would be even better if done differently. All this feedback is very valuable to us, and we appreciate every player who watched our announcement trailer and gameplay trailer, which, you know, chat, was me. We look forward to working with you, Styx, and other content creators to build an on.
See, that's cool to see that they actually decided to go into Styx's comment section and actually reply. That's always nice to see developers not only saying they're going to listen to feedback, but actually genuinely looking at content creators' viewpoints and deciding to respond to them. That's a good sign, that is.
Ongoing dialogue that will make the game better. This was something that they also plan on doing, working with other content creators to help potentially make the game better. We thank you for your attention and support. To never.
My only worry sometimes, this is going back to the IO video, where it seemed like, I feel like he had quite a few bad takes, and the one bad take, in my opinion, was, I understand content creators are important in terms of advertisements and hype men for video games. I do. But I don't think games should cater too much to the opinions of content creators unless the content creators using it as a loudspeaker for a larger community's viewpoints. You know, if a content creator's taking forth all their viewers' viewpoints and pushing it out to a developer rather than just taking their own opinions. Because I think it can be like how some games can be really designed around esports sometimes, but it makes the game worse in general because it's being designed for a very small part of the community. And let's face it, a lot of content creators want what they want out of a game for fun, but they also do want specific things in a game and design implemented in a way that helps them as a content creator, which I haven't got an issue with. Of course, they're going to want things to boost their content footprint, but it's not good for the game. And anybody just sitting and playing a game of the evening when they get back from work or when they get back from school isn't going to want the same thing as somebody who's going to want to make 100,000 views off a video, are they? You know, so I think they've got to be careful about doing that as well. But listening to content creators as well is also important.
For Everness, we'd like to take this opportunity to talk more about the game and share some of our future plans with you. Here they have a few little graphics depicting a few of the things that they've heard and a few of the things that they're changing. We're going to go ahead and cover all of that. This is big. It is very important to note that they seem to be communicating with their community, which is imperative to the game's.
Agreed. Massive, as I said. This is great to see. Whether they act upon it, you know, it's one thing when a game's coming out and just coming off the back of Tower of Fantasy and all the problems. Worry is the game launches, does really well, and that ambition to listen to the community goes away very rapidly because, you know, they're successful off the initial get-go. But I'm hoping with what happened with Tower of Fantasy, they understand that, you know, that's a thing they need to do now. They need to listen to the community as a whole more.
Success. Going silent, disregarding the complaint.
This was the character I was on about. This character looks insanely well designed, man. You know, cat girl, big jugs, let's go. Who doesn't like that?
It's the feedback, the criticisms of your community is a sign of failure. Starting with optimization. After watching the trailer, I'm very excited, but also worried about optimization using Unreal Engine 5. I also heard that complaint.
Okay, so the game's running on Unreal Engine 5, is it? See, I don't know where this game's going to run on mobile for people. Like, is it going to be an absolute disaster on mobile? Like, some of these games now, pardon me, gacha games are getting so good looking and becoming bigger and bigger that I feel like they're stretching mobile games. That's why a lot of them are kind of hold back in the designs, aren't they? But I guess we'll see.
Will the game be well optimized, especially for mobile play? Optimization for multi-platform play is a key.
It's one of the first games as well that I can think of on Unreal Engine 5 that doesn't look like UE5 slop. Kind of like the first Descendant. Not saying it's a bad looking game, it's just got that like UE5 slop look about it. The game's really nice looking, actually.
Focus. We've received your concerns about mobile adaptation. Rest assured, we'll do our best to ensure a smooth experience on mobile and cloud platforms, minimizing the quality gap with other platforms.
Okay, seems like I wasn't the only person thinking that about the mobile adaptation then, because I'm still, even though they've said that, I'll still, hey, you know, maybe I'll be blown away. And it'll run brilliantly, but I just can't see it happening.
They've stated mobile here. They didn't state optimizations for PC or PlayStation, but I'm sure they are working on that.
I think the reason they haven't mentioned that personally is because I would imagine that a lot of people like me, when they first saw it, was like, dude, how the hell is this going to run on mobiles? Of course, on PC, if you got a good PC, you know it's going to run well. Even some of the stuff looked like it was, it might potentially have ray tracing as well, which would be cool. And console, you know, you're going to expect it to run decently. But a game looking like that, you are going to have worries about it just not running well on mobile. So I can, you know, it makes sense that they've specifically addressed that itself.
The UI doesn't seem to match the art style of the open world. It needs optimization. We have received feedback that the current UI does not match the game's tone.
I don't know about that. The UI looks like pretty much your standard gacha UI. I haven't seen any of the real menu, sub-menu systems. We didn't really get to see too much of that, so I can't really comment on that. But the overall game UI when you were in the game looked pretty standard fare to me. It didn't look like it really looked out of place.
Comprehensive optimization of the UI system has been added to our list of improvements. It's good. I actually thought the UI was okay. They didn't really like delve too deeply.
It's nice to see as well the UI optimization as well is a thing, because I think too many games worry too much about, which of course is important. The game needs to run good first and foremost, but then you'll get into menus and they run like ass, and it's just really jarring that you've got a game that's run smooth like butter, and then you try and go through a few menus and it's like, dude, what the fuck?
Into the UI. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that improvements made are always good to hear. The action system still lacks polish, especially the running animations. That is literally what I stated.
See, I must be, I didn't really, I might have to go back and watch some of it. I suppose maybe I was looking at more of the environment when the characters are moving around, which is, you know, to be expected. I didn't really notice that so much, but I've heard a few people saying, dude, the running looks scuffed. We'll have to go back and watch it at some point to see what I think.
If you guys watched my reaction, you will remember that one of the few issues that I found with the game repeatedly were the animations when it came to running. I thought they looked very clunky. I thought seeing the character's upper body remain completely still and then have the arms just fling from side to side looked very clunky, and
I didn't notice that. I must focus more in future.
And I had immediately noted that they needed to fix that. That seems to be something that they have actually pointed out they are.
I like the fact they actually are quoting what people are saying as well. They're not just saying people have mentioned that the animations need work. You know, they're actually quoting, which looks weird. I like that. You know, it seems like they're actually taking it genuinely on board what people are saying, not just the, oh, this, you know, more in a mechanical way of, oh, this just looks, you know, I like the fact they're actually quoting what people are saying. It shows that they really are listening to people.
Improving. We've seen a lot of feedback.
Well, seems like they're listening to people.
From players about the lack of smoothness in character movement, such as running and getting in and out of vehicles.
I suppose I notice it a little bit getting in and out of vehicles, but I think a lot of games that are open world that have you entering and exiting vehicles tend to look a little bit scuffed. I think especially when it's on the fly of stuff that can happen in random places, you're always going to have some issues in that regard, I guess. But I think sometimes maybe I'm a little bit too easygoing on that side of things. I don't mind too much, but I did notice that. So I would imagine a lot of other people like, yeah, that looks trash.
We have already started further polishing the details of the action system, which is another thing I noted. The combat animation specifically looked quite poor. I said the animations for...
Again, I didn't really feel that. I must have to go back and watch the video again and specifically try and concentrate a little bit more on that. I think I was a little bit more focused on the effects and the actual ability effects and such, like, you know, and the impacts and stuff. But I didn't really feel that myself. I thought the combat looked actually kind of cool. But obviously it's a thing that people have mentioned, so it's good to see that they're looking at it.
Look better, Zenlos look better, and even in Tower Fantasy look better. The details of the action system to bring everyone a better exploration experience. That is good to hear. The biggest shortcoming in the trailer seems to be the combat. Again, that is something that I addressed, I pointed out. Targeting, interactions, and other aspects are lacking. As a supernatural world, combat based on Esper abilities and anomalies is a crucial aspect for us. We have received and carefully summarized your feedback on combat interactions, targeting, effects, and other optimizations.
My opinion, the effects look great. I think the effects look really nice. I love that, like, sort of comic booky style effect to the particle effects of, like, your abilities. I was fine with that.
Optimization suggestions based on the trailer. We are currently working hard on these optimizations, so please rest assured. That is good to know. Once again, combat is going...
Okay, it's great to hear that they're looking at all these stuff. I suppose it was a great way to show off the gameplay as well, because they've showed off quite a lot of the gameplay at a surface level, so it's allowed people to be like, whoa, hold up a minute. this doesn't look great, and you know it's a good barometer for them to use to see what the community as a whole actually wants, isn't it? So that's
going
good.
to be an important part of the game. It is imperative that they take a lot of time to refine everything.
Yeah, combat's got to bang. That's why I think I enjoy Wuthering Waves so much. Well, I know that's why I enjoy it, because the combat absolutely slaps. I think it's the best combat in any action gacha game at the moment, in terms of like a manual action game. Pardon me, I'm drinking Coke. I do apologize. And I think a lot of people now will use Wuthering Waves as a barometer for other games, as the template to be like, you know, you've got to, of course, not everything's going to hit as well, but you've got to kind of get in that sort of realm for me to enjoy it. I think a lot of people, although it can be different, but you know what I mean? It's got to be that sort of level of quality. So, yeah, I think they've got the work cut out there, and it is the most important system at the end of the day, because it's what you're going to spend most of your time doing. The combat sucks. The game's going to suck overall as an experience, really.
Like, okay, hear me out. There are already a lot of action gacha games out there. Genshin with its elemental reaction system, Zenless, WuWa, Azure Pamelia is coming, Project Mugen's coming, Arknight's Enfield's coming. There are so many incredible action games out there that have actually exhibited a great action combat system.
I think as well, what gacha games have really got to understand as well now, and maybe players themselves of gacha games, especially if you're on mobile, won't take this into consideration when they're playing the game, which I think has allowed some games to maybe be a little bit lax in this area for a while. If they're going to be launching on consoles and they're going to be launching on PC, they've got to understand that they're not only competing against other gacha games for the gacha space, but in terms of gameplay, they're competing against other games outside the gacha space that will have combat systems that are insanely well designed. And as I say, I think that's definitely, in my opinion, what Wuthering Waves have gone for. They haven't just tried to create a good gacha combat system. They've created a good combat system within games itself, within action open world games generally, or just action games generally anyway. You know, I just think they've done a real good job with that. And they, you know, the new games that are coming out now, that are not only on mobile. If it's on mobile, I think they've got a lot more room to play with. But if it's going to come to PC, all the games in the future that are coming, you know, your Azure Pamelia, your Project Mugen, your Arknight's Enfield, any game that's coming out that's going to be like that, that's going to have an action combat system, really has to take that into consideration if they're going to draw more people into the space.
Just purely in the trailers, the combat we saw, the action combat we saw in Neverness Tavernus probably looks the worst out of all of them. So it is great to hear they are focusing on the action and the combat system, because this is going to make or break their game, at least in my opinion. Before we talk about anything else,
nah, that's facts. You know, obviously it's opinion, you know, and there's some people who'll be like, I don't mind, but if the combat's trash, the game's going to be trash at the end of the day. If it's an action ARPG, because that's what they are, they're ARPGs, they're just with a gacha system attached to them. You've got to get the A part of the RPG good, haven't you? And then all the other elements are going to matter less, but still be important, but that's going to be the main one.
I also want to take a moment to thank my incredible patrons over on Patreon.
You know, it's like having a racing game and driving sucks. It's not going to be fun, is it really?
Free to continue to do dedicated videos like this every single day. You guys are phenomenal, and I can't thank you all enough for the support. Now let's keep going. But again, the running animations and the combat were the only 2 points that I had. Oh, and the character models. There were the 3 things I felt needed a.
That's the one I definitely, I don't agree with that, but obviously preference and subjective. I think the character models look great. I genuinely think they look great, in my opinion. I thought they were, as soon as the trailer started, I had to pause it straight away, and I was like, dude, the characters look awesome.
A lot of work. They've addressed 2 of them so far, which is fantastic to hear for me. Kudo levels of feedback reception. I do hope that that's the case. I hope they take into consideration, just like Kudo does.
Hopefully as well, that might be a thing that's going to push these guys to make their game better, is they've looked at what Kuro have been doing and looked at the positive feedback and the overwhelming positivity regarding, even if people are not a big fan of Wuthering Waves, a lot of people really respect the responsiveness of Kuro to people's problems within the game, and have attempted to make adjustments, and where they haven't been able to do so in time, have been openly apologetic, and, you know, have been giving away free stuff to people as well. So maybe that's been a good thing for them as well. They've looked at that and been like, okay, all right, we just need to do a little bit of that then.
Does. Credibility of the single take PV. The gameplay trailer promises a lot, but I want to know, can the game really be played seamlessly from start to finish? We can assure you that the current content we have developed, including most of the gameplay shown in the trailer, can be experienced seamlessly. That is great to hear, but they do state the current content
I don't mind some loading screens here and there, as long as it's not Starfield level of loading screens. I genuinely don't need all my games to be totally seamless. At the end of the day, unless you're going for like a super immersive feel to a game, you know, you're playing like you know, something like Tarkov, or a shooter that's a story-based game, or even like a story-based action game that's heavily immersive. I don't mind some loading screens here and there, and I don't even mind them in that. And if they're hidden within cutscenes and within transitional things like lifts and a particular animation, I think that's fine as well. Obviously, I don't want crap tons of loading screens left, right, and center, but loading screens really don't bother me so much. I suppose as well, a humble brag, being on a 4090, they're very small as well. So, you know, when I do get a loading screen in a game, it's not too bad. But yeah, excessive loading screens, of course, are annoying.
We have developed, including most of the gameplay, not all of the gameplay, and not future content.
I don't think that's to be expected, though. I think you're asking for a little bit too much if you're like, dude, there's got to be no loading screens in the game. It's like, come on, man, you know, you know, there's going to be some.
There are indeed a few story-driven gameplay segments that require loading screens. Objectively speaking, 100% seamless loading presents various challenges in game development, but striving towards this goal, ensuring an uninterrupted, smooth gameplay or gaming experience will always be a top priority in our development process. It's great to hear. Okay.
Of course, as well, there's got to be instant scenarios in the game as well. As I would hope there is, because obviously you got the open world, your overworld, but you're going to be doing a lot of stuff in. But I want, you know, end game content that's overworld and instanced. You know, you're going to have loading screens for that. And I think if you're expecting there to be no loading screens, I think it's going to impact the game and the scope of it as well drastically in a negative way if there isn't. So, you know, we can't expect there to be no loading screens. I think that's a bit wild. We're not there yet, tech-wise.
Quality. That is another thing I touched on in my reaction. The characters shown in the trailer do not appeal to me, and the models seem quite average. That is
okay, I guess I'm in the minority here. I genuinely didn't see that when I looked at the gameplay.
Literally what I stated. We have received a lot of suggestions from players regarding character design and model quality, and we have taken them to heart.
The only thing personally for me that I think maybe could improve on was the faces, but the rest of the characters looked awesome in my opinion.
We are currently working on a series of optimizations for character rendering and design. We will also be introducing more new characters soon, and we welcome your continued valuable suggestions and feedback. Who gave that feedback? It's very promising. It is. With vehicle customization, there must be racing, right? Oh, multiplayer online.
Okay, there's somebody asking that. I was almost about to say, dude, they are going to have multiplayer racing.
And gameplay on
there has to be,
online racing, that'd be sick.
Even if there's not multiplayer, there has to be like street races. It's mental if there's not.
Rest assured, the open world gameplay of Neverness to Everness will not be limited to what was shown in the trailer. We can reveal a little bit. Both the vehicle and housing systems will have online multiplayer modes in future versions.
Okay.
And related user-generated
So I'm guessing not on launch. That's fine.
Content gameplay is already in the planning stages.
User-generated content. So what are they going to allow? Hear me out. Are they going to allow like stage creation, like player-created races how there were in GTA? You remember all like the different wall running freaking races and, you know, things like, obviously they're not going to do it to this level, but, you know, like Rockets versus Insurgents. That will be insane if they allow people the tools to create their own racetracks and stuff. That will be insane. That will add a lot of replayability and especially if it's PvP and multiplayer, that will add so much content to the game. It'll be insane.
User-generated content with regards to multiplayer play, with regards to vehicle and housing systems. Okay. That could be cool. I'm very interested.
That could be very cool. That could be very cool in my opinion. That's insane. If they genuinely add player-created content for racing and multiplayer stuff in that regards, that's massive, that is, because that was one of the best things that GTA did, allowing player-created content for the multiplayer part of GTA. Added so much more to GTA, and obviously led to the roleplay stuff as well that you've got that's keeping GTA alive for people now, really. So yeah, that's insane, man. That to me, that's massive. That is really big, and it's a thing that will make this game really unique to other gacha games, because I could be wrong, but I don't know of any other gacha games that have player-generated content in that regards in the games, other than, like, you know, clothes mods for characters to make them, like, pretty much naked. So that's kind of insane.
In the open world gameplay, but the story shouldn't be lacking. A Tower Fantasy story was dog shit. So I'm hoping that they've...
Not gonna lie though, I do think a lot of gacha game stories are dog shit. I haven't played every one, of course. I've only played a few, but most of them if you compare them to like really heavy story games, you know, and not the best. I do like Wuthering Waves. I quite like Genshin's. I love Star Rails. So far, I'm really liking Zenless Zeros as well. But I'm quite easily pleased in the story regard to video games. I don't need the most deep, well-crafted story. I can get that sort of stuff elsewhere, and I think I can get that from usually AAA story games that are a little bit more linear. But yeah, as long as the story's serviceable and it creates a cool world and cool characters, I think at the end of the day, when it comes to gacha games, I think they need to create interesting characters and give the characters stories rather than the overarching story be the main thing. Of course, it needs to be done decently, but we're there for the characters, aren't we? So if the characters are kind of boring and shit and they don't have cool backstories and lore, you're not really interested in them, are you? So I think the stories around the characters are more important than the actual story around the world.
Learn from that and actually improve the story with this. I have very high expectations here. I'm interested in open world gameplay, but the story shouldn't be lacking. And a crucial question, can the story be skipped? To make sure to know.
That's the thing that is kind of wild to me. And I suppose it depends if you're re-rolling and stuff. People always want an interesting story, but can I skip it? It's like, what do you want? But the option, choices are always important. You know, it is good to have a good story and the ability to skip it because people want different things. And I suppose the option to skip it, it's great to have it there. But if it's good, you're not going to want to skip it, are you? But if you're maybe on an alt account or a free-to-play account or a non-pull account or whatever you want to call your account for rolling again, you're not going to want to have to sit through cutscenes, are you? So it's fair. It's fair.
Note that. Can the story be skipped? To avoid spoilers, we'll keep the story details under wraps. However, we can assure you that the tone of our story is humorous, lighthearted, and whimsical, just as defined in the game introduction, a lighthearted comedy. So kind of like Zenless, I guess. We aim to bring you an enjoyable, anomalous adventure, and as far as important question everyone is concerned about, rest assured, the story can be skipped. Fantastic, because most people are going to want to. I mean, it's a gacha game. When don't gacha gamers want to skip the story so we can get directly to the good point, the good part, which is the combat, the world exploration, and like apparently in this game also.
See, I suppose I'm a little bit unique in that sense. I don't like skipping the story. Pardon me. Unless it's non-voice acted and there's a lot of exposition and it's boring, you know, kind of like Snowbreaks. I'm like, yeah, just skip me through this. This, like, it's kind of like convoluted. It doesn't really make sense. I'm not enjoying the story. Let me just skip through it. But with something like Genshin, Star Rail, and Wuthering Waves, and Zenless as well, I don't want to skip the story. Obviously, if it's your second playthrough, third playthrough, you're going to want to. But first time, I'm here for the story, man. It's a massive enjoyment out of the games, in my opinion. I think this is why a lot of people get burnt out on the games and are moaning that there's no content. It's like, well, something that should have took you 5 hours just took you an hour and a half. That's fucking why.
Also, the racing. They're now officially better than Hoyo. Skip button goes burr. Yes, exactly. Skip button is important.
Again, they've looked at what Kuro have done and looked at the positive feedback from that. I think these guys seem like they're looking at what's going on around them, and that's always good to see. It's obviously it's whether they act upon all of this stuff that they're saying right now. The game's not out. It's easy to say all this sort of stuff to get people hyped. It's whether they continue acting upon these statements, isn't it?
Testing schedule. I think this is probably the most important thing here. Closed beta testing. The first impression is great, but you won't go silent after releasing the trailer. Oh,
that's cool to hear because that's exactly what Project Mugen have done. This is why now I think Project Mugen's going to have to do a lot of legwork to get the hype back up because that trailer dropped. Everybody went insane for it. They got like 5 million pre-registrations and then they went radio freaking dark and we've heard nothing since from what I'm aware of, or whatever they've released hasn't been enough to get people talking about it because I've seen jack about it at all. So it's good to see that they understand that this is important because it's like when games do this, they'll like do creator collabs and they'll pay content creators to talk about a game. And then a year later, there's been nothing spoken about the game. And it's like the game's still not got a release date or any information. It's like, feels like it's just a waste to do that rather than try and build up the hype and keep the hype consistent so people are continually talking about your game. So when it drops, everybody's ready to start it like.
Here's a shot at Project Mugen. You're not gonna go silent after releasing your trailer, right? Like Project Mugen did for a year. Don't make us wait. Regarding the next steps for the game, we actually included a small Easter egg in the announcement trailer, which many players have noticed. Neverness to Everness will make its first offline exhibition appearance in September. Look forward to meeting you soon and bringing more exciting new content.
Okay, so it's going to be at an event then in September. Are people going to be able to play it? Are we going to see loads of cool cosplay at some event then? That's kind of cool to hear.
Cool, dude. If you want to fly me out there, I'll be more than happy to take a first-hand look at the game. I would love to.
Me
Open
too.
world settings. I know there was no combat in the city show in the trailer. Does this mean that all battles in the game are triggered in the inner world?
Ah, interesting point, because this is what I was speaking about. I was curious to see how combat's going to work in the overworld. Are we going to have, you know, how it seemed like you went into that other dimension? Is that just going to randomly happen when you're going about? Or is combat going to kick off, you know, just on the fly? Or if it does happen on the fly, is it going to, like, again, be in that other dimension? Because it's all supernatural. So normal people, I would imagine, wouldn't see what's going on. Kind of how, like, normal people can't see stands and stuff like that.
World. About this question, you might have also noticed from the game introduction that this is a world where humans and supernatural beings are inseparable. The anomaly of space shown in the trailer is just a specific rule set of that particular anomaly. There are many other anomalies with different rules that could be encountered and fought in the open world. Okay, cool.
Interesting, interesting. How often is that going to happen, though? Because it seemed like a lot of the traversal that happened, there was just no, like, you know, it was just, there was just nothing about, you know, like when you traverse in Wuthering Waves and in Genshin, obviously you're seeing enemies and creatures all over the place, dotted all over the place. But because this is in the big cities, like, you didn't see any of that apart from that bike encounter and that particular encounter. So be curious to see how they implement that, if you are going to just come into random encounters quite regularly around the city.
Thank you all for listening to us talk about so much. We have always hoped to bring more great ideas to life in the game making. NTE, the game you want it to be. We'll also soon bring a version that you can experience firsthand. Soon,
Okay.
chat. It's coming soon.
Okay, that's interesting. I still think they need to change the name. Nevernis to Evernis. It just doesn't bang. I think even just calling the game Evernis or Nevernis or even Never-Ending Evernis kind of sounds better, personally. You know, just throwing it out there. Pay me if you want to.
Test phase soon. Okay. Welcome everyone to pre-register and follow NTE on all of your social media to avoid missing out on updates and upcoming milestones. Forward to seeing you again in September. That is good to hear. Excited. I think them listening to player feedback, content.
Yeah, it can only be seen as a positive. It's whether they do. They are at the moment. It's whether this is implemented, applied, and continues to be a factor in them going forward. Hopefully, what's been happening with Wuthering Waves, they're like, oh, okay, the community seems to like it when you listen to them, so let's maybe do that. It's worked really well for Kuro. We see that, like, even though Genshin is this massive entity, we're not going to be Genshin, and they can afford to kind of ignore their player base. You know, they just can, because it's so big and there's such a sunk cost into the game now. We can't do that. It didn't work with Terra Fantasy, so let's maybe take a different route in how we handle things. So hopefully they continue this.
Creator feedback, addressing issues, making sufficient, adequate changes to the game to make sure players enjoy it is a fantastic direction. I think remaining communicative with their players is another plus, another win.
Yeah.
I just hope, again, since this is Hada, this is a team behind Tower Fantasy, they don't fall into the same trappings that Tower Fantasy fell into.
Hopefully they don't, but I think having a game like that and having those mistakes that you've made ultimately can make them better, can't it? It can make them get it more than other developers because they've been there, they've made those mistakes, and they've been punished for those mistakes, so they understand the pitfalls and how to avoid them as well. So, you know, it might be a benefit to them. And
they actually do listen, and they actually do succeed. That's my hope. It's my genuine hope.
Yeah, dude, I am, you should definitely check out Sticks. I am actually excited about Nevernis to Evernis. I think at the moment, for me personally now, it's my most anticipated gacha game going forward. I think prior to that, it was Azure Premilia and Project Mugen, but I can't get too hyped about Project Mugen because we saw so little and it's been so long now. Azure Premilia looks great, but the thing with Azure Premilia it's got going against it, I think, is that obviously we've got Genshin and Wuthering Waves now. Obviously, it might come out to be an absolute banger, but I just think once you get so many of the games that look kind of like set in the same sort of world, you know, it can get a little bit like, oh, I want something different now. And I really like the setting, the urban open world setting, the cars, the modifications. I like the supernatural kind of element. It looks really interesting, actually. And obviously the devs seem to be listening, so that's really, really good to see. So yeah, a massive Nevernis to Evernis announcement already. They're doing well. Let's hope they continue. September, we'll see more. Hopefully we'll get to see more gameplay. And maybe we might even see some feedback applied into the game in what they've mentioned there. Maybe they'll actually make some changes, and I'll be curious then to see, okay, they're really working on that. So maybe we'll get a little insight to whether they are going to listen to the community. So yeah, great video from Six. Show him some love. Check him out. Dude, Doom is one of the best-selling games of all time, and that's almost no story. Yeah. I was going to say, story doesn't, you know, it just doesn't have to be everything. It's just, I think if you're going to add it into your game, it needs to be, you know, it needs to be enjoyable, or at least if it's not, make it a secondary thing, you know? Kind of like that's what Doom does, doesn't it? And there's plenty of games that are great like that do that. You know, there's a bit of a story there, but you have to kind of go looking for it if you want to, and that's fine, isn't it, really? I think if you're going to put it first and foremost, and kind of like how Huyo does it, doesn't allow you to skip a lot of it, it's got to be banging, hasn't it, really? That's why if it isn't the best, and even if it is, if it's a game that's designed to make people create alt accounts and stuff, you want to be able to get through that, like, that chatter sometimes, don't you? You know, if you're on your fourth playthrough of a game, story's probably not that important to you anymore, is it? Like, you know, you just want to get to the story, the gameplay beats, like. What chimkin you got, mate? What you eating? What chicken you got? What nice chicken you got? All right, let's watch this last video, and then we're going to play a game. I have been on for 3.5 hours and haven't played any games yet. Dude, I am legit turning into Asman at this point. Honestly, I am. It's getting a bit wild. We need to stop, I think. But we're farming. We're farming, boys. All right, then. Let's check out this. Man, we are a Sticks reaction channel at this point. You may as well, like I say, just go subscribe to Sticks. Go to the source. Wuthering Waves absolutely shatters expectations. We have heard rumours about this. I think 100 million plus on mobile in the first 2 months, which is insane. Of course, it's not Huyo levels, or nothing is going to be, is it? So, curious. Let's see the expectations and how they were broke.
We have a lot to talk about today. On the one hand, Zenless Zone Zero has hit a milestone, Wuthering Waves has hit a milestone, and Neverness to Everness, a brand new upcoming gacha game from the developers of Tower of Fantasy, just revealed not only a cinematic trailer, but also a full gameplay trailer. Before we jump in
banging trailer
to this, I do want to just briefly touch on Neverness to Everness first. I have my impressions, my reaction to the gameplay trailer up if you're interested, but more than that, I wanted to note, as you can no doubt see, the official Neverness to Everness YouTube channel confirmed, not only do they appreciate the insightful...
Like I say, that's great to see, that not only are they replying to people on their own feeds, they're actually going into content creators' comment sections to, like, you know, hey, we heard, and we're going to try and work on the things that have been mentioned. That's really good to see.
Feedback from creators like myself, but they are going to be working with me specifically, Sticks, along with other content creators to
make you feel like a big man, Sticks? Does it make you feel like a big man?
Attempt to build an ongoing dialogue that will make the game better. It is rare that a developer openly admits to seeking outside constructive feedback and then taking this feedback and theoretically implementing it in the game to make the game better. I think this is a great direction to take it. I am more than happy to be working not directly with, but alongside the developers here to attempt to make Neverness to Everness better by providing feedback from you guys and myself, telling them what...
I think we've become so used to as well in recent times of corporations telling us what we should feel and what we should think, especially in the West in regards to a lot of political and cultural ideals, how we should feel, and if we try and question it, we'll be ignored. And obviously, Eastern companies doing the same in regards to other things, with the global audience just being not that important to them. So it is nice, like I say, that's one thing that was really refreshing from Kuro. And they're not the only devs that do it. There are other devs that do it, but it's quite rare. It is quite rare.
What they need to do, what they're doing wrong, and trying to guide them in the right direction to produce a game that we can all enjoy. I have active communication with them open on Discord. I'll be covering Neverness to Everness periodically on the channel as more information is made available, just like I have in WuWa, Zenless, Azure Promelia, Arknight's Enfield, and I genuinely and wholeheartedly look forward to what this game can potentially achieve, which could realistically be greatness, as long as they don't fall into the trappings that Tower of Fantasy fell into. Now let's talk Zenless.
Agreed. I do. I think this game could be big if they do it right. It could really be big.
Zenless Zone Zero has officially
pass Wuthering Waves, really.
$50 million in 11 days. This is a monolithic achievement for them. This was quite a bit under Honkai Star Rail.
Again, people talking about the Zenless has failed. It's just look at that. It hasn't. It's not going to. It's going to be in the top 10, top 5 for the future, in my opinion.
This was even further below Genshin Impact, but that by no means means this is any less of an achievement. $50 million is still above Wuthering Waves. $50 million in 11 days means that it's potentially going to hit $100 million.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like becoming a millionaire and people saying, dude, you failed. You're not a billionaire, man. You absolutely flopped. It's like, come on, man. You can't have this tippity top and always be like, well, if you don't make it up there, then you failed in what you're doing, or this failed in what it was doing. It's crazy.
Over the course of its first month. This is a cross-platform game, which means that revenue here is split between 3 major platforms: mobile, PC, and PlayStation. So if it made 50 million on mobile,
is this another game that's not on Xbox? Like, why do all the gacha games not come to Xbox? Like, what is the deal with that? Curious, like, I don't get it. Is it some corporate political stuff with Xbox being American and a lot of these devs being Chinese or what? But it seems kind of weird.
That means it could very well have made 50 million on PC and potentially 50 million on console. At a minimum here, we're looking at $100 million earned in its first 11 days across all 3 platforms combined. We're looking at a potential $200 million opening month. They did state that it had a very big start, but much like Wuthering Waves, the revenue started to decline rather rapidly.
Well, I think that's just normal, because you've got a small amount of characters to actually pull. You're going to get a lot of them off the start. Well, you're going to get your initial banner. People are going to want to pull those characters, but then you're going to get quite a lot of mats in the first update of the game, aren't you? So a lot of people are going to buy right in, pay for stuff, and then they're going to start stacking a lot of materials that they're going to be able to get rolls on. And then obviously there's not much content dropping in that initial opening window after that. So it's normal that the revenue is going to drop down. It'll be interesting. Like I said, same with Wuthering Waves. I think once we get to 1.2 and see where revenue's going, then that's the real a test to see, to be able to get a bit of a track on the way the game's going in terms of are we seeing it trade up? Are we seeing it just kind of stay stagnant, or are we seeing it really starting to go on the downwards trend?
This is a graph from App Magic. It seems like Chinese players and Japanese players are responsible for the bulk of the revenue. China, 47% of player spending. Japan, 27% of spending. That makes up 74% of total spending, which means global players really didn't spend much at all. Global players, for whatever reason, didn't seem to care. You can see revenue for the game has dipped down at a steady rate at its lowest, which was about 2 days ago. 3 days ago, as opposed to the video. This was at roughly $3 million. Genshin Impact apparently hit...
Yeah, that graph to me looks perfectly fine, though. That looks normal for a game that launched like that. You're going to have majority of the big spends happening right after launch, with people trying to get particular characters, and then you're going to see it trend down slowly and towards the next banner as people potentially save the cash for the next banner as well. You're not going to be having big spends right before. Of course, you're going to have people who maybe like want to desperately get something right at the end, but most people are going to be like, right, wait, next banner comes out, and they say even whales tend to be a little bit like that.
$90 million from player spending in its first 11 days. Honkai Star Rail had $108 million in its first 11 days, so $52 million is definitely less than half of what Star Rail generated, and it looks like this is not going to...
Look how big Genshin's become. It was only 40 million off what Genshin did. These are insane numbers, man. It's nothing to be scoffed at
go on to accumulate the same kind of revenue as Honkai Star Rail or Genshin Impact, probably end up falling quite significantly below both. Although that by no means that this is any less of...
The more I see of Zenless, I don't think it's going to be that far behind Star Rail. It depends on how Huyo treat the game, if whether they do genuinely see it as just a tertiary game to keep people in the Huyo verse. But I think if they apply quite a bit of resources, shall we say, and really go in on Zenless, I genuinely think Zenless won't be as big as Genshin and Star Rail, but I think it could really do quite well. I genuinely do. Because the game's fun, and just the action combat and being a little bit more hop in, hop out, I think it'll encourage a lot of people to want to spend in that game, especially when there's more roster of characters and there's more end-game content to tackle. And as so far, the story's been great. I think if they continue to smash it with the story, I think this game's going to be a big success. I do. I really do.
A significant achievement for Zenless. I think this is a monolithic achievement. Now, speaking about Wuthering Waves, because I know a lot of you guys are interested in Wuthering Waves, and a lot of people thought Wuthering Waves was going to fail. Wuthering Waves sales passed $100 million in under 2 months.
Which is insane. Insane. Obviously, coming off the back of the news you just got about the Huyo games, you'd be like, well, that's nothing near that. But to compare them is unfair. That's insane. For their first big global, self-published global launch is insane, with no console launch yet. And that's just on mobile as well, I believe. So that's ridiculous, man. It shows that Wuthering Waves has really been doing well, and I'm really glad to see that.
That is absolutely crazy, given this is mobile revenue only. As I noted with Zenless Zone Zero, the revenue between mobile, PC, and potentially PS5 is going to be split right down the middle. There is no PlayStation release for Wuthering Waves right now, but that doesn't mean it's not happening. I have a video on Wuthering Waves.
They need to make that happen soon, because I think it's going to be massive on console. I do.
PlayStation China Joy event participation on July 26th through July 29th. Before we talk about anything else, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible patrons over on Patreon and my YouTube channel members.
I feel as well, the type of game that Wuthering Waves is, PlayStation gamers will enjoy it a lot. I do, because there's obviously a large portion of PlayStation gamers that are like their JRPGs over the years. I know probably the percentage of the actual base now is probably smaller because it's the main console. But you know, over the years, PlayStation's definitely been more of a space you go to in the console space for your Japanese RPGs, hasn't it? It just has.
Free to continue.
And I know that Wuthering
Waves
Waves is China, but you know,
you guys
it's
are
the same
phenomenal,
aesthetic,
and I can't
isn't
thank you
it?
all enough for the support. Now let's keep going. A lot of people claim that Wuthering Waves makes at least double what mobile makes, which would set this at 200 million. To get a rough gauge here of the split between PC and mobile players, I decided to make a community post just 2 weeks ago.
I was going to say, I think the potential for it to make more on PC is there. I just think the culture's different. I think people are a lot more willing to spend on mobile games. But at the same time, just with the type of game Wuthering Waves is now mechanically taxing it is in regards to how the combat works, I think there's going to be, it's just going to be, there's going to be less incentive to spend on the PC, on the mobile, but the culture's more, get your wallet out quicker on mobile, isn't it? Because it's been there for years in games of a design like that. Christ, most games on mobile are literally just, designed to tear your wallet from you, which I know a lot of normal games are now, but pretty much every mechanic in these games is designed to intrude on the gameplay experience to make you spend, isn't it? So there's a potential for the culture to maybe spend more than on PC, but I do think there's probably more people playing on PC, and just the way the game is makes people probably less likely to spend money on mobile.
Asking players what platform they played Wuthering Waves on. Almost 70% of my viewers, stated that they played on PC. That was...
I've been seeing a lot of people saying that as well. On my iPad Pro runs flawlessly, but would much rather have it on PS5. I've had a few people commenting that on my video saying, I play Wuthering on mobile at the minute, but it's not a great experience. Can't wait for it to drop on PlayStation 5. So I think it's going to make a big chunk of revenue on PlayStation 5 as well, because the install base is fucking huge.
70% of over 12,000 people. This could mean that potentially there is an even greater split than 50%, which means that the revenue could be even higher than 200 million. It could be 250 million. Regardless...
And I think as time goes by as well, people who play on consoles and on PC are becoming more and more willing to spend in games in microtransactions. And I know it's the meme, isn't it, that PC players are a lot tighter, because we usually are. But I think just the way games are going in general, it's becoming, the culture's been there for years now in places like Korea and China and Japan to just be more willing to spend on microtransactions. And I think it's starting to sell over here now, isn't it? We're still a lot more averse to it. But let's face it, it's doing well over here as well.
These numbers are absolutely incredible. Again, these numbers are from AppMagic. The article states, players in Japan have contributed 23% of the mobile earnings thus far. Wuthering Waves has surpassed 100 million in mobile gross revenue across Apple's App Store and the Google Play Store, according to AppMagic. Major milestone has been achieved in under 2 months since the game's official launch on May 22nd, with a fairly even revenue split across its biggest region.
That's really good to hear. That's what I like to hear. This is what I hope continues. Of course, I want the game to make money just because I want the game to be better. I don't care how much shareholders make, if I'm honest. but I want the revenue across regions to be split. I don't want China to run away with the major part of the revenue, because if that happens, there's a totally different culture in China regarding video games, and I think it will negatively affect the game for the rest of us. That's how things kind of are with Huyo. Even though I enjoy the Huyo games, they really don't listen to the rest of the world, because China makes them like their money in like vastly superior amounts. It's just like, it's not even close. So the idea that the fact that it seems at the moment it's fairly split is good to see. It looks, even looking at here, Japan is accounting for more than China in its revenue, so that's great to see. That is, so hopefully that continues. So yeah, you just got to say to the people in the West, man, get your fucking wallet out. Jokes. But yeah, it's a good thing to see.
So far, Wuthering Waves has found the most financial success in Japan, accounting for 23% of its mobile earnings. And close second, players in China have contributed 22% of its mobile revenue. South Korean players 17%. The US market has contributed 17%.
It's all pretty close, isn't it?
So
really,
China was actually much lower just a month ago, so it's interesting to see that China has picked up, which means they're happier, I guess, with how Wuthering Waves is being handled right now. According to @Magic, Wuthering Waves generated almost $60 million in June alone. With the effectiveness of its new gacha banners apparent on a daily revenue level, a sudden surge on June 6 saw the game earn $5.5 million on mobile, currently the game's most lucrative day on the platform, coinciding with the new gacha.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be Yinlin. Of course it was going to be Yinlin.
Gacha banner featuring Yinlin. That 100% makes sense. We all wanted Yinlin. I think the game would have made significantly more if Yinlin was available at launch rather than Gion. The next spike occurred on June 28th.
Hey, listen. I'm glad Gion was there at launch.
28th, coinciding with the version 1.1 update, and another new gacha banner featuring Jinza. That day, revenue reached 4.4 million. It actually made almost, so wait, Jinza made almost as much as Yinlin on her day of release. Dude, can you imagine how much Chong-Li is gonna make if Jinza...
See, this shows to me, though, it's not all just about the sex appeal, though, man. Just cool waifus that look like they've got really good kits as well. Really does make decent money.
Jinza made 4.4 million? That's crazy. Holy crap. Oh my god. Wow. Okay. That is impressive. Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and expect Chong-Li is gonna be like all the way up here, absolutely breaking the graph. Although it seems as though Yinlin's banner continued to remain fairly stable and consistent until this period here. Jinza's banner also remained fairly...
That's normal though. This drop off here is normal, and then this big drop off below the new banner. It makes sense because paying players, just like how you are with your mats and all that sort of stuff, you're gonna like, you know, you're gonna, even if you're a free to play player, you're gonna save your pulls because you know there's a banner coming, aren't you? You know, it's kind of maddening, especially if you're nowhere near pity and you're nowhere near getting something that you really want. Let's say maybe if you really want to get it, it's different. But you're gonna drop off on your spending here because you're gonna initiate your spending here. So that's just normal. That is. This is like, this graph to me is logical. You know, we'll see another pick up again here, and hopefully though, this doesn't become a trend, I guess, in Kuro's eyes, that it just keeps doing this, and we see it continue to drop. Each peak becomes lower.
Fairly stable and consistent until this period, where it had a less of a...
But I do think Chong-Li's gonna... I think Chong-Li's probably gonna peak Yinlin's
drop, but then we're in this kind of like
revenue
lull, empty period where there isn't really much, I guess, necessity to spend money right now. So it makes complete sense as to why the revenue is down. Nevertheless, Wuthering Waves has achieved more than all the haters ever expected it to. They said the game was going to fail. They didn't said the game wasn't going to make $100 million. They said the game wasn't going to live past its first month. But clearly,
I think a lot of that was probably haters, but I think some people just expecting it because Huyo is just all encompassing. It swallows all before it, and you know it wouldn't be a hot take, I guess, to say it probably isn't going to do that well. I would imagine there's probably a lot of haters in there as well, but I don't think it's the hottest take ever to say that.
clearly, WuWa
Glad to see it's
and
wrong.
Kuro are continuing to prove everyone wrong, and they are still going strong. We're going to see when Chong-Li releases if this continues or doesn't. Either way, I'm happy that I get to at least work semi alongside Neverness to Everness. I'm glad that I'm a part of the Zenless community and it's doing so well, and then I'm a part of the Wuthering Waves community and that Wuthering Waves is doing as well as it's doing.
Yeah, and end of the day, if we get good games, that's all that matters.
Even more than that, I love when games do well, when people hate on them, expecting them to do poorly, and they prove all the haters wrong. Now, if none of this is of any interest to you, though, absolutely no problem. I got you covered 2 different videos on screen right now that might be more up your alley.
All right, good video. Good information. Wuthering Waves absolutely shatters expectations. Kind of knew the deal with that though, didn't we? I'd say free players save their pools even more because they don't have the credit cards to fall back on if they don't. Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's just a natural flow. If there's a new banner coming out, it doesn't really make sense to be pulling on an old banner unless you're close to pity and you've got enough pulls to get you to the pity to try for your 50-50 or if you've got a guarantee. But usually the way it goes is you see the spending drop, but the stacking start. People start hammering all the stuff to collect all the pulls, and then they get ready. The day the banner drops, everybody's on getting the pulls, and then if they're not totally free to play and they don't necessarily get to pity or they fail the 50-50, that's when they might be like, oh, do you know what? Let me just get 20 quid's worth so I can just push myself closer to getting, so I know I'm going to get the character I want. And that's what I think. That's just a natural ebb and flow of it, really, isn't it? All right, then I think we've sat and talked about enough fucking shit now, man. We've been on nearly 4 hours and I ain't played any video games yet. So let's fucking play some video games. You fix your trackball scroll wheel. Hey, let's go. Dude, I bought that fucking new mouse. I haven't even fucking used it yet. Still in the box. Dungeonborn, that's that game that's like Dark and Darker, yeah. That's good then. What, are you sending that one back then? Hey, it's gonna be back up. Yeah, that's kind of what that is at the minute. I'm still like using it until like this really what's it's because I just had to get that because it was on sale. The fuck? Is why people's having issues getting in? What is this full? It's not even full. Is it just unavailable? I guess we'll go with EU Central 40. Let's go. Living a new one, just not too much. Yeah, I think we.
The Star of Siliveth.
Mouse as
It
well,
is said
mouse.
to be the
You
seal
know, your
stone
mouse, you get
containing
really.
Siliveth,
You know, it
goddess
gets
of
becomes an
destruction.
extension of your hand, doesn't it?
This magical star of destruction was shattered into pieces all across the world, and those who are born with this fragment were called the Star Children. In 1192, during
Star
an age
Child,
of
baby.
conflict, the Archean commander Khazar sought to use the power of the star fragments as a tool of war.
Oh, he's a bad
and sent
guy.
the witch Calanthea to the remote island where the wizard Jan Junath hid the Star Children.
So waste. He did.
We must protect the children at all costs.
Oh man, it's gang set. Oh, here comes the real G. I think we saw this cutscene before when we played it. Yeah. It's kind of cool. It's Harry Potter. You fuck bros, you only need to use one on and you know you're in trouble there.
sorry, child.
I agree, Neil. I agree. How do we be a chick or do we? Let's be a chick. We set the character body type. Yeah, man. Alright. This looks pretty dope though. Change body type. Oh, is that just? Oh, I thought I could make her have like some huge tartars and big hips. Right. Can I? Body. Okay, we gotta start there, right? Lower body, waist at 8 is what I'm talking about. Can't we make it? We need to not like see her clothes, don't we though? Because how are we supposed to, you know? No, I want it thick like a bowl of oatmeal, baby. How do I, here we go. I need to see what's going on, lad. Come on. I need to see what's going on. I suppose that's the best we're going to get, right? We don't want the calves to be too big. Although it's kind of alright, actually. We got max 8 with the pelvis, do we? Alright, let's go there. Upper body, head size. I think that's fine, isn't it? Neck width. Make it a little slimmer. That looks weird. Keep that like that. Shoulder position. Got them down a little bit. Shoulder size. We'll go with that. Shoulder width. We want them to be quite narrow. Hey boys. Hey boys. Got the extra thick thighs and the big waists. Tiny shoulders. Chest and arms. Torso, bicep, forearm, hand. Where's the titty scaler? We don't want to have too big biceps. I think maybe she looks... I think maybe we need to make those shoulders a little bit wider. Just a little bit. You know, maybe go a bit there. Maybe we need to make the neck a little bit shorter, actually, as well. I think. You reckon? Hand size. We've got to make a hand smaller. You know why. Boost your ego. Forearm size. Nice and slim. And the problem is we can't really see because like what she's wearing, you know what I mean? It's kind of problematic. It's kind of problematic. Alright, let's change the way she looks. Kind of like that's like what's it from Game of Thrones, isn't he? You know nothing, Jon Snow. You're a bastard. You're a bastard, Jon Snow. I don't know. I'm overwhelmed with choices. I kind of like that, but I'm thinking maybe. I don't know. Go back to that a second. Contrasting colour. Ears, mouth, nose, eyebrows, eyes. What's the range here? I kind of want to wreck. I'm thinking like grey, like, you know, like silver grey. How do I? Okay, I want the opacity up, don't I? Ah, there we go. Oh, that looks kind of nice, actually. What time do I want to eat? It's up to you, babe. Specifically left out titty morphs because it's Amazon, for real, bro. For real. I kind of like that, though. She looks kind of nice, doesn't she? Get your ass in the kitchen now, lady. Yeah, man, start it now if you want, Rosie. I don't know. I think we'll go with that, but I kind of wanted to look a bit different. I mean. You gotta get them strong cheekbones, boys. Inner heights. Probably the best angle to see, but anyway. In a depth. Let's have a look at a bone structure. Can't really see her temples, can we? I think that looks better slimmer, doesn't he? Back cheek. That's a bit too much, looks good. I think that gives that like chiseled, what's it? Chiseled look, doesn't it? Let's work on the jaw as well. Oh, okay, I can see where that's affecting that. Okay, I like it, A chin. Chinny chin chin. I have a strong chin. Maybe a little bit. Chad-esque. It's a Chadette. That is a Chadette. Let's bring out the width just a little bit. Come on. I like it. I think we go with that, man. I think we go with that wrinkle depth. Was that supposed to be her age? Jesus Christ, man. How old am I supposed to look then if that's at 31? No, it's just got to be the strength in it because, like, 10 is you know, 21 makes it look like it's 35. Let's bring that gloss down to 0. Actually, I don't know, maybe a little bit. Recommended colors. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Alright, I think let me go with that. I want it to have they're like green eyes. That looks kind of nice though. Yeah, both sides. Thinking like green, man. Yeah, I like that. Is this the actual size? Okay. The bright needs to be quite high, actually. Why would I want it in the kitchen when I can have it in the bed? If anything there, we can maybe bring the eyes together a little bit. I quite like the look of a man. Need a chicken nap now. You all puckered out, are you, mates? Hey. I like it. I like it. Let's have a look at her eyelids now. Inner oh. Outer row. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's keep that like that. Inner down. Alright, cool. Eyebrows. Let me go a little bit thicker. Not like the painting on eyebrows you see some freaking women with now. Yeah, I think I like them. Opacity, let's get them a bit Yeah, I like that. I like that. Never go with darker than the hair, yeah? Heights, maybe go a little higher. Let's bring them in a little bit more. Or do we have them a bit more out? Maybe there, yeah? Intrusion. Oh, is that how deep they are? Oh no, that's a forehead. Okay, we won't mess with that. We don't want it looking like a Neanderthal. Eyebrow details. There we go. Here's the thickness and stuff, yeah. I think I'll leave it at that. External width, edge end. I think I'll leave all those the same, to be fair. A granddad nap for Neil. Pigs Jamie's been ages at me again. Drive to his house and punch him in the dick for me. I think she looks alright, yeah. What do you reckon? Felt like maybe her head's a bit small. You reckon? Head's a little small. Maybe her neck needs to be a little bit shorter as well. Maybe it's her shoulders actually. Or her shoulder size. Yeah, I think that's better, yeah. She's not how cheap, but she'll do. Yeah, boys. Yeah, boys. I like it. I like it. Randomize appearance, design a preset, share appearance, appearance settings. Yeah, man. Let's have a look at the different lighting. Okay, she looks cute now. Smile, darling. Okay, that's cute. Well, you can't tell me that ain't cute. That's cute, right? A little bit killer crazy cute, but still, you know. You know, she's a little bit psycho, but she's probably like... Suck this all out here. Back in a sec, lads. Alright, let's get into it, boys! Big boy swords. Press E or attack the selected target while attacking press. Okay. You can remember WASD keys. Yeah. Okay, so that's like a block. Okay. You have finished the tutorial. You can rotate the camera by moving your mouse. You can zoom in and out using the scroll wheel zoom. Oh, a foot boys, considering my scroll wheel's fucked. He's back.
Now, hit back.
Q to defensive skill. You know what? I think maybe I should be use the old Naga. Should we use the old Naga, boys? I don't know. I'll just use his mouse. Feels like my sensitivity needs to go up a little bit, actually. Where are we? Codex Battle Pass Special Shop, character info, settings, link accounts, close my menu. Inventory. Here we go, settings. Right in front of me. Right in front of me, boys. Graphics. Let's put that bitch on full screen. Yeah, brightness, yeah, fuck that. Let's go 165, baby. Let's go 165, boys. Super resolution. Quality. Low latency's off. We might put that on. Quality. Epic. All the way on everything. Yes, please. Shader preloading. Loads of rendered pipelines in the background in advance. You can greatly prevent frame drops. It doesn't really matter. That one. Optimize large scale combat. Gameplay. Here we go. Camera sensitivity needs to go up just a little bit. Let's try 120. That's a bit better. Oh, we want to change that. Let's change that. That's horrible. Settings. Where's the actual accessibility? Am I missing something now? Character UI, graphics, gameplay item, content, chat, UI, language. Maybe character. Bindings. Right, he's gonna be insane. Where the fuck is Buy some wellies for your birthday. Put the sheep's feet in there. Zip ties. Okay, so we've got action mode on. Content, chat, language, UI. I want to change my bindings. Counter name display settings. Open weapon details. Show my HUD. Target display methods. Hold up. Am I missing something here? Auto equip. Camera. Controls. What the? Am I being super dumb?
Yo, what's up?
Okay, I think I'm being really stupid. Where's keybones on? I feel like I'm being super dumb here. I was in shortcuts. Wait, what? Okay. Oh, okay, here we are. Dumbass. I swear this didn't have all this last time I looked. It was just a bunch of ticks. Is the UI like not loading or something? There we go. There we go, boys. We got it now. We got him now. Took a while. I tried to look on a video. I might put this game back on board, at least, actually. It's kind of annoying. Zimbas!
Awaken the wild power in the star fragment.
2 secs. Hello, what my roses made me, boys. Gammon rice bowl, lads. Lovely. Lovely. Look good. I think my mouth is too big for that shit, you know. Woo! That's nice. Really choked. There we are. Go right from the target.
I won't let that happen.
Yeah, bitch. You ain't gonna let that happen. Get fucked.
Well done.
Let's go.
That feeble child has grown so well. You have a special star fragment within you. A power with infinite possibilities.
It's called being caked up.
As there are dark beings who are after that power.
We got that bakery.
You must control the star fragment's power. Do not be consumed by the darkness.
After all these years, the nightmare has returned as a vision.
Right. Fucking banging, babe. Yeah, if you're in chat, she's fucking gorgeous. Smashed it. Oh. Lady. Pixel. You cannot use spaces. What about a dash then, bitch? Contains prohibited words or sentences. Oh, fuck off. About underscore. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. You know, man.
So that's where you were. I was looking for you. Lottie transported supplies to the North Guard. Could you go with her to take the supplies? She'll need you since it's so dangerous. I'd go myself, but for my arm.
So
Give me a
dangerous.
hand.
You know what's got him, Morpheus?
Oh, that Lottie. She didn't take the map again. Damn it. She'll probably get lost trying out a shortcut without this map. Can you
What
bring
is
it to
that
her?
accent? Ascend to open the map. Gorgeous Aaron, Whispering Plains, Whisperian. To Aaron's terror, the Dawn Spire. The Dawn Spire. Alright.
Whatever you do, now get going, friend.
Alright, we ain't going to play massive amounts of these guys because I do want to play the game when it comes out properly. I know a lot of people have been hating on this game, but when I first played it before, I only played a little bit. I kind of enjoyed it, man. So, you know, we're gonna go with that. Not go off what other people are saying. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool, yeah? I got the fucking hiccups, chat. Sorry. So I'm trying to eat at the same time. I think it's a good looking game as well, man. You know what I mean? I reckon. Looks nice, yeah. Oh, wait. Does the wolf change into the colour of your hair? I think it does, yeah. That's cool.
Oh, I forgot the map again. Hey!
You dumb bitch, Lottie. I brought the map.
Oh, really? I was just going back to get it. Thanks. I should get going.
Alright, what's that voice acting? I'll help deliver the goods.
It's true, I was about to move the delivery. Did Benny tell you? Honestly, I told him not to worry.
Told him not to
Well,
worry.
It certainly won't hurt to have you come along. Let's go.
Oh, my character looks cool, though, yeah. Oh. What exactly are we delivering now?
I guess the Archeum portal is opening again. We need to deliver some munitions across Wisperian before they invade.
Audio's crackling in game, is he? Oh,
We'll want to
no.
bring weapons. You never know when you'll get into a fight. Let's head to supplies management first. Connell
Okay.
should have a weapon chest ready for us. Now, let's go.
Held up a second. It's a capture card. 4K 60 Pro Mark II's a piece of shit. Do-do-do-do. How long has he been doing that? Only just started doing it. I'm still doing it, yeah. Yeah, still doing it. Sorry, my character's talking. Hold up. What game is this? This is Throne and Liberty. Hold up a second. Welcome back, dude. What me? You know what? This actually might be the game. No, it's capture card. Alright, I believe that should be alright now. Don't know. No, it's still doing it, isn't it? Why does it do this shit, bro?
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Why is it doing what it's doing? Is it still crackling now? Oh shit, I'm on fire. Ah! Oh, let me just seems okay now, yeah. Yeah, I think we could, yeah. Seems okay. Have to let me know. Keep your ears open, boys, if you don't mind. You finished the tutorial? Yeah, I like how the wolves got the same tones as our hair. It's kind of cool. Small little detail. It's not nothing major, but it's cool.
Connell has prepared the weapon chest.
Okay. I think we're okay, yeah. Yeah, it was crackling. You know, it does that crackling now and again.
Bring your own weapons.
That noise on my capture card, man. I don't know what the deal is, man.
After all, it's your weapons that'll save your life in battle. There's a training dummy over there, so you can practice with your new weapons.
Why does everybody sound like they're trying to be English? You sherbet lemon. Sherbet. Oh man, I like a big sword still. That seems kind of fun though. I guess we could try them out. We kind of know what the sword does, don't we? Try this out. Oh, do I? Oh, the main menu to equip equipment. Okay. Use the right pane to available items. Double click to an item to equip it. I'll go with that. Okay, next. Swap the weapon sets to equip a second weapon type. Okay. Your stats change depending on the weapon you have equipped. Okay. Close the character window and learn about your skills. Okay, so wait a minute. Can I that's it, there we go. And then I can maybe like have the big sword as well. Big sword and a crossbow. Big sword and a crossbow. Let's see what that sounds like. Actually doing it, yeah. Why is it doing that, bro? Hold up. Alright, let's exit the game. I'll restart my gaming PC. So I just come back now. It's like, you know, when we was reacting to them videos, you couldn't hear it, could ya?
This video suggests, yes, the game actually got a pretty
okay, so that's there now. Alright. Let me go back to my video, my stream here. Let's go back and listen. What they're calling it, which is covered about getting the max out. You know, I guess maybe you could argue a more Hoyo type of a design character for sure.
This reminds me of a Hoyo design. And it's a very simple answer. You'll notice that almost every character...
See, like, Danjin to me, as well, pops, at least in Genshin, it's full to not be... I think it looks pretty cool, artistic. It's not a dot as well.
Fit is just straight up.
No, Beijing, a little bit more efficient as hell. This is what...
And you just go all in. Best bonuses and even just perks of having her sometimes, because of the way she can float in the air at certain angles, there are certain enemies or even certain bosses in the game that have certain attacks that can hit every other character.
Yeah,
but
I don't
she can
hear
get
anything
away
there, but it might be just quieter. Right, he's definitely there now, isn't he?
with just levitating a certain...
I'm just going to restart my PC. Fucking hell, boys. Sorry about this, lads. On the game. Must have been when we started that game a bit. Because the capture card will detect the output kind of thing, like. So when that game started, it must have just freaked out, not liked you. Because like on my end, it's fine. It's coming through on the stream, like. Right, okay, now I'm hearing that. Why is it still there, bro? Oh, dude, I fucking hate this capture card, I do. Can't wait till Elgato come out with a new one. Telling ya.
So, I have another opinion.
Alright. What I'll try and do, I'm just going to quickly drop the stream, okay? Stay in chat. I'll be a couple of minutes. I'm going to drop the stream. I'm going to restart my streaming PC and see if that works, okay? So I'll be back in like 3 minutes. I should be able to hear me now. All right. Let's turn it right up a second. Put some tunes on a second, see if they're coming through. Okay, all right. Still don't think it's right. Just find a video we're talking because it's easy to pick out any distortions or anything.
So today is a pretty important day for this game, Concord. I tried it last.
Must have been when we started to come out with a new one. I'm going to restart my stream. He's there now, isn't he?
Last week during a closed beta that they had, but today, at least when I'm filming this video, kicks off the full open beta for this weekend. And the reason this is crucial is because this is the first time people will get a chance
Does he sound okay now? Something don't sound right, though, man. I can definitely hear something. Am I just tripping?
to play the game if they didn't want to put $40 up front. It's during a fully open beta that you would expect to see a huge surge of people who are curious about the game that
Boot up the game and see what the crack is. Dude, I hate this capture card, I do. Like, ever since day one, it's been just, like, don't get me wrong, well, there's probably some other media capture cards that are better. But it's a good capture card, like. But I've had nothing but fucking problems with it, like, since day one, you know? Causing my PC to blue screen, just like, oh, dude. So trash. Just randomly starts fucking up. I don't know if it's when we switch to full screen on the game, you know? I don't know. Bloody fucking hell. Yeah, I was gonna say, I hope not, because them potential YouTube videos are fucking scrap now. I have to have a listen when I'm editing. Oh, the fucking joys of tech sometimes, you know? Alright, nice one, Jamie. Appreciate you, bro.
Jamal, I need to go to the North Guards. Can you open the gate?
I see. Wait a second.
Defending against enemy's fury attack with a defense skill. Each weapon activates special effects. When triggered, active skills can attack enemies or provide other effects for your party. Equipped passive skills are always applied, allowing you to change your combat style based on your selections. Skills added to quick slots can be used in combat. Move skills into quick slots to equip them. Only equipped skills can be used or applied in battle. Okay. So will these be in when I switch over? What's this? Is that so you can have a mix, I guess, if you want? Does this game support co-op? Yeah, it's an MMO. Yeah. Oh wait, what? I'm on slot 3 for some reason. How does that work then? So what are these skills are used with the currently equipped weapon? For a longbow. Oh, okay, so we need to remove these out then, don't we? Okay. Right, cool. Transcendent skills. Alright, okay. There we go. Cool. Sweet. 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 That's what I'm talking about. Use skill by directing it. A skill you use by directing. You can use a skill against the current target by changing its location settings and use direction. Right, okay.
In the past, Captain Da Vinci Erin led the resistance to defend the island from the Archeum Legion. But uneasiness still lingers here. You left Fortress Erin to help Lottie transport military supplies.
Feels really Skyrim-ish. The music, yeah, that the background music definitely does, yeah.
Let's head to Asperian. You haven't used a piton yet, have you?
No.
Just watch closely and do what I do.
Okay, I'll watch you do it.
Ha!
You came across a watchtower that had collapsed after an unusually powerful attack by the Archeum Legion. The rubble blocked the path, but you and Lottie used a grappling hook and pitons to climb over it.
It looks like the cart was destroyed by artillery.
Hey, are you all right? What's going on? There are fireballs flying through the sky.
There's a pulley lift up to Asperian ahead. Come on, let's hurry.
Let's do it. Oh,
The
shit.
artillery is clearing the way for black Mitrans. Let's get rid of these Mitrans before more show up. Watch the enemy's movements. When you see an opening, strike.
Going down. Perfect.
Damn them! Using Mitrans as weapons. We must hurry. We're almost there.
Oh, so you can double tap. Okay.
No, this can't be happening.
It was destroyed. Ah, the fireball damaged the pulley lift. It needs to be fixed quickly. It won't be easy to do alone.
Oh, mate. What are we doing then? Speaking to Lottie. Okay.
The pulley lift broke. We can't keep going like this.
Hey, I'm always here to learn new things.
There isn't one. Either we use this pulley to cross Wisperian,
or
we'd have to go by
We're
boat.
going to need to cross.
That won't do. Bermetz is here, so let's check the lift. I'll get this fixed. You go help the other resistance members.
So we can cross?
Bermetz, can you
it
fix
isn't
this?
Lottie. Well, between the two of us, we'll have it fixed
Now
in
there is
no
this a soldier
time.
in need of
Shall we
aid.
get
These keys are
started?
here. Oh, this dude. Can you see me?
Thank you. I was attacked near Wisperian. Go there and tell me.
Mark of Wisperian. We're gonna pop figure friend, have we? Couldn't they just have it speak English? That'd be helpful. Because the text is going that quick, it's hard to read. It's very cinematic though.
You defeated the black Mitrans that appeared where the fireballs landed, and then headed toward Wisperian.
Now give up. How did you get here? The lift was destroyed.
Some kind of strange power brought me here.
Oh, wait a second. Do you have the power of a star fragment? I've heard
Yeah.
Wisperian
Oh.
summon star bearers.
I was gonna say.
It looks like that's true.
Wasn't gonna say, but you know, I'm actually quite the big deal around here.
Oh, thank you so much. Now, please go to Tuaren's Terra. Since you have the star fragment, you can use Glide Morph to get there. I'll go over all the operation details later. By the way, have we met before? Sorry, forget it. Gotta stay focused. Ah! It's an enemy attack! We better hurry! Perform a
Okay.
Glide Morph by jumping off.
Use space
I'll
to
go first.
more
See you down
glide,
there.
descend down to Tuaren's Terra. You can glide in the air by pressing space key. Hey, let's go. Speed up, descend, move left and right. You're right. Space ascend. Double tap shift to unmorph. Okay.
Today, I will dedicate the star fragment of Wisperian to
Orcsies!
Kazar.
Get him, boys! You can die, bomb.
Oh my god, there's no end to those orcs.
Resistance, get ready! Get in position and
Oh, can I come in here? I'm here. Okay, I'm feeling this.
Turret is attacking Wisperian! We're starting the operation!
Using Wisperian's...
We steal the fire dust from the orcs and throw it into the turret. If we
Right.
overload it with a lot of fire dust at once, the turret will overheat and explode.
Right,
Everyone
okay.
got it? Take the fire dust from the orcs and throw it into the turret.
Got it? Have you got it? Alright, really looking for the fire dust. Where's the fucking...
Hurry and collect more fire dust.
Where do we get it from? Killing...
After the turret.
Oh, defeat the orcs. Yeah, okay.
Anything that stands in your way.
We must destroy that turret. Get that fire dust and throw it into the turret.
Shit, man, he dropped a load. Get it in there. Put 7 in. How many do we need? Requires 20 plus.
How dare they?
Oh, we got more to kill. We need to put some in to get some more to spawn, maybe? Oh no, there's much here.
Oh no, you don't.
I think I might need to do some key rebinding. That's normal though in an MMO, really, isn't it? Is it really an MMO if you don't need to rebind your keys, you know? Perfect.
King
No, that-
Bert? Everyone get ready.
We've got your back. Throw that fire dust at the turret.
I'm doing it, bro. I'm doing it. Alright, let's go. Okay, he's kind of badass looking. Did he just make that fall down with his shouts? That's how we know he's powerful, yeah. Perfect. No, I'm going to switch back to this main section now. I'm selecting target, what the hell? What are you unselecting? I can't get close to him. Okay, that was a bit trash. He was too far to attack, but I couldn't actually get close to him. Why can't I can't actually attack him? It's like he was in an area of the map then that I couldn't actually attack him then. Okay, I'm totally sunned. Oh, that's what's happened. I was going to say, dude, I got fucked right away. Yeah, he was like clipped then. I couldn't even attack him like.
Attack his left eye now!
Pussy. Little bitch. That's what he gets for being a bitch.
The star fragment? Watch out!
Run sideways. Why did that hurt us so much? It didn't hit us. Was he that heavy he created a shockwave? The cutscenes are well done though, aren't they? That's where we saw him.
Children, this way!
I don't know why that made me laugh.
Hey, wake up! That's strange. I wasn't told about any serious injuries. Hey, are you awake? Do you recognize me? Oh, nice. You wait here. I'll call the healer now.
The children.
I'm okay, yeah. Might write a rebind 7 and 8 to V and B if I'm honest. What's V and B? I might just get used to using this Naga. It's just hard when I've been playing other games on the other key mouse to get used to the Naga, man. Means I'm gonna have to change. Could hold up. Gives you check. Gives you check. Fuck is he doing? Oh fucking hell. Nice, great. Didn't even give me a chance to choose the update, just auto updated. Bro. Yes, spoil it. Really, dude? Oh, I hate that when apps do that. Like, oh. Cheers, man. Yeah, cheers. No, I wouldn't like to restart, you piece of shit. Oh, fuck off, man. I don't want to rate the software, you piece of shit. Just let me fucking change my settings. What the actual fuck, dude? All I want to do is change the settings on my fucking mouse. Are you enjoying this software? No, I'm not. Report a problem. Fuck off, leave me alone, that's the problem. Jesus Christ, boys. Jesus, boys. Jesus. It's just because this mouse is set up to be left-handed, so I'm just switching it back to be left-handed because I've got it set up for like the right-handed, set up for like my your left click, whereas the right click's the left click on this mouse, which kind of, it fits in your palm of your hand better to use it like that because of all the buttons on the side. Because I bought this mouse specifically to play MMO, so we need to use it, otherwise I'll spend 100 quid for fuck all. And if Rosie catches me not using it, I'll be getting bollocked. I won't, but still. What is it you wanted to change? I want to change a weapon swap. No, because I'm not using that key on the side. Where is it? Weapon swap, here we go. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. I don't, dude, it is weird using a new mouse, isn't it, though? It's because it's totally different shape as well, this mouse is. Oh, shit, do I need to speak to this stupid thing? Speak with a whispering am I? Alright. You can't just get right up when you're not fully recovered. I talk to the pop figure, by the way, by the looks of it, chat. You don't remember your mono went into her friends and you blew away that giant King Verte? I couldn't believe my eyes on it. Why can't you just talk? Why don't you just talk? Sorry, I don't remember. Really? Your arm suddenly started glowing purple and your axe went flying straight into the giant orc's eye. The malvescence exploded with a big boom. Hey, just like a little bit like Sackboy, yeah. Are you okay though? How's your arm? Let's ask Clay. He wanted to talk to you. Yeah, let's speak to somebody who speaks English. Sort of gobbledygook.
Are you in any condition to move? I'm on my way with the healer.
They are very British. Sound like somebody trying to sound British.
You're finally awake. Good. Come this way. How are you? Feeling better now?
A little bit. My character looks good though, yeah. I feel better.
The enemy withdrew after you took out King Vert. I'm glad you weren't seriously injured.
I remember you saving me in the last invasion.
Oh, right. From the time when we barely escaped from the chapel in one piece. I almost didn't recognize you. But what are we to do about your power?
Well, I was a child.
At this rate, you may be chased off like before.
Look like I was
or
only
even
7.
lose your life to a mana frenzy.
Now I'm like a 22, 23-year-old woman.
I have a friend in Laslan named Martinet. She is conducting research on malvescence. She should be able to help you out.
How can I recognize and find her?
The storage manager in Castleton, Melky, will know where to find her. In fact, no matter the town, the storage managers know where to find anything. Touch Luna Zero's head to temporarily enhance your glide ability. Should get you all the way to Castleton.
All lighting, skill, enchant, commence.
Okay.
Lighting, skill.
The game looks great though, doesn't it? Like, it does look good. Yeah. So that's normal. No, I'll see you later, man. Good luck. So I'm gonna do next time I see Rosie off, I'm just gonna be like, so we say goodbye now, babe. Now that I have time to introduce myself, the name says it all around the great LP. That's a bad name. Mate, just let her speak English, man. Like, the text goes past quite quick as well. You know, they wanted to call her Alexa. Very fantastical, though, you know? That's cool. The world's very pretty. Very, very pretty. Loving the art style. That was a pretty cool intro, if you ask me. Ronnie, that was pretty cool, actually.
Fragment power within your body. The island.
I don't like this stupid fucking sack kid thing, though. Kind of annoying. Wouldn't be so bad if he spoke English, where I'm having to read text. It's not actually staying on the screen for very long. I do like how our wolf avatar's got the same colour hair as my character. That's kind of cool, that is. Brother! This is a waypoint. Are we attuned for TPs, are we?
Lord Hobbs of Laslan resisted Revolupius, who had usurped the throne, but his dominion was taken by the Archean Legion. However, Laslan was freed again by the Founders Order, led by Captain Da Vinci, and the Laslan Allied Resistance Forces were founded here.
Okay. Who am I talking to? Ask storage manager Melky in Liberation Plaza about Martinet and click to claim rewards. On rewards select one of the following rewards. Forgotten combat hat, 30 melee defense, 30 range defense. Forgotten leather hat. Forgotten magic hat. That magic hat looks kinda dapper. You know, kinda dapper. I think we're gonna get that. You know, looking dapper. How do I put it on? Yeah. How do I rotate the camera? Okay, why is... Oh, because we pressed Alt. Okay, so Alt frees up the key, the mouse. Okay. Yeah, but the character looks kind of cool, man. Actually, I'm liking it. All right, we need to speak to Melky over here. Yeah, his little goblin dude.
Brother. First time in Castleton.
Yes,
well,
brother.
If there's anything you want to know, ask away.
Do you know Martinet, brother?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't have any brothers by that name. If you don't have anything to store, buzz off.
Clay sent me.
What? You know Clay? I still can't tell you, though. Try visiting the priestess.
Let's go to the priestess then. Where's she at? In the leveling log, players can review any content or rewards that are unlocked according to their character's progression and tasks they can access. What's this? Start chapter 1, tragedy of the Castle family. Magic powder. Containing mana used to craft equipment. Okay. Buy a leveling log pass to earn level achievement rewards in addition to duty completion rewards. A leveling log pass. Sale price is $7.50. Activates the premium rewards in leveling log upon purchase. Allows you to acquire premium rewards up to level 50. Okay, so it's just like a battle pass kind of thing. Leveling pass 1 to 50 premium level before making purchase. And I've a paid currency. I've got some of that, haven't I? So can I purchase that? Fuck it. Oh, sure. It's free. Right, have we got a motion blur on the go here, boys? Is there a motion blur? What's this in here? Materials. I think we might have a motion blur on the go. Graphics. Motion blur. Fuck that off. Motion blur sucks ass, dude. I'm gonna turn my sensitivity up a little bit though, actually. Gameplay. Camera. Let's go a little bit more. That's better. Alright, where's this speak with Einar Princess Grace. Where's she at? Off here to my right. Oh, here she is.
Even when skies... Do you need help with something?
Let me explain the situation.
I see. Please wait a moment. I sense no ill intentions from you. The power of the gods has confirmed the truth of your
Got
words.
that Geordie LaForge visor, but just like pimped out. Like that's That's the visor Geordie LaForge always wanted, you know? I bet that's the one he wore when he was off duty and he was trying to pick up girls. Because, well, then again, though, we know Geordie had no riz. He could never get pussy.
Of course. However, she is currently in danger, and thus under the protection of the people of this village. You will need to follow
The only time he really did
protocol.
try and actually nearly get pussy was with a hologram.
To meet her, you are going to need the password. Ask the sundries merchant for the first half of the phrase, and the skills researcher for the second half. If you mention that you are seeking a red flower, you will receive the answers you need.
Why don't you just tell me what it is?
Oh, do you need something? Do you need anything?
I'm looking for a red flower.
Yes, welcome. So the priestess sent you. Maybe you've heard, but there have been some suspicious people asking about Martinet recently. They were wearing disguises, but it was clear as day they were from the Archeum Legion. Oh, I don't know what those Archeum bastards want with her. But under these circumstances, we have no choice but to be wary of outsiders seeking Martinet.
Yes?
Oh, yes, that's right. Sorry. I suppose I got a little carried away. The first half of the password is the light fragment.
Hey, his voice acting's pretty good, though.
Phrase from the skills researcher. Be sure to stop by my
I like his
store
character
again.
design as well.
Free later.
So far, the world is a place I'd like to spend time in. You know? Don't you reckon? Like, it looks cool. I like the design so far. Character designs look great. NPCs are looking decent so far. It looks a cool place. Oh, look at that.
Yeah. I can't believe the ghastly tales were true.
Oh, wait, what? Yeah, boy. Okay.
It is really important to grow your skills.
Do you want to learn a new skill?
I'm looking for a red flower.
Ah, so the priestess sent you. The second half of the password is Whispers. Head to the Castleton Infirmary on the north side of town to meet Martinet. Just say the password and they'll let you in.
Okay.
By the way, many of the townsfolk, including myself, have been brought to health by Martinet's healing skills. Please take care not to let anything happen to her. Keep an eye out for anyone suspicious on your tail, just in case.
The store manager Melky hid Martinet's existence, pretending not to know anything about her. This was because suspicious outsiders, thought to be members of the Archeum Legion, had been looking for Martinet. To meet with her, you had to meet the people connected to her and prove that you had no ill intent. After that, you learned the password, the Light Fragment Whispers.
I like the voice of the narrator. You sense someone's presence beyond the entrance and hear the click of a lock being opened.
I haven't seen you around before, so what brings you here?
Neil, be loving it, man. Hot ginger.
As I'm sure you heard on your way here, I can't treat anyone right now unless it's an emergency. Would you mind coming back later?
No. Have you seen my hat?
Oh, I see. Clay probably sent you to help with my research. The truth is, my sister is also suffering from the same symptoms as yours, and I've been searching for a cure. The mana calming potion I'm creating should be able to help. Let's see. Oh, drat. I just used my last batch of
That perked you up,
ingredients.
didn't he? Let me fetch the
Then I'll tell you
ingredients.
where to go and what I need.
A fetch
Head to the
quest in an
Golden
MMO?
Apothecary in the
What
Golden
is
Rye
this?
Pastures. You'll be able to find some rancid powder. Just get me some rancid powder, and I'll whip up a mana calming potion for you.
Okay. I'll get it right away.
You know how to use waypoints, right? If you aren't sure, go ask Priestess Grace. Using them makes it a breeze to return after procuring materials.
Okay, the mouth sync is not great.
Castle
Oh, did you have a go and have a nap, did ya?
Has been closed for some time. due to rumors that the Archeum Legion is looking for Martinet. It was to trick them into thinking that Martinet, who had worked as a healer there, had left. While in hiding, she is still researching a cure for her sister, who is suffering from the Morvescence.
Fine, alright, shut the fuck up.
Waypoints are one of the greatest implementations of Venilux magic. They allow you to instantly traverse from one location to another. Originally, teleportation was a spell that only the most skilled wizards were able to cast, by creating distortions between spaces using the elements of wind and earth. It was the wizard Clay who completed the schema to make waypoints, so that teleportation could be accessible to everyone. Anyone can use a waypoint without any special training.
Also, Clay is a pretty big deal then.
Try placing your hand on the waypoints in the plaza and at the Golden Rye pastures. Afterwards, talk to the Resistance officer Ashton. He'll explain the rest.
Okay. When you level up, you can apply character stats. Open the main menu. Character info. As you level up, you earn stat points that can earn you that you can invest in your stats. Select a stat increase. All stat will increase your damage regardless of equipped items. Wait, what? All stats will increase your damage regardless of equipped items. Press character info to check the detailed stats currently in effect. How do I oh shit. Shit. How do I change to the sword? Serves as a source of mental prowess, increases max mana and mana regen in addition to cooldown abilities max and max damage. Serves as a source of insight and awareness, heightens awareness during battle, increases the accuracy of attacks, CC effects, enhances time boost abilities and increases max damage and min damage. Serves as a source of nimbleness, increases quickness and critical attacks in addition to evasion and max damage. Serves as a source of physical prowess, providing strong defense in addition to increasing max health, max regen. I think that's probably a good one to start off with, yeah, a bit of strength. You can check the changes to your stats based on their stat points. The changes will not be applied until you click confirm. Click apply to finalize your stats. You can readjust your stats at any time using the reset item. Okay, that's cool then. You need to get too tied to it then. Right, okay, so how do I go back to... Is it because of the weapon I've got to quit? No. How do I change that then? To the sword? Activate the waypoint to Castleton. Alright, let's do this then. Would you like to look around Castleton again?
Lord Hobbs of Laslan resisted Revolupius, who had usurped the throne.
Fuck him. Activate the waypoint at the Golden Rye pastures. Let's go. Yeah, you got a cool dog. Move constantly allows you to constantly move in the direction of your camera. Even when you're pressing together, you can move in the direction of the camera. What? Oh, okay. Does that not work when... Okay, yeah. It's auto run. Move constantly. We've got to try and reinvent the wheel. It's for auto run.
This was once the most prosperous granary in Laslan, but after the cursed rain came, it became infested with strangely enlarged pests. People tried to solve the problem by employing the power of free wizards, but the free wizards' clumsy magic only made things worse.
As they do, you know? Fuck them
The
guys.
Einar priestess Grace introduced waypoints as a great integration of Veneluk's magic. Teleportation was a rare skill that was only used by a few wizards. When the wizard Clay completed the schema for waypoints, it enabled anyone to teleport freely.
Okay. I'm gonna switch weapons. Oh, that's why, because I rebounded. My bad, my bad, my bad. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. That would be why. That would be why, boys. That would be why. I rebounded. I rebounded. I'm not too far away from him. Oh. I'm right, boy. What the fuck are you talking about? Perfect. Let's go over here then now. I just wanted to fight some things. I'm starting to hurt from where I was laying. So my brain had weird. My brain had weird. My wife was cheating on me in dreams about it.
What should I do?
How can I help you?
I'd like to meet the herbalists.
Do you need something from the master?
Sherbet. Can you make it? I've stopped talking now. You're in a hurry, but I'm sorry, I haven't received my master's approval yet. What if I just tell you the ingredients you need and you can gather them and find him yourself? Tell me about the ingredients. Collect decomposed hearts, violet harvesters. Collect decomposed hearts from violet harvesters, poison stingers from wasps, contaminated horns from scarabs, and then go to the mandrake farmstead to go get mandrake roots. Okay.
How can...
Wait a minute.
How can I help you? Do you...
Tell me about the ingredients. Yeah. Yeah.
In the apothecary at the
Okay,
Golden Rye
that's
pastures,
weird. It didn't
works
like...
the always gloomy Oliver Teller, the herbalist's apprentice.
It didn't
Oliver
like
has been an apprentice there for some
acknowledge
time,
that was
though he has yet to gain the approval of his master. The farmers pitied the outstanding apprentice, a gifted student who could memorize
didn't register
the
as our
names of
next,
countless medicinal herbs,
you know,
but suffered under his eccentric master.
our next quest. Give me those decomposed hearts. I've never got. I need another decomposed heart, and I need some poison stingers. Yeah. Alright, we need one more stinger. Let's put another one of these dudes, yeah.
The main ingredients for rancid powder.
Alright, we got the ingredients, boys.
Insects in the goldenrye pastures.
It's like everyone's wearing gimp suits.
Part of a harvester, which controls magical power, a wasp stinger, which controls magical toxicity, and a contaminated scarab horn, which has a tonic effect. These ingredients are highly toxic on their own, but highly effective together.
Talk to the contaminated rain researcher Liana. Where are they? Let's do this first.
Looks like it's your first time using a waypoint. If you place your hand on a waypoint, the schema will be activated, and the stone will glow blue. Open your map and select a waypoint activated with blue light. You will be instantly transported to that location.
Once you place your hand on a waypoint, it will glow
I
with
need to
blue
speak with the
light,
Mandrake.
activating the schema. If you open the
Alright, where
map
the
and
fuck is
select
he
an
then?
activated waypoint, you
He's
can
over here.
instantly travel to that location.
Not bad. How's the stream looking though? You're sounding alright now as well. No audio crackles or anything. You can gather various crafting materials depending on the weather. You can acquire special materials from the changes in the environment. Sounds good as well, yeah? Sweet. Alright, nice one, boys. Nice one.
Welcome to Mandrake Farmstead, where we grow 'em with love from seed to harvest. If it's fresh mandrakes you need, you've come to the right farm.
Okay. You're a fucking weirdo. You look like... Why does this character look so bad? Like, the other characters look good. To be fair. Dude looks terrible. His hair looks like licorice.
Oh my.
Or is that a hat under his hair?
I've just
Under his
run
hat,
out
should I
of
say.
roots.
Hat under his hair.
How about
You know what I
collecting
mean?
as many as you need yourself? And, in exchange, you can have everything for free.
Alright, I'll do what I can to gather
Then
them.
try harvesting the roots from the mandrakes planted out in the field. Oh, by the way, mandrakes will turn violent when you try to harvest their roots, so be extra careful.
Okay, Mr. Plasticine Man. My Mandrake, piss off. Why can't I, select it. Right, is it because I've already done it? Will it not let me do any more?
You must be be on your way to find the old herbalist.
Okay. All right, let's go to the herbalist. To the herbalist. Perfect. I think I must admit, I think I would prefer just a mount system rather than you becoming a dog, a wolf, for sprinting.
While you search for treasures hidden in ships wrecked by storms and chests that have been drifting, you will encounter the masters of the coastline. From a distance, they look like normal crustaceans, but when you get up close, you'll find they pose a greater threat than you anticipated.
Oh. It's like your average woman from Birmingham then. Okay. Talk to the herbalist Wilson near the Windmill Shores waypoint. Oh, here he is. Wilson?
What brings you here?
Please combine these ingredients.
Huh? These are the ingredients needed to make rancid powder. Martinet must have sent you. But how did you know about these ingredients?
Because I'm a fucking legend, bro. Make it.
Oliver, that clever boy. How did he figure this out already? He's quite bright.
Quite bright?
Herbalists have to go to perilous places to acquire ingredients. But Oliver can't even stand the sight of a mere ant. I'm waiting for him to overcome his fears.
Of an ant?
Well, I'll make the rancid powder for you right away. It must be urgent for you to come all the way out here. But look at me, rambling on.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Go on.
Here's your rancid powder. Planning to go straight back to Martinet? In that case, why don't you try opening your map and teleporting to Castleton?
After acquiring the last ingredient from the Mandrake farmstead, you were able to meet the herbalist Wilson Hinman. He always entrusted the apothecary to his apprentice and collected herbs alone. He had to venture to all sorts of dangerous areas to get medicinal herbs. But his pupil was a coward who would flee at the sight of an ant.
Right, let's travel back to Canaan, yeah. Oh, he's free. I like the TP animation. Regular ants are okay, but mere ants are the vicious ones. It's not just any ant, it's a mere ant.
You're back. Did you get some rancid powder?
Here's some rancid powder I had made.
Good work. The rancid powder you brought is excellent in quality. I'll make the mana calming potion for you right away.
Wait until mana calming potion is brewed.
All right, here you are. Why don't you try it and see how it works?
Wait, did he drink it? Thanks for the mana calming potion. Speak Martin about the medical effects.
Just as I thought.
Medicinal.
It's much more effective. I tried to improve the efficacy, but I didn't expect the results to be this good. The calming potion's effect is very effective this time. I need to bring this to my sister right away. But as you know, I'm in no position to be wandering around outside.
I'll help you since you helped me.
Oh, thank you so much. I made this potion earlier and used the same method to make it once more. Please pass it on to my sister's friend, Mina Pie. Only Mina knows where my sister is. She told me to come find her at Windhill Shores if I ever needed to give my sister something. Go there to find Mina's trail.
Okay.
The effect of the mana calming potion that Martinet made was incredible.
Below
Soon
Spiral
after
Cliff,
you
Windmill
drank the
Shores.
potion, you could feel your magic begin to settle down. Martinet, who had been researching a way to relieve her older sister Adriana's pain for so long, finally succeeded in creating a potion more effective than her other attempts.
You can move characters at or below level 30 for 3. Oh, that's cool then. I might not time that badly. Getting used to using this using my Naga again, because I ain't used it for a while. I wonder what the medicinal benefits are like. I'm curious as well, actually. I didn't think he was going to have much range. I mean, working for the devil like they do, they get full medical, dental, and vision. Free eye tests, free fill-ins.
Uh-huh. How can I help you?
She's kind of hot in a butch, like, snap your dick off kind of way. Seeing that you brought the calming potion, I'm pretty sure that Martinet must have sent you. If she sent you out the blue in such a hurry, then things have probably worked out well for her. Things probably worked out well for her. Sorry, but Adriana isn't exactly here right now. Not long ago, Zaroth's men found Adriana's hideout last night. Adriana said she was going far away to escape from Zaroth. Where did Adriana go? Martinet's calming potion wasn't enough to fully control Adriana's power. Adriana didn't tell me where she was going, but she would find a way to suppress her mana away from Arceum's eyes. There might be some clues left in the lighthouse where Adriana stayed. Right, I better go break the news to Martinet. By now, Adriana should be out of Lazlan.
The news from Mina Pai was unexpected. Adriana had ventured far away to avoid the Arceum Legion, who had discovered her hideout.
She looks like she eats smaller, weaker travelers.
She said that no matter how effective her potions were, they never lasted long enough. Adriana set out to find a way to completely soothe the tempestuous mana.
Revel Lupius was widely known as the new ruler of Solicium, but it turns out that he's only Khazar's puppet. The Resistance must consider Khazar the real enemy and the mastermind and come up with a plan. Reported by R. Yeah, for real, man. And proudly as well. Well, these guys look sus.
Unfortunately, we're a bit late. That one must have taken Adriana away.
You have a star fragment just like that girl. I won't be going home empty-handed after all.
Is that a star fragment sucker off her?
You dare interfere with our plans? I'll kill you!
Alright. I'm gonna lock on. There we go. I'll lock on then.
Take your star fragment, even if I have to pry it from your corpse! You won't be able to escape long, until
Get fucked, bitch. Took way more damage than I needed to then. The open book catches your eyes. It seems to be a research book written by Adriana. It's full of complicated magic schema. On the margins of the page are words that have been stained by tears.
I can't forget that horrible nightmare I had. So many people in despair, all of them writhing in pain. With time, my memories became clearer. It's agonizing, but I just can't give up. At the very least, for Martine's sake.
Okay. Some of the most recent
I felt someone's presence in my sleep. I thought it was just Mina at first, but then I could tell from the heavy footsteps that the intruder was someone I didn't know. I quickly hid myself and watched the intruder pass by. The pattern engraved on their sword meant that they were part of the Archeum Legion. Just why are the Archeum looking for me again? I can't allow that tragedy to be repeated. It's probably time for me to leave. At the very least, Martine will be safe.
The Archeum Legion attacked the lighthouse where Adriana had been hiding, seeking the power of a star fragment. Only after defeating them did you discover her research papers and a
chest with an
diary she had
eye-catching
left
flower
behind.
decoration. It's locked and can't
There,
be opened.
She had clearly recorded the difficult times she had been through.
This book was used more recently. Look for clues hidden in the ornate book. Rotate the object of investigation by dragging. Hold down where the cursor changes to manipulate it. Ooh, a key! When are you going to get to the tacit field? You found all the clues. Okay. Guess I exit then, yeah. Now can I open the chest? Anything in there? Study the parchment in detail.
Just who was Janice Carter anyway? She recognized my power immediately.
Is that a
and knew
fucking
that
bong?
As long as I possessed it, I would be targeted by Archeum for the rest of my life.
Is that what she was doing in here then? Getting high?
She ended up telling me that the only way to truly be free from the Archeum was to leave as soon as possible and find some way to gain control over my power.
You found a piece of parchment that looked like a letter. The letter
Oh,
contained
chair.
details about Janice Carter, someone Adriana had
You can now
met.
create or join a
Janice,
union.
recognizing the strength of the
Janice?
star fragment,
Janice? Who
advised
the
her that
is
the only way to be
Janice?
free from the Archeum was to leave as soon as possible.
Might try, but it's only soon
and
just to see
find
how
a
it
way
is.
to
I think you'll
control
enjoy
her
it, dude.
power.
It's a good game, man. I like it, I do.
Archean forces captured Martinet, the younger of two twin sisters. By keeping her hostage, they forced the shaman Adriana, who wielded the power of a star fragment, to call forth the rains. As the ritual began, rain cascaded from the sky, accompanied by crashes of thunder. But the Archean forces had altered the ritual. Their tampering caused a cursed rain to fall on Laslan. Wherever the rain fell, creatures transformed into violent monsters that attacked people and devastated the farmland. Adriana was shocked to witness what she had done. When the Archean forces turned on the sisters, meaning to kill them now that they had served their purpose. The awe-inspiring power of the star fragment that lay dormant within Adriana flooded out, and their enemies were annihilated in an instant. In the aftermath, Adriana was beset by unspeakable disfigurations, swallowed by guilt over her role in causing the cursed rain.
Okay. Exit the lighthouse. That's kind of cool. Your guild members defeat lethal venom cobras in the Moonlight Deserts. Use B to return to Castleton and then to travel to Castleton Infirmary. Talk to the contamination investigator. Can I put a marker down? Yeah, boy. Oh shit, I need to talk to the... Shit, do I need to go back up there? What happens if I run out of stamina when I'm doing that? Do I fall to my death? They're back up here, are they? Yeah, they are, yeah. Are they up here? Are they down here? Are you? That's a player here. I think it's... Sorry? Here they are.
Ugh, I can't just jump off the cliff.
What are you doing here?
I'm researching the contaminated beings of Windhill Shores.
Okay.
I've noticed an unknown contaminant on the floating plank in the sea, but I haven't been able to identify what it is. I only have a small amount of time to get the magic potion out of the water and onto the contaminant. Really? Oh, thank you.
No bother.
You must apply it to the contaminant within the time limit. Be careful not to let the magic potion come into contact with seawater, all right?
All right, all right. Oh, I have a Gilmore for spray on a different contaminant on the east side of the spiral cliff without touching the seawater in under 1 minute. Where the fuck? Where is he? Where is he? There it is. Shit. Why am I not able to use it? Is it because this cunt's doing it? What do you mean? Why can't I use it? Needs magic potion status. Okay, have I not put the right thing or something? What? Glide morph and spray the unidentified contaminant on the east side of the spiral cliff. I'm not doing. Let's pop back up there. I don't know what I've done wrong there. It's telling me to go down there. Cat dog. Where am I going? Glide morph and spray the unidentified contaminant on the east side of the spiral cliff. Let's go back over there. Must be missing something. Talk to the contamination investigator. Island. I was supposed to speak to somebody first. I'm guessing I need to go down here first, yeah. And then spray this stuff. Look in the contamination investigator. Alien. Right. Let's go speak to him first, then, I guess. Oh, what was going on there?
I don't know what to do. Could you help me? Periodically to do that, I'm pleased to...
Right, so this is a totally separate thing, isn't it? I think. Defeat the creatures in the windmill shores to collect a contaminated creature specimen. Well, there we go, we got some specimens. Fuck off. The crustaceans count? Yep. Yep. Need 3 more. Perfect. Operate the contamination measuring device to investigate the contamination level in... Where's that then? Contamination measuring device. It's over here.
I got a clear measurement of the contamination.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your help.
No worries, bro. Alright, let's go look at this unidentified contaminant on the east. I don't know what the fuck we got to do there. The timer wasn't coming up either. Did I need to speak to that character again to initiate it or something? I don't know. I love the visuals of the game, though. Must admit, the combat feels a little bit scoofed. A little bit scoofed. Just a little bit. I might change my secondary, though. I don't know if I'm feeling the crossbows, you know? Kind of thinking maybe I'll have a secondary as a staff. I'm not a fan of water. Needs magic potion status. What does that mean? Content details. Why you search for unidentified contaminant? I don't really. I mean, like, super retarded. Glide, morph, and spray the unidentified contaminant on the east side of the spiral cliff without touching the seawater. Oh, right, so I've got it. So I need to go back up and glide down here. Is that what starts it off then? Because if I don't touch the, I can't touch the seawater. Yes. Let's try coming in like. And what the fuck's a magic potion status? I don't know. I'm gonna put this on though instead. Yeah, boys. Yeah, I don't know what, I don't know how to get these to I don't know. Do I need to can't you have it though? So when you switch your weapon, the active skills are there, like, instead of them being separate, like. You know, so like, when I switch, you know, so I just allow you to like quick swap back, but I prefer to just like swap between the weapons and then do it. Yeah, I don't fucking know, you know. Whatever. I guess we'll come back to that, because fuck knows what the deal is with that. Oh, actually, first, I'll try something. Yeah, that's better, boys. That's better. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. 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 That's what I'm talking about, boys. That's what I'm talking about. Bit of Harry Potter shit on the go. You know? Gandalf my ass. Yeah. Bit of range now. Bit of range. Okay, I like that. We dash out and freeze them, yeah. That's kind of cool. Oh, God! Like, orgasms in my mouth, man. So... It's true.
There's someone out there. Can anyone help me?
Hello? Hello? Alright, 2 seconds. Oi. I wanna watch a video.
Why don't we take a look?
Just seen this pop-up on my feed. Alright. Let's check out this video as well. Three features Wuthering Waves really needs, inspired by Punishing Great Raven. Okay. I've only ever played a tiny little bit of PGR, and I mean a tiny little bit. So I'm curious to see what could be brought over from that game that will improve Wuthering Waves. Let's have a look.
Why don't we take a look into the future of Wuthering Waves? I've been playing the game since day one, almost
definitely check out Kydro as well.
Every day, and it's been so much fun. Who would have thought that this game would turn out to be such a record-breaking and successful game? Kuro Games has...
Well, I kind of was hoping it was going to be, and I thought it would do really well. I'm surprised by how many people are actually surprised that it did well, but then again, Hoyo has had such a stranglehold on the genre, so I guess it is kind of surprising, but the game, facts, what he said, the game has been a lot of fun so far. Really been enjoying myself.
Been cooking since then. They've been improving and updating the game in a very fast pace.
True.
Wuthering Waves has one of
big time listening to the community and reacting to the community as well, which is great to see. And when they've made mistakes, they've acted quickly and been very generous in maybe almost too generous in giving to the community when they've made mistakes as well.
The best and most fun combat experiences that I've had in any gacha game before.
Agreed.
Also,
and in a lot of games, the combat system in this game is top tier.
Games has been doing a fantastic job building up trust with the player base. It is insane, but this player base actually wants to support Kuro Games. Some of the people even feel bad that they are free to play and they would rather spend money. I've never seen such a response of a community, and I can completely understand why.
I'm really happy to see that actually, because I've always had this opinion, and I've always tried to do this in games. Obviously, it just depends if you've got cash to spend. I get it. If you don't have excess money to spend on a game, it's totally fine not to do it at the end of the day. And even if you just don't want to, that's totally fine. But I always like to do it in the sense that if I enjoy a game, I don't mind putting a bit of cash into a game. They've given me a lot of enjoyment, so let me support the devs in doing what they're doing, especially for games free to play. I don't even mind doing that on a game that I've paid a premium price for. If there's something that looks kind of cool in a game and a microtransaction or DLC or whatever, and I've really enjoyed it, I see it as a way to give that little bit of extra support to the devs. But if a game's free to play and I get more than 20, 30 hours in a game and I've had a lot of fun, I'll happily spend a little bit of cash just to support something that I really enjoy.
Apologize for the mistake. They give proper compensation, multiple 5 stars, and a proper amount of free pulls.
And it looks like we're getting another 5-star as well.
And I do hope that other game companies will get inspired from Kuro Games. I'm very excited to see.
It already looks like it's rubbing off. Just look at Evanis to Evanis, the recent video that we just watched, their reaction to the feedback from the gameplay trailer, which in my opinion, I absolutely love that gameplay trailer. Some people were calling out a lot of things that I necessarily didn't see myself. I've only watched it once, so I could do with watching it again. And it seems like they've been incredibly reactive, which, from what I've heard, is what people accuse them of doing with Tower of Fantasy, that they didn't listen to the community, especially the community outside China, and the game suffered because of it. And maybe it's because of how they handled Tower of Fantasy, and they've learned from that. And maybe it's because they've seen what Kuro have been doing and how they've been reacting to community feedback, or it's a bit of both. So it's good to see, and hopefully it does rub off onto other devs, because it's always good to see transparency, and it's always good to hear devs own up to mistakes that have been made and to attempt to make good with the community as well.
See where Kuro Games is going with Wuthering Waves. So why don't we speculate about the future in Wuthering Waves?
Let's hear it.
You see,
what's going to make it better?
Actually has another game since 2019 that they've been developing, and this one is called Punishing Grey Raven.
One thing I'll say, I only played a little bit and saw a little bit of Punishing Grey Raven, but some of the alt animations are fucking insane, and that would be kind of a cool thing to bring into Wuthering Waves. We've got some really cool alt animations already, but some of them in Punishing Grey Raven are ridiculous. So that'd be kind of cool to see, you know, a little bit more hype to some of the abilities would be kind of cool. There's some cool looking characters in the game as well, actually.
Also called PGR. It's also a combat-focused gacha game. It is a very underrated and beloved game that definitely deserves more players, and some of the gameplay elements from Wuthering Waves are very inspired by PGR. For example, the parry and perfect dodge system, and there's many other things as well. So in this video we are going to talk about features that could be adapted from PGR into Wuthering Waves, since there's also...
Even just the visual style of the combat looks like it's come over a lot from PGR as well. The combat definitely feels different in the way you interact with the combat mechanics. But visually as well, you know, the first time I ever saw a bit of gameplay of Punishing Grey Raven, I was like, damn, that looks like Wuthering Waves combat quite a bit. It plays a lot different, but visually anyway, it looks similar.
Also a lot of references from PGR already. So here's 3 things that
I wouldn't know them because I've only played a little bit. Like, I think I played like an hour of the game.
First up.
Yeah, agree with that. That's one thing I did see from what I played, the ability to get skins for the characters. I think this is a thing that all gacha games need to get on board with, in my opinion, because at the end of the day, a massive factor of gacha games is your characters, is your waifus. That's a big pull in wishing and pulling for characters, isn't it? Beyond how they're going to help you in terms of combat, the waifu meta is real. So being able to play dress up with your characters, if you're going to word it like that, it would be a really big thing. And I think, dude, just imagine being able to get different skins for Changli and Yinlin. They're going to make an insane amount of money, like insane amount of money.
Up, skins and outfits. Yes, PGR has actually a ton of skins and outfits. Also quite a variety. You see, PGR even has seasonal events. Some winter-themed events and some summer-themed events.
I think as well, these sort of events as well will create more FOMO for characters as well. If people see particular skins that make the character that they kind of want to pull for look even better, they're going to pull for the character and then maybe want to spend even extra on getting the skin as well.
Events. This is exactly what I always wanted to see in the other games that I've played, but
agree.
It never really happened. Some of the skins are just badass.
It's weird as well, isn't it? Why? Like, because these games definitely seem to try and monetize as many avenues as possible. It's weird that they don't go down the skin route. I've never really understand that, why more gacha games don't seem to do that, especially the big ones as well. You would think it just seems like a free money printing machine, really, and one that takes a lot less effort than bringing out new characters. Of course, you can do that, but just easily pump out skins for characters as well, and like multiply the money factor on one individual character as well. Not only do you get people to spend on pulls potentially for that character, they then double down and buy skins for the character as well. So it's just, you know, it's like I say, it's a money making machine.
Look interesting, modern, stylish. It's quite a nice variety that this game has. So what does this mean for Wuthering Waves' future? First of all, it's a high chance that we might see skins and outfits in Wuthering Waves.
I hope we do.
See, the cool thing in PGR is that you sometimes even get skins for free. So they might do this in WuWa as well.
Okay.
Wuthering Waves actually has been posting official art with their characters in other outfits.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Check Yang Yang looking kind of cute over here. Look at Yinlin, man. See, boys, that's what I'm talking about. Could be easily a money-making machine.
And some people are already speculating that these are skins that we might see in the far future. And I do hope so as well, because these look spectacular.
Should zoom in there on Yinlin.
Nice.
So I gotta say, the future is quite bright when it comes to Wuthering Waves and outfits. But let's jump into the next feature that I would like to see in Wuthering Waves.
Oh, let's go. Yeah, I think this is always a good thing. Just seeing that there, dude, that would be freaking dope, wouldn't it? I think this comes with once they start to get some revenue in, and a name comes with it as well to be able to get the pull to make those collaborations. Of course, money is a big factor, but yeah, that would be pretty dope because we've already heard that Zenless is going to have the Street Fighter collaboration, which after playing Zenless now, because I know there was a lot of talk before Zenless come out, people was like, Street Fighter, that just doesn't even make sense, but after playing Zenless, it plays more like a fighting game, so it does make sense that they're going to have a Street Fighter collaboration. But yeah, dude, they could have some really cool collaborations for Wuthering Waves inside and outside of the anime space. It could be pretty dope, actually. Yeah, it's a good idea. I've never really thought about that for this game, actually, but you can't go wrong with some cool crossovers.
Yes, the one thing that every gacha player wants to see in their favorite game. Many games collabing with anime brands like Mushoku Tensei in Brown Dust 2, Chainsaw Man in Nika. But listen to this. Nier Automata actually had a collab with PGR as well.
Ooh, that would fit perfectly into Wuthering Waves. The post-apocalyptic vibe, the character designs fit perfectly in the Wuthering Waves universe.
Adding 3 characters from the Nier Automata game. And of course, it's A2, 9S, and 2B. These 3 are playable and even have references in their gameplay style about the real game. You see, 2B can actually do self-destruct, and it actually changes her outfit as well. Yes, it becomes
cool.
more revealing.
The animation for getting up there as well. Love it.
Approved.
Staying truthful to the original, I've nothing but respect for that collab.
Yes.
But this is not the only collab that PGR had. They also had a Black Rock Shooter collaboration, and I'm not very familiar with that. All I know is that this is an anime, and it's basically Miku Hatsune with black hair. And the editor is a playable character into PGR. Pretty insane. This collab also added a boss from the anime.
Good looking character as well.
Also added some skins in this event for some characters. One day, maybe, we're gonna see some collabs in Wuthering Waves as well. And to be honest, I think Nier Automata would be a perfect game to collab with again.
I agree with that, yeah. It's definitely the same vibe, you know what I mean? The character designs, like, that sort of muted sort of design as well would fit perfectly into the Wuthering Waves
I'm pretty
roster.
sure they're not gonna do it, but Nier Automata having this post-apocalyptic world, I think it would be a perfect match. But I also asked some people in my community, and they want to see Devil May Cry collabs. I think this would be pretty insane.
That's actually a good call, just because of the way the combat works in Devil May Cry. That would be pretty dope, actually.
Also, there's some Devil May Cry references in the game, and there's a ton of other references.
I didn't know that.
They have references from One Piece. Of course, there's also the Suzume
Dude, oh man. Like some Naruto stuff would be pretty dope as well, actually.
reference, which is literally the door from the depths of Elusive Realm. There's a
I didn't
ton
know
of
that either.
games or anime.
This is another game. That's what I was trying to think. I was trying to think of in my head then a game that could cross over. This is a really good game, actually. I think if you like Wuthering Waves, I really enjoyed my playthrough with Scarlet Nexus. I actually did a playthrough on my YouTube channel. It was just a no commentary playthrough because I just had such fun playing the game. I was like, you know what, I'm going to upload this. Game's a good game, actually. I really enjoyed it.
That WuWa could collab with. And I would be fine with any, I'm gonna be honest. But I'm also quite interested in your opinion, guys. Do you think the immersion of the game will get ruined if Wuthering Waves will have some future collabs?
I think it just depends on how they do the crossovers, really. I don't think it'll break the immersion to have characters outside of the universe in the game, as long as they don't look ridiculous in terms of the actual style of the characters. Maybe One Piece wouldn't be a great crossover, but you know, I feel like Naruto characters could fit into this universe, you know, and just have them in event crossovers, and you know, you can obviously have your characterism running around and stuff. I think as long as like I say, in terms of the proportions and all that sort of stuff, it's not one of the more cutesy cartoon chibi looking animes, I feel like they could definitely fit in. I think they would be best to try and keep them in keeping with the visual style of Wuthering Waves. But no, I don't think it'd break the immersion at all at the end of the day. I think those sort of crossovers are cool to have in the game.
Let me know in the comments. But there is also one last thing that we need to talk about. The last feature that I want to see Wuthering Waves would copy from PGR, or at least get inspired from.
Dude, just imagine like, I don't know, I think that might be a little bit immersion breaking. Just imagine like some sort of Pokemon crossover, you know, because we've got that sort of element in the game. I don't know. Just imagine having a Pikachu Echo or some shit, you know what I mean? Or a Gyarados or something.
Because PGR actually has a housing feature. It's called dorms. And yes, it's a typical housing feature in gacha games. It's even in this classic chibi look that you know from other gacha games. You can put different kinds of furniture in your room and basically decorate your room how you want it to look. Also pretty cool is that you can interact with characters. You can give them a pet on the head. Amazing. But they actually recently announced a new dorm system for PGR, turning this chibi dorm system into an actual PGR world dorm system. This might be very good foreshadowing that we might see this in the future in WuWa. There's not
interesting. It could be a little test bed, couldn't it? This because it's a lot smaller of a game for them now, isn't it? So it kind of makes sense that it could be like almost like a little beta test to test out the way they're going to do it and then bring it over into Wuthering Waves. I wouldn't be against that at all. I'm never really big into like housing mechanics in any game, if I'm honest. It's always nice to have as an extra. If there was resources that could be put elsewhere in doing other cool things, I'd rather those resources be applied to that. But I wouldn't say no, but it's not something that I'd actually be like, ooh, that's something that I'm looking for. But, you know, I'll take it if it's there. It's always extra content to play in the game.
Not much information about it yet, since it just got announced a few days ago. But the cool thing is that it's now even more immersive. You can interact with the characters in this one as well. You can talk to your favorite characters, and yes, you can even do some...
Just to pause the video, I'm listening to the Final Fantasy music in the background and I'm loving it.
Hand holding.
Okay, that's a fan service right there,
Let's
yeah.
talk a little bit more about the PGR dorm system, because this one is actually quite interesting, since it also offers quite some rewards for the players to receive for free. So what I have learned is that you can...
Okay, if it's a cool way to get mats, I'm down for it. As long as I don't have to spend too much time interacting with it to get those mats, because, as I said, again, it's not my favourite mechanic within games, but I'm okay to have a little side thing there that I can use as a way to farm materials in the game, as long as I don't have to spend too much time in there.
Actually produce currency with this dorm system. And with that currency, there's also a shop that you can visit and buy stuff for free. This shop sometimes has even limited characters. So yes, imagine...
Dude, some of these character designs are awesome, man. Just Jesus Christ, just look at her.
Imagine you could buy a 5-star with the currency that you receive for free. You can also buy skins with this free currency sometimes, if there's a PGR event going on. So yes, you can buy skins and limited characters with this Storm currency. And I think this would be quite an interesting thing to have in Wuthering Waves as well. And that is 3 features that I would like to see in the future of Wuthering Waves. Tell me what you guys think. Which feature or collabs would you like to see in the game? There's a ton of other features that I did not mention, like endgame modes that PGR has, and a lot of more stuff. If you guys want to see another video like this, let me know in the comments. And this
okay, I don't know too much about the end game content because I haven't even got to that. I've like literally played like an hour or two of the game, so I'll be interested to see what the end game features are like in Punishing Grey Raven. But this is one thing that I would definitely like to. Rather than resources be applied to something like a housing system, I'd definitely like more end game content. I want more like reset type end game content. You know, stuff that changes on the fly, that changes weekly. Stuff that's like just different. It gives you a lot more variety. You go in, things are totally different all the time, so it's got more replayability to it as well. I'd like to see some sort of horde kind of mode in the game as well. I know you've got the Tower of Diversity, but I'd like something like where you're going in like a roguelike dungeon thing where you're literally and physically going up and up and up and up and up the levels until you fail. And it not I know that's kind of what the Tower of Diversity does, but not in the same way of like you create a team and you've got a set amount of vigor and you run out and you have to, you know, you have to build different teams. More just that you have potentially a couple of different towers. You can start off with one team and you go in and it's just how far you can get. You can do revives and all that sort of stuff, but once you're out, you know, it's just how high up the tower you can get. I think that'd be kind of cool. I don't know if it'd be for everybody, but I like the idea of that, but definitely more endgame material. I'd for sure really like to see skins come into the game because I just think that would be game changing. You know, why not be able to make our characters look different at the end of the day? I think that's a big part of these games in what people want. They want all the visual aspect of things beyond the actual game meta. So it just seems like a win-win for everybody and an absolute money printing machine as well. Collaborations are always cool, but I think if I had to pick one, I'd definitely go with the skins and the end-game content for me personally.
The end of the video. I really appreciate you guys for watching. If you want to join our community on Discord, there's a link in the description. But wait, there's more. We are also doing a giveaway right now in our Discord server. I'm giving away 1 battle pass for Wuthering Waves and also some
guys,
new
join
subscriptions. Giving away stuff all the time, so make sure you join. Also subscribe so you don't miss my next video. And I will see you in the next one, guys. Bye bye.
All right, good video. I like these sort of videos, you know, where they bring up questions and ideas that can go into, you know, it's just a light-hearted what-if kind of video. I like that. Good video from Kydro. Definitely check out the Discord as well if you want to get yourself an opportunity to win the Battle Pass also. Nice little short video. I'm just trying to think of cool little things that I'd like to see in the game. I would like to see, which I don't know if we're getting in 1.2, is some more overworld hard content. I want the overworld not just to be a place to farm materials and travel through and use as a vehicle for storytelling and to do dailies and, you know, farming echoes and materials and whatever. I want, you know, things to happen in the world that are on the fly, and I would like some harder overworld content that's not like, you know, just holograms. It's like you can just travel to different areas and fight different enemies and have different mechanics and just different setups. I don't know exactly what I'd want, but just something that happens in the overworld to make traveling around the overworld a little bit more interesting, from the aspect that, oh, you know, you might have this thing happen that's really cool. I don't know, but I'd definitely like to see skins, and I really would like to see Kuro go hard on the end game. Like I was saying this before, I don't think any of the gacha games have really solved that end game problem yet, of when you've got through the content that you've got now and you're like kind of waiting for the next content. I feel like that's the best way to keep people involved in the game, is having this rotating replayability of end game content. But it's really hard to do. Most games struggle with it in most genres, whether it be MMOs or whatever. But I think it's having that very variety and replayability that's the most important thing, because the holograms really don't have that. They're hard, but once they're done, they're done. The Tower of Adversity's kind of like that. But as I said, if there was some sort of never-ending tower system that allowed you to create different afflictions and bonuses and nerfs and buffs and all that sort of stuff, could really add a cool little element. And just some sort of stuff that just changes weekly as well. It'd be really nice also. But yeah, great video from Kydro that was. Should definitely check him out. 3 features Wuthering Waves really needs, inspired by Punishing Grey Raven. I just really wanted to check that video out, man. It's a good one. It was a good one. It was alright, it was. Alright, so we need to speak to what's her face? Yeah. This is the infirmary, isn't he? You have to set the fucking password every time, do we? Yeah, my phone's about to die. Oh, it's Mina. Oh, she's a big girl. Where's Martinite? After meeting you, I told Martinite about the citizen she left to find a new treatment. She asked me to give that letter if I ever met you. You should read it. Read Martinite's letter. I don't read it. My inventory or something, is it? I need to go outside to read it. No. Okay, so I've got to go back to the infirmary now. Oh, it's in my mail? Is he? Okay, let's go back in and speak to her again then, I guess. What the fuck? I'm gonna speak to her again. That's kind of weird. Oh, there's the letter. Alright. Speak to me in the pie again. Don't worry much about Martinet and Adriana. They'll be reunited. I'll clean this place up. You take care of yourself. Okay.
In the past, Adriana had unleashed the cursed rain under the...
Is there someone out there? Can anyone help me?
Speak with the young girl in need of help. Pick to claim rewards. Ooh. This is like a Zweilander. Zweilander. The great swords. Worshipper's staff. Ooh. Let's get a new staff, yeah. Yeah. Let's claim that. Okay. That looks pretty badass. Speak with the young girl in need of help. Where is she? Is this her? Sorry.
There isn't that much time left. Oh, what should I do?
There's not much time left. What should I do? Were you worried?
There's something that I desperately need, but no one will even listen to me. Couldn't you find it in your heart to help me out, adventurer?
What's going on?
Have you ever heard of this monster known as Iskale the Greyfanged? He was this dreadful wolf that possessed terrible malvescence. Back in my younger days, I almost ended up getting killed by Iskale.
Younger days?
The only reason I'm alive to speak to you about this today is that Henry, the Lord's son, came to rescue me and the other children. He heroically sacrificed his own life.
Dude, I'm getting triggered by the lack of syncing with the voice to the mouth. Now, I'll play like Wuthering Waves and all these games, and they don't have the best syncing. But it doesn't, it's not so noticeable with those because of the art style. It's kind of triggering me with this, if I'm honest.
I'd like to prepare a special gift for his grave. I saw a beautifully crafted keepsake at an old hunter's house once. He said he got it from participating in the wolf hunting contest that is held in Henry's memory. I wish I could get one of those keepsakes and bring it to Henry's grave. But I'm still too young to participate in the contest.
We'll go do it. Fuck Henry, though.
You don't mind? You'll really get one of those keepsakes for me? If that's the case, then No, never mind.
There's got to be more to this.
Actually, it would be nice if I could have 2 of these keepsakes.
I see you give them an inch, they take a fucking mile.
Possible to get 2?
Oh, I'll do it.
Thank you so much, adventurer. The contest is hosted at the Lord's residence in Castleton. Go there and ask how you
look, you can see the cogs are whirring in her head. She's having visions and just getting that fucking staff and just going, bonk! Ask me at the wolf hunting contest at Lord's residence in Castleton. Who am I speaking to? Dave.
So many things to do. Making arrangements for the contest, checking up on the farm. I know that you've come a long way. We must lure the Lord Hobbs. A wolf hunter, please. Also, please remember.
Dave, the Lord's aide, was concerned that the bait he was using for the wolf hunting contest wasn't effective enough. He decided to solve this problem by developing a new kind. To get a keepsake for Soyuri, you must first gather the ingredients for this new bait from Windhill Shores.
Oh, it's TP then. What's this? Fisherman's bait. dickhead. How does the game look on stream as well, lads? Does it look alright? Oh, the colour palette. Is the contrast a bit too high?
Unfortunate accidents often happen off the coast of
the blacks
Castleton,
look a bit too black,
when
like a
fishing
bit dark.
boats are sunk by the perilous
And looks good on
reefs.
stream.
Chunks of the bait that anglers use are sometimes found in the chests that wash ashore from the wreckage. Their pungent smell is highly effective at luring in wolves.
Shit. Oh, nice. I can definitely see me playing this game though when it comes out. You know, I don't want to play too much now, like, because like obviously the beta that we played last time, or the playtest that we played last time, was this part of. Was there someone else down there? Was this part of the game as well? So I don't want to play over the same thing over and over again, like, you know. And then when the game comes out, I'm like, oh, you know. I feel like I can definitely feel myself playing the game quite a bit.
Crustaceans called crackles are often found in the wrecks near Windhill shores. Crackles are as ferocious as they look and have a pungent smell. It's said that a hunter once won the wolf hunting contest by secretly using crackle meat as bait.
Oh well, I can set ones. Rosie ain't very well, I don't think. I think she wants me to pop the shot for her, so... Kind of cool how you can do that though, that is. I like that. Actually quite nice.
When you return with the ingredients, the
Tim
Lord's
Marvey,
aide was
Parrot
greatly
Mound near the exit
relieved
of
that he
Lord's
could proceed with the
residence.
contest as intended. He asked you to deliver the new bait to the Lord's brother, Chris, in Blackhow Plains.
Chris and
he also
Dave?
is the head of the Wolf
Very
Hunters
fantastical.
Association, so you'll need to talk to him to acquire
Was
a
that,
keepsake.
a McCall? Is that motherfucker a big-ass eagle? Bruh. Oh, I am an eagle as well. I thought I was smaller than that. Is that how big I am when I'm flying around then? Alright then. I'm going to call it there, lads, because, like I says, Rosie wants me to, hop to the shop for when the shop shuts in a bit. So. We'll go do that, and I'll be back on tomorrow. We'll probably play some more of this tomorrow. We'll play some Zenless Zone Zero, and we'll play some Wuthering Waves. We'll get a bit earlier tomorrow, and we'll bash it out. Alright? Appreciate everybody who's been hanging there today, guys. I've had an absolute blast. Appreciate the continued support as well on the videos, because you guys have been going insane on those. Dude, I definitely do feel like, I don't know if it's because we've been messing with stuff, that contrast looks different on the stream. I'm sure of it. Anticipating as well. Yeah, they do, man. What's changed on that then? That's... I think that's what it was on him. I think he set the color range to default. That looks better, doesn't it? Yeah, that's better. I knew something looked different on the game just then, because when I opened YouTube, it was like the blacks look really black on YouTube, where they look blacker than what they are on the stream. But obviously, I've got it set up so that it's not such a contrast, because like shadows in games look really freaking dark. Ooh, another Wings of Redemption video. I'll be watching that in a bit. Alright, boys. I'll see you later. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. Pleasure. I'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Have a good one. If I don't see you tomorrow, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Get off.